he held, except that which we create through work. Work not only transforms the environment by building bridges across rivers and cultivating barren plains, it also transforms the worker from an animal guided by instincts into a conscious, goal-directed, skillful person. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 149. One of the most interesting examples of how the phenomenon of flow appeared to thinkers of earlier times is the concept of you referred to about 2,300 years ago in the writings of the Taoist scholar Chuang Tzu. You is a synonym for the right way of following the path, or Tao. It has been translated into English as wandering, as walking without touching the ground, or as swimming, flying, and flowing. Chuang Tzu believed that to you was the proper way to live, without concern for external rewards, spontaneously, with total commitment, in short, as a total autotelic experience. As an example of how to live by you, or how to flow, Chuang Tzu presents, in the inner chapters of the work which has come down to us bearing his name, a parable of a humble worker. This character is Ting, a cook whose task was to butcher the meat at the court of Lord Hui of Wei. School children in Hong Kong and Taiwan still have to memorize Chuang Tzu's description. Ting was cutting up an ox for Lord Wen Hui. At every touch of his hand, every heave of his shoulder, every move of his feet, every thrust of his knee, zip, zoop, he slithered the knife along with the zing, and all was in perfect rhythm, as though he were performing the dance of the Mulberry Grove or keeping time to the Qingshu music. Lord Wen Hui was fascinated by how much flow, or you, his cook found in his work, and so he complimented Ting on his great skill. But Ting denied that it was a matter of skill. What I care about is the way, which goes beyond skill. Then he described how he had achieved his superb performance, a sort of mystical, intuitive understanding of the anatomy of the ox, which allowed him to slice it to pieces with what appeared to be automatic ease. Perception and understanding have come to a stop and spirit moved where it wants. Ting's explanation may seem to imply that you and flow are the result of different kinds of processes. In fact, some critics have emphasized the differences, while flow is the result of a conscious attempt to master challenges. You occurs when the individual gives up conscious mastery. In this sense, they see flow as an example of the Western search for optimal experience, which according to them is based on changing objective conditions, e.g., by confronting challenges with skills, whereas you is an example of the Eastern approach, which disregards objective conditions entirely in favor of spiritual playfulness and the transcendence of actuality. But how is a person to achieve this transcendental experience and spiritual playfulness? In the same parable, Chuang Tzu offers a valuable 150 flow insight to answer this question, an insight that has given rise to diametrically opposite interpretations. In Watson's translation, it reads as follows: however, whenever I come to a complicated place, I size up the difficulties, tell myself to watch out and be careful, keep my eyes on what I'm doing, work very slowly, and move my knife with the greatest of subtlety, until, flop, the whole thing comes apart like a clod of earth crumbling to the ground. I stand there holding the knife and look all around me, completely satisfied and reluctant to move on, and then I wipe off the knife and put it away. Now some earlier scholars have taken this passage to refer to the working methods of a mediocre carver who does not know how to use. More recent ones such as Watson and Graham believe that it refers to Ting's own working methods. Based on my knowledge of the flow experience, I believe the latter reading must be the correct one. It demonstrates, even after all, the obvious levels of skill and craft, qi, have been mastered, the you still depends on the discovery of new challenges, the complicated place, or difficulties, in the above quotation, and on the development of new skills. Watch out and be careful, keep my eyes on what I'm doing, move my knife with the greatest of subtlety. In other words, the mystical heights of the you are not attained by some superhuman quantum jump, but simply by the gradual focusing of attention on the opportunities for action in one's environment, which results in a perfection of skills that with time becomes so thoroughly automatic as to seem spontaneous and otherworldly. The performances of a great violinist or a great mathematician seem equally uncanny, even though they can be explained by the incremental honing of challenges and skills. If my interpretation is true, in the flow experience, or you, East and West meet, in both cultures ecstasy arises from the same sources. Lord Wen Hui's cook is an excellent example of how one can find flow in the most unlikely places, in the most humble jobs of daily life. And it is also remarkable that over 23 centuries ago the dynamics of this experience were already so well known. The old woman who farms in the Alps, the welder in South Chicago, and the mythical cook from ancient China have this in common: their work is hard and unglamorous, and most people would find it boring, repetitive, and meaningless. Yet these individuals transformed the jobs they had to do into complex activities. They did this by recognizing opportunities for action where others did not, by developing skills, by focusing on the activity at hand, and allowing themselves to be lost in the interaction so that their selves could emerge stronger. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 151. Afterward, thus transformed, work becomes enjoyable, and as the result of a personal investment of psychic energy, it feels as if it were freely chosen, as well. Autotelic jobs. Serafina, Joe, and Ting are examples of people who have developed an autotelic personality. Despite the severe limitations of their environment, they were able to change constraints into opportunities for expressing their freedom and creativity. Their method represents one way to enjoy one's job while making it richer. The other is to change the job itself, until its conditions are more conducive to flow, even for people who lack autotelic personalities. The more a job inherently resembles a game, with variety, appropriate and flexible challenges, clear goals, and immediate feedback, the more enjoyable it will be regardless of the worker's level of development. Hunting, for instance, is a good example of work that by its very nature had all the characteristics of flow. For hundreds of thousands of years, chasing down game was the main productive activity in which humans were involved. Yet hunting has proven to be so enjoyable that many people are still doing it as a hobby, after all practical need for it has disappeared. The same is true of fishing. The pastoral mode of existence also has some of the freedom and flow-like structure of earliest work. Many contemporary young Navajos in Arizona claim that following their sheep on horseback over mesas is the most enjoyable thing they ever do. Compared to hunting or herding, farming is more difficult to enjoy. It is a more settled, more repetitive activity, and the results take much longer to appear. The seeds planted in spring need months to bear fruit. To enjoy agriculture, one must play within a much longer time frame than in hunting. May choose his quarry and method of attack several times each day. The farmer decides what crops to plant, where, and in what quantity only a few times each year. In order to succeed, the farmer must make lengthy preparations, and endure chancy periods of waiting helplessly for the weather to cooperate. It is not surprising to learn that populations of nomads or hunters, when forced to become farmers, appear to have died out rather than submitting themselves to that ostensibly boring existence. Yet many farmers also eventually learned to enjoy the more subtle opportunities of their occupation. The crafts and cottage industries that before the 18th century occupied most of the time left free from farming were reasonably 152 flow well designed in terms of providing flow. English weavers, for example, had their looms at home, and worked with their entire family according to self-imposed schedules. They set their own goals for production, and modified them according to what they thought they could accomplish. If the weather was good, they quit so they could work in the orchard or the vegetable garden. When they felt like it, they would sing a few ballads, and when a piece of cloth was finished, they all celebrated with a wee drink. This arrangement still functions in some parts of the world that have been able to maintain a more humane pace of production, despite all the benefits of modernization. For instance, Professor Massimi and his team have interviewed weavers in the province of Biella, in northern Italy, whose pattern of working resembles that of the fabled English weavers of over 2 centuries ago. Each of these families owns 10 mechanical looms that can be supervised by a single person. The father may watch the looms early in the morning, then call in his son to take over while he goes looking for mushrooms in the forest or stops by the creek to fish for trout. The son runs the machines until he gets bored, at which point the mother takes over. In their interviews, every member of the families listed weaving as the most enjoyable activity they did, more than traveling, more than going to discos, more than fishing, and certainly more than watching TV. The reason that working was so much fun is that it was continually challenging. Family members designed their own patterns, and when they had had enough of one kind they would switch to another. Each family decided what type of cloth to weave, where to buy the materials, how much to produce, and where to sell it. Some families had customers as far away as Japan and Australia. Family members were always traveling to manufacturing centers to keep abreast of new technical developments, or to buy necessary equipment as cheaply as possible. But throughout most of the Western world, such cozy arrangements, conducive to flow, were brutally disrupted by the invention of the first power looms, and the centralized factory system they spawned. By the middle of the 18th century, family crafts in England were generally unable to compete with mass production. Families were broken up, workers had to leave their cottages and move en masse into ugly and unwholesome plants. Rigid schedules lasting from dawn to dusk were enforced. Children as young as 7 years of age had to work themselves to exhaustion among indifferent or exploitive strangers. If the enjoyment of work had any credibility before, it was effectively destroyed in that first frenzy of industrialization. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 153. Now we have entered a new, post-industrial age, and work is said to be becoming benign again. The typical laborer now sits in front of a bank of dials, supervising a computer screen in a pleasant control room, while a band of savvy robots down the line do whatever real work needs to be done. In fact, most people are not engaged in production any longer. They work in the so-called service sector, at jobs that would surely appear like pampered leisure to the farmers and factory workers of only a few generations ago. Above them are the managers and professionals, who have great leeway in making whatever they want to of their jobs. So work can be either brutal and boring, or enjoyable and exciting. In just a few decades, as happened in England in the 1740s, the average working conditions can change from being relatively pleasant to a nightmare. Technological innovations such as the water wheel, the plow, the steam engine, electricity, or the silicon chip can make a tremendous difference. Hence in whether work will be enjoyable or not. Laws regulating the enclosure of the commons, the abolition of slavery, the abolition of apprentices, or the institution of the 40-hour week and minimum wages can also have a great impact. The sooner we realize that the quality of the work experience can be transformed at will, the sooner we can improve this enormously important dimension of life. Yet most people still believe that work is forever destined to remain, the curse of Adam. In theory, any job could be changed so as to make it more enjoyable by following the prescriptions of the flow model. At present, however, whether work is enjoyable or not ranks quite low among the concerns of those who have the power to influence the nature of a given job. Management has to care for productivity first and foremost, and union bosses have to keep safety, security, and compensations uppermost in their minds. In the short run, these priorities might well conflict with flow-producing conditions. This is regrettable, because if workers really enjoyed their jobs, they would not only benefit personally, but sooner or later they would almost certainly produce more efficiently and reach all the other goals that now take precedence. At the same time, would be erroneous to expect that if all jobs were constructed like games, everyone would enjoy them. Even the most favorable external conditions do not guarantee that a person will be in flow. Because optimal experience depends on a subjective evaluation of what the possibilities for action are, and of one's own capacities. It happens quite often that an individual will be discontented even with a potentially great job. 154 Flow. Let us take as an example the profession of surgery. Few jobs involve so much responsibility, or bestow so much status on its practitioners. Certainly if challenges and skills are significant factors, then surgeons must find their job exhilarating. And in fact many surgeons say that they are addicted to their work, that nothing else in their lives compares with it in terms of enjoyment, that anything that takes them away from the hospital, a Caribbean vacation, a night at the opera, feels like a waste of time. But not every surgeon is as enthusiastic about his job. Some grow so bored by it that they take up drinking, gambling, or a fast lifestyle to forget its drudgery. How can such widely diverging views of the same profession be possible? One reason is that surgeons who settle down for well-paid but repetitive routines soon begin to feel their tedium. There are surgeons who only cut out appendices, or tonsils, a few even specialize in piercing earlobes. Such specialization can be lucrative, but it makes enjoying the job more difficult. At the other extreme, there are competitive super surgeons who go off the deep end in the other direction, constantly needing new challenges, wanting to perform spectacular new surgical procedures until they finally can't meet the expectations they have set for themselves. Surgical pioneers burnt out for the opposite reason of the routine specialist. They have accomplished the impossible once, but they haven't found a way to do it again. Those surgeons who enjoy their work usually practice in hospitals that allow variety and a certain amount of experimentation with the latest techniques, and that make research and teaching part of the job. The surgeons who like what they do mention money, prestige, and saving lives as being important to them, but they state that their greatest enthusiasm is for the intrinsic aspects of the job. What makes surgery so special for them is the feeling one gets from the activity itself, and the way they describe that feeling is in almost every detail similar to the flow experiences reported by athletes, artists, or the cook who butchered the meat or the Lord of Way. The explanation for this is that surgical operations have all the characteristics that a flow activity should have. Surgeons mention, for instance, how well defined their goals are. An internist deals with problems that are less specific and localized, and a psychiatrist with even more vague and ephemeral terms and solutions. By contrast, the surgeon's task is crystal clear: to cut out the tumor, or set the bone, or get some organ pumping away again. Once that task is accomplished, he can sew up the incision, and turn to the next patient with the sense of job well done. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 155. Similarly, surgery provides immediate and continuous feedback. If there is no blood in the cavity, the operation is going well. Then the diseased tissue comes out, or the bone is set, the stitches take, or not, if that is the case, but throughout the process one knows exactly how successful one is, and if not, why not? For this reason alone, most surgeons believe that what they are doing is so much more enjoyable than any other branch of medicine, or any other job on earth. At another level, there is no lack of challenges in surgery. In the words of one surgeon, I get intellectual enjoyment, like the chess player or the academic who studies ancient Mesopotamian toothpicks. The craft is enjoyable, like carpentry is fun. The gratification of taking an extremely difficult problem and making it go. And another, it's very satisfying, and if it is somewhat difficult, it is also exciting. It's very nice to make things work again, to put things in their right place so that it looks like it should, and fits neatly. This is very pleasant, particularly when the group works together in a smooth and efficient manner. Then the aesthetics of the whole situation can be appreciated. This second quote indicates that the challenges of an operation are not limited to what the surgeon must do personally, but include coordinating an event that involves a number of additional players. Many surgeons comment on how exhilarating it is to be part of a well-trained team that functions smoothly and efficiently. And of course, there is always the possibility of doing things better, of improving one's skills. An eye surgeon commented, "You use fine and precise instruments. It is an exercise in art. It all rests on how precisely and artistically you do the operation." Remarked another surgeon, "It is important to watch for details, to be neat and technically efficient. I don't like to waste motion and so try to make the operation as well planned and thought out as possible. I'm particular about how the needle is held, where the stitches are placed, the type of suture, and so on. Things should look the best and seem easy. The way surgery is practiced helps block out distractions and concentrates all one's attention on the procedure. The operating theater is indeed like a stage, with spotlights illuminating the action and the actors. Before an operation, surgeons go through steps of preparation, purification, and dressing up in special garments, like athletes before a contest, or priests before a ceremony. These rituals have a practical purpose, but they also serve to separate celebrants from the concerns of everyday life, and focus their minds on the event to be enacted. Some surgeons say that on the mornings before an important operation they put themselves on automatic pilot by eating the same breakfast, wear 156 flow ing the same clothes, and driving to the hospital by the same route. They do so not because they are superstitious, but because they sense that this habitual behavior makes it easier for them to devote their undivided attention to the challenge ahead. Surgeons are lucky. Not only are they paid well, not only do they bask in respect and admiration, but they also have a job built according to the blueprint of flow activities. Notwithstanding all these advantages, there are surgeons who go out of their minds because of boredom, or because they are reaching after unattainable power and fame. What this indicates is that important as the structure of a job is, by itself it won't determine whether or not a person performing that job will find enjoyment in it. Satisfaction in a job will also depend on whether or not a worker has an autotelic personality. Joe the welder enjoyed tasks that few would regard as providing opportunities for flow. At the same time, some surgeons manage to hate a job that seems to have been intentionally created to provide enjoyment. To improve the quality of life through work, two complementary strategies are necessary. On the one hand, jobs should be redesigned so that they resemble as closely as possible flow activities, as do hunting, cottage weaving, and surgery. But it will also be necessary to help people develop autotelic personalities like those of Serafina, Joe, and Ting, by training them to recognize opportunities for action, to hone their skills, to set reachable goals. Neither one of these strategies is likely to make work much more enjoyable by itself. In combination, they should contribute enormously to optimal experience. The paradox of work. It is easier to understand the way work affects the quality of life when we take the long view, and compare ourselves with people from different times and cultures. But eventually we have to look more closely at what is happening here and now. Ancient Chinese cooks, alpine farmers, surgeons, and welders help illuminate the potential inherent in work, but they are not, after all, very typical of the kind of job most people do nowadays. What is work like for average American adults today? In our studies, we have often encountered a strange inner conflict in the way people relate to the way they make their living. On the one hand, our subjects usually report that they have had some of their most positive experiences while on the job. From this response, it would follow that they would wish to be working, that their motivation on the job would be high. Instead, even when they feel good, people generally say, mihaly csikszentmihalyi 157, that they would prefer not to be working, that their motivation on the job is low. The converse is also true. When supposedly enjoying their hard-earned leisure, People generally report surprisingly low moods, yet they keep on wishing for more leisure. For example, in one study we used the experience sampling method to answer the question, do people report more instances of flow at work or in leisure? The respondents, over 100 men and women working full-time at a variety of occupations, wore an electronic pager for 1 week, and whenever the pager beeped in response to signals sent at 8 random times each day for a week, they filled out 2 pages of a booklet to record what they were doing and how they felt at the moment they were signaled. Among other things, they were asked to indicate, on 10-point scales, how many challenges they saw at the moment, and how many skills they felt they were using. A person was counted as being in flow every time he or she marked both the level of challenges and the level of skills to be above the mean level for the week. In this particular study, over 4,800 responses were collected, an average of about 44 per person per week. In terms of the criterion we had adopted, 33% of these responses were in flow, that is, above the mean personal weekly level of challenges and skills. Of course, this method of defining flow is rather liberal. If one only wished to include extremely complex flow experiences, say, those with the highest levels of challenges and skills, perhaps fewer than 1% of the responses would qualify as flow. The methodological convention adopted here to define flow functions somewhat like a microscope. Depending on the level of magnification used, very different detail will be visible. As expected, the more time a person spent in flow during the week, the better was the overall quality of his or her reported experience. People who were more often in flow were especially likely to feel strong, active, creative, concentrated, and motivated. What was unexpected, however, is how frequently people reported flow situations at work, and how rarely in leisure. When people were signaled while they were actually working at their jobs, which happened only about 3/4 of the time, because, as it turned out, the remaining 1/4 of the time on the job these average workers were daydreaming, gossiping, or engaged in personal business, the proportion of responses in flow was a high 54%. In other words, about half the time that people are working they feel they are confronting above average challenges, and using above average skills. In contrast, when engaged in leisure activities such 158 flow as reading, watching TV, having friends over, or going to a restaurant, only 18% of the responses end up in flow. The leisure responses were typically in the range we have come to call apathy, characterized by below average levels of both challenges and skills. In this condition, people tend to say that they feel passive, weak, dull, and dissatisfied. When people were working, 16% of the responses were in the apathy region, in leisure, over half, 52%. As one would expect, managers and supervisors were significantly more often in flow at work, 64%, than were clerical workers, 51%, and blue-collar workers, 47%. Blue-collar workers reported more flow in leisure, 20%, than clerical workers, 16%, and managers, 15%, did. But even workers on the assembly lines reported they were in flow more than twice as often at work as in leisure, 47%, versus 20%. Conversely, apathy was reported at work more often by blue-collar workers than by managers, 23% versus 11%, and in leisure more often by managers than by blue-collar workers, 61% versus 46%. Whenever people were in flow, either at work or in leisure, they reported it as a much more positive experience than the times they were not in flow. When challenges and skills were both high, they felt happier, more cheerful, stronger, more active, they concentrated more, they felt more creative and satisfied. All these differences in the quality of experience were very significant statistically, and they were more or less the same for every kind of worker. There was only a single exception to this general trend. One of the questions in the response booklet asked respondents to indicate, Again, on 10-point scale from no to yes, their answer to the following question: did you wish you had been doing something else? The extent to which a person answers this with a no is generally a reliable indication of how motivated he or she is at the moment of the signal. The results showed that people wished to be doing something else to a much greater extent when working than when at leisure, and this regardless of whether they were in flow. In other words, motivation was low at work even when it provided flow, and it was high in leisure even when the quality of experience was low. Thus we have the paradoxical situation: on the job people feel skillful and challenged, and therefore feel more happy, strong, creative, and satisfied. In their free time people feel that there is generally not much to do and their skills are not being used, and therefore they tend to feel more sad, weak, dull, and dissatisfied. Yet they would like to work less and spend more time in leisure. Mihaly, csikszentmihalyi 159. What does this contradictory pattern mean? There are several possible explanations, but one conclusion seems inevitable: when it comes to work, people do not heed the evidence of their senses. They disregard the quality of immediate experience, and base their motivation instead on the strongly rooted cultural stereotype of what work is supposed to be like. They think of it as an imposition, a constraint, an infringement of their freedom, and therefore something to be avoided as much as possible. It could be argued that although flow at work is enjoyable, people cannot stand high levels of challenge all the time. They need to recover at home, to turn into couch potatoes for a few hours each day even though they don't enjoy it. But comparative examples seem to contradict this argument. For instance, the farmers of Pontrentas work much harder, and for longer hours, than the average American, and the challenges face in their daily round require at least as high levels of concentration and involvement. Yet they don't wish to be doing something else while working, and afterward, instead of relaxing, they fill their free time with demanding leisure activities. As these findings suggest, the apathy of many of the people around us is not due to their being physically or mentally exhausted. The problem seems to lie more in the modern worker's relation to his job, with the way he perceives his goals in relation to it. When we feel that we are investing attention in a task against our will, it is as if our psychic energy is being wasted. Instead of helping us reach our own goals, it is called upon to make someone else's come true. The time channeled into such a task is perceived as time subtracted from the total available for our life. Many people consider their jobs as something they have to do, a burden imposed from the outside, an effort that takes life away from the leisure of their existence. So even though the momentary on-the-job experience may be positive, they tend to discount it, because it does not contribute to their own long-range goals. It should be stressed, however, that dissatisfaction is a relative term. According to large-scale national surveys conducted between 1972 and 1978, only 3% of American workers said they were very dissatisfied with their jobs, while 52% said they were very satisfied, one of the highest rates in industrialized nations. But one can love one's job and still be displeased with some aspects of it, and try to improve what is not perfect. In our studies, we find that American workers tend to mention three main reasons for their dissatisfaction with their jobs, all of which are related to the quality of experience typically available to them at work, even though, as we have just seen, 160 flow. Their experience at work tends to be better than it is at home. Contrary to popular opinion, salary and other material concerns are generally not among their most pressing concerns. The first and perhaps most important complaint concerns the lack of variety and challenge. This can be a problem for everyone, but especially for those in lower-level occupations in which routine plays a major role. The second has to do with conflicts with other people on the job, especially bosses. The third reason involves burnout, too much pressure, too much stress, too little time to think for oneself, too little time to spend with the family. This is a factor that particularly troubles the higher echelons, executives and managers. Such complaints are real enough, as they refer to objective conditions, yet they can be addressed by a subjective shift in one's consciousness. Variety and challenge, for instance, are in one sense inherent characteristics of jobs, but they also depend on how one perceives opportunities. Ting, Serafina, and Joe saw challenges in tasks that most people would find dull and meaningless. Whether a job has variety or not ultimately depends more on a person's approach to it than on actual working conditions. The same is true of the other causes of dissatisfaction. Getting along with coworkers and supervisors might be difficult, but generally can be managed if one makes the attempt. Conflict at work is often due to a person's feeling defensive out of a fear of losing face. To prove himself, he sets certain goals for how others should treat him, and then expects rigidly that others will fulfill those expectations. This rarely happens as planned, however, because others also have an agenda for their own rigid goals to be achieved. Perhaps the best way to avoid this impasse is to set the challenge of reaching one's goals while helping the boss and colleagues reach theirs. It is less direct and more time-consuming than forging ahead to satisfy one's interests regardless of what happens to others, but in the long run it seldom fails. Finally, stresses and pressures are clearly the most subjective aspects of a job, and therefore the ones that should be most amenable to the control of consciousness. Stress exists only if we experience it. It takes the most extreme objective conditions to cause it directly. The same amount of pressure will wilt one person and be a welcome challenge to another. There are hundreds of ways to relieve stress, some based on better organization, delegation of responsibility, better communication with coworkers and supervisors. Others are based on factors external to the job, such as improved home life, leisure patterns, or inner disciplines like transcendental meditation. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 161. These piecemeal solutions may help, but the only real answer to coping with work stress is to consider it part of a general strategy to improve the overall quality of experience. Of course, this is easier said than done. To do so involves mobilizing psychic energy and keeping it focused on personally forged goals, despite inevitable distractions. Various ways of coping with external stress will be discussed later, in Chapter 9. Now it may be useful to consider how the use of leisure time contributes, or fails to contribute, to the overall quality of life. The waste of free time. Although, as we have seen, people generally long to leave their places of work and get home, ready to put their hard-earned free time to good use, all too often they have no idea what to do there. Ironically, jobs are actually easier to enjoy than free time, because like flow activities they have built-in goals, feedback, rules, and challenges, all of which encourage one to become involved in one's work, to concentrate and lose oneself in it. Free time, on the other hand, is unstructured, and requires much greater effort to be shaped into something that can be enjoyed. Hobbies that demand skill, habits that set goals and limits, personal interests, and especially inner discipline help to make leisure what it is supposed to be, a chance for recreation. But on the whole, people miss the opportunity to enjoy leisure even more thoroughly than they do with working time. Over 60 years ago, the great American sociologist Robert Park already noted, "It is in the improvident use of our leisure, I suspect, that the greatest wastes of American life occur." The tremendous leisure industry that has arisen in the last few generations has been designed to help fill free time with enjoyable experiences. Nevertheless, instead of using our physical and mental resources to experience flow, most of us spend many hours each week watching celebrated athletes playing in enormous stadiums. Instead of making music, we listen to platinum records cut by millionaire musicians. Instead of making art, we go to admire paintings that brought in the highest bids at the latest auction. We do not run risks acting on our beliefs, but occupy us each day watching actors who pretend to have adventures, engaged in mock meaningful action. This vicarious participation is able to mask, at least temporarily, the unvarying emptiness of wasted time. but it is a very pale substitute for attention invested in real challenges. The flow experience that results from the use of skills leads to growth. Passive entertainment leads nowhere. Collect. Ively we are wasting each year the equivalent of millions. 162 flow of years of human consciousness. The energy that could be used to focus on complex goals, to provide for enjoyable growth, is squandered on patterns of stimulation that only mimic reality. Mass leisure, mass culture, and even high culture, when only attended to passively and for extrinsic reasons, such as the wish to flaunt one's status, are parasites of the mind. They absorb psychic energy without providing substantive strength in return. They leave us more exhausted, more disheartened than we were before. Unless a person takes charge of them, both work and free time are likely to be disappointing. Most jobs and many leisure activities, especially those involving the passive consumption of mass media, are not designed to make us happy and strong. Their purpose is to make money for someone else. If we allow them to, they can suck out the marrow of our lives, leaving only feeble husks. But like everything else, work and leisure can be created for our needs. People who learn to enjoy their work, who do not waste their free time, end up feeling that their lives as a whole have become much more worthwhile. The future, wrote C.K. Brightbiller, will belong not only to the educated man, but to the man who is educated to use his leisure wisely. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 163. 8. Enjoy solitude and other people. Studies on flow have demonstrated repeatedly that more than anything else, the quality of life depends on two factors: how we experience work, and our relations with other people. The most detailed information about who we are as individuals comes from those we communicate with, and from the way we accomplish our jobs. Our self is largely defined by what happens in those two contexts, as Freud recognized in his prescription of love and work for happiness. The last chapter reviewed some of the flow potentials of work. Here we will explore relationships with family and friends, to determine how they can become the source of enjoyable experience. Whether we are in the company of other people or not makes a great difference to the quality of experience. We are biologically programmed to find other human beings the most important objects in the world, because they can make life either very interesting and fulfilling or utterly miserable. How we manage relationships with them makes an enormous difference to our happiness. If we learn to make our relations with others more like flow experiences, our quality of life as a whole is going to be much improved. On the other hand, we also value privacy and often wish to be left alone. Yet it frequently turns out that as soon as we begin to grow depressed. It is typical for people in this situation to feel lonely, to feel that there is no challenge, there is nothing to do. For some. 164. Solitude brings about in milder form the disorienting symptoms of sensory deprivation. Yet unless one learns to tolerate and even enjoy being alone, it is very difficult to accomplish any task that requires undivided concentration. For this reason, it is essential to find ways to control consciousness even when we are left to our own devices. The conflict between being alone and being with others. Of the things that frighten us, the fear of being left out of the flow of human interaction is certainly one of the worst. There is no question that we are social animals. Only in the company of other people do we feel complete. In many preliterate cultures, solitude is thought to be so intolerable that a person makes a great effort never to be alone. Only witches and shamans feel comfortable spending time by themselves. In many different human societies, Australian Aborigines, Amish farmers, West Point cadets, the worst sanction the community can issue is shunning. The person ignored grows gradually depressed, and soon begins to doubt his or her very existence. In some societies, the final outcome of being ostracized is death. The person who is left alone comes to accept the fact that he must be already dead, since no one pays attention to him any longer. Little by little he stops taking care of his body, and eventually passes away. The Latin locution for being alive was inter hominem es, which literally meant to be among men, whereas to be dead was inter hominem es decine, or to cease to be among men. Exiled from the city was, next to being killed outright, the most severe punishment for a Roman citizen, no matter how luxurious his country estate. If banished from the company of his peers, the urban Roman became an invisible man. The same bitter fate is well known to contemporary New Yorkers whenever for some reason they have to leave their city. The density of human contacts that great cities afford is like a soothing balm. People in such centers relish it even when the interactions it provides may be unpleasant or dangerous. The crowds streaming along Fifth Avenue may contain an abundance of muggers and weirdos. Nevertheless, they are exciting and reassuring. Everyone feels more alive when surrounded with other people. Social science surveys have universally concluded that people claim to be most happy with friends and family, or just in the company of others. When they are asked to list pleasant activities that improve their mood for the entire day, the kind of events most often mentioned. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 165 are being with happy people, having people show interest in what I say, being with friends, and being noticed as sexually attractive. One of the major symptoms that sets depressed and unhappy people apart is that they rarely report such events occurring to them. A supportive social network also mitigates stress. An illness or other misfortune is less likely to break a person down if he or she can rely on the emotional support of others. There is no question that we are programmed to seek out the company of peers. It is likely that sooner or later behavioral geneticists will find in our chromosomes the chemical instructions that make us feel so uncomfortable whenever we happen to be alone. There are good reasons why, during the course of evolution, such instructions should have been added to our genes. Animals that develop a competitive edge against other species through cooperation survive much better if they are constantly within sight of one another. Baboons, for instance, who need help from peers to protect themselves against the leopards and hyenas roaming the savannah, have a slim chance of reaching maturity if they leave their troop. The same conditions must have selected for gregariousness as a positive survival trait among our ancestors. Of course, as human adaptation began to rely increasingly on culture, additional reasons for sticking together became important. For instance, the more people grew to depend for survival on knowledge instead of instinct, the more they benefited from sharing their learning mutually. A solitary individual under such conditions became an idiot, which in Greek originally meant a private person, someone who is unable to learn from others. At the same time, paradoxically, there is a long tradition of wisdom warning us that hell is other people. The Hindu sage and the Christian hermit sought peace away from the madding crowd. And when we examine the most negative experiences in the life of average people, we find the other side of the glittering coin of gregariousness. The most painful events are also those that involve relationships. Unfair bosses and rude customers make us unhappy on the job. At home, an uncaring spouse, an ungrateful child, and interfering in-laws are the prime sources of abuse. How is it possible to reconcile the fact that people cause both the best and the worst times? This apparent contradiction is actually not that difficult to resolve. Like anything else that really matters, relationships make us extremely happy when they go well, and very depressed when they don't work out. People are the most flexible, the most changeable aspect of the environment we have to deal with. The same person can make morning 166 flow wonderful and the evening miserable. Because we depend so much on the affection and approval of others, we are extremely vulnerable to how we are treated by them. Therefore, a person who learns to get along with others is going to make a tremendous change for the better quality of life as a whole. This fact is well known to those who write and those who read books with titles such as How to Win Friends and Influence People. Business executives yearn to communicate better so that they can be more effective managers, and debutants read books on etiquette to be accepted and admired by the crowd. Much of this concern reflects an extrinsically motivated desire to manipulate others. But people are not important only because they can help make our goals come true. When they are treated as valuable in their own right, people are the most fulfilling source of happiness. It is the very flexibility of relationships that makes it possible to transform unpleasant interactions into tolerable, or even exciting ones. How we define and interpret a social situation makes a great difference to how people will treat one another, and to how they will feel while doing it. For instance, when our son Mark was 12 years old, he took a shortcut across a rather deserted park one afternoon as he walked home from school. In the middle of the park, he was suddenly confronted by 3 large young men from the neighboring ghetto. "Don't make a move or he'll shoot you," one of them said, nodding toward the third man, who had his hand in his pocket. The 3 took away everything Mark had, some change and a worn Timex. "Now keep on going. Don't run, don't even turn around." So Mark started walking again toward home, and the 3 went in the other direction. After a few steps, however, Mark turned around and tried to catch up with them. "Listen," he called, "I want to talk to you." "Keep going," they shouted back. But he caught up with the trio, and asked if they would reconsider giving him back the watch they had taken. He explained that it was very cheap, and of no possible value to anyone except him. "You see, it was given to me on my birthday by my parents." The 3 were furious, but finally decided to take a vote on whether to give back the watch. The vote went 2-1 in favor of returning it, so Mark walked proudly home without change but with the old watch in his pocket. Of course, it took his parents a lot longer to recover from the experience. From an adult perspective, Mark was foolish to possibly risk his life for an old watch, no matter how sentimentally valued it was. But this episode illustrates an important general point, that a social situation has mihaly csikszentmihalyi 167. The potential to be transformed by redefining its rules. By not taking on the role of the victim that had been imposed on him, and by not treating his assailants as robbers, but as reasonable people who might be expected to empathize with the son's attachment to a family keepsake, Mark was able to change the encounter from a hold-up to one that involved, at least to some degree, a rational democratic decision. In this case, his success was largely dependent on luck. The robbers could have been drunk, or alienated beyond the reach of reason, and then he might have been seriously hurt. But the point is still valid. Human relations are malleable, and if a person has the appropriate skills, their rules can be transformed. But before considering in more depth how relationships can be reshaped to provide optimal experiences, it is necessary to take a detour through the realms of solitude. Only after understanding a bit better how being alone affects the mind can we see more clearly why companionship is so indispensable to well-being. The average adult spends about 1/3 of his or her waking time alone, yet we know very little about this huge slice of our lives, except that we heartily dislike it. The pain of loneliness. Most people feel a nearly intolerable sense of emptiness when they are alone, especially with nothing specific to do. Adolescents, adults, and old people all report that their worst experiences have taken place in solitude. Almost every activity is more enjoyable with another person around, and less so when one does it alone. People are more happy, alert, and cheerful if there are others present, compared to how they feel alone, whether they are working on an assembly line or watching television. But the most depressing condition is not that of working or watching TV alone. The worst moods are reported when one is alone and there is nothing that needs to be done. For people in our studies who live by themselves and do not attend church, Sunday mornings are the lowest part of the week, because with no demands on attention, they are unable to decide what to do. The rest of the week psychic energy is directed by external routines, work, shopping, favorite TV shows, and so on. But what is one to do Sunday morning after breakfast, after having browsed through the papers? For many, The lack of structure of those hours is devastating. Generally by noon a decision is made: I'll mow the lawn, visit relatives, or watch the football game. A sense of purpose then returns, and attention is focused on the next goal. Why is solitude such a negative experience? The bottom line N. 168 flow. SWR is that keeping order in the mind from within is very difficult. We need external goals, external stimulation, external feedback to keep attention directed. And when external input is lacking, attention begins to wander, and thoughts become chaotic, resulting in the state we have called psychic entropy in Chapter 2. When left alone, the typical teenager begins to wonder, what is my girlfriend doing now? Am I getting zits? Will I get to finish the math assignment on time? Are those dudes I had a fight with yesterday going to beat me up? In other words, with nothing to do, the mind is unable to prevent negative thoughts from elbowing their way to center stage. And unless one learns to control consciousness, the same situation confronts adults. Worries about one's love life, health, investments, family, and job are always hovering at the periphery of attention, waiting until there is nothing pressing that demands concentration. As soon as the mind is ready to relax, zap, the potential problems that were waiting in the wings take over. It is for this reason that television proves such a boon to so many people. Although watching TV is far from being a positive experience, generally people report feeling passive, weak, rather irritable, and sad when doing it. At least the flickering screen brings a certain amount of order to consciousness. The predictable plots, familiar characters, and even the redundant commercials provide a reassuring pattern of stimulation. The screen invites attention to itself as a manageable, restricted aspect of the environment. While interacting with television, the mind is protected from personal worries. The information passing across the screen keeps unpleasant concerns out of the mind. Of course, avoiding depression this way is rather spendthrift, because one expends a great deal of attention without having much to show for it afterward. More drastic ways of coping with the dread of solitude include the regular use of drugs, or the recourse to obsessive practices, which may range from cleaning the house incessantly to compulsive sexual behavior. While under the influence of chemicals, the self is relieved from the responsibility of directing its psychic energy, we can sit back and watch the patterns of thought that the drug is providing for. Whatever happens, it's out of our hands. And like television, the drug keeps the mind from having to face depressing thoughts. While alcohol and other drugs are capable of producing optimal experiences, they are usually at a very low level of complexity. Unless consumed in highly skilled ritual contexts, as is practiced in many traditional societies, what drugs in fact do is reduce perception of both what can be accomplished and what we as individuals are able to accomplish, until the two are in balance. This mihaly csikszentmihalyi 169 is a pleasant state of affairs, but it is only a misleading simulation of that enjoyment that comes from increasing opportunities for actions and the abilities to act. Some people will disagree strongly with this description of how drugs affect the mind. After all, for the past quarter century we have been told with increasing confidence that drugs are consciousness expanding, and that using them enhances creativity. But the evidence suggests that while chemicals do alter the content and the organization of consciousness, they do not expand or increase the self's control over its function. Yet to accomplish anything creative, one must achieve just such control. Therefore, while psychotropic drugs do provide a wider variety of mental experiences than one would encounter under normal sensory conditions, they do so without adding to our ability to order them effectively. Many contemporary artists experiment with hallucinogens in the hope of creating work as mysteriously haunting as those verses of the Kubla Khan that Samuel Coleridge allegedly composed under the influence of laudanum. Sooner or later, however, they realize that the composition of any work of art requires a sober mind. Work is carried out under the influence of drugs lacks the complexity we expect from good art. It tends to be obvious and self-indulgent. A chemically altered consciousness may bring forth unusual images, thoughts, and feelings that later, when clarity returns, the artist can use. The danger is that in becoming dependent on chemicals for patterning the mind, he risks losing the ability to control it by himself. Much of what passes for sexuality is also just a way of imposing an external order on our thoughts, of killing time, without having to confront the peril of solitude. Not surprisingly, watching TV and having sex can become roughly interchangeable activities. The habits of pornography and depersonalized sex build on the genetically programmed attraction of images and activities related to reproduction. They focus attention naturally and pleasurably, and in so doing help to exclude unwanted contents from the mind. What they fail to do is develop any of the attentional habits that might lead to a greater complexity of consciousness. The same argument holds for what might, first sight, seem the opposite of pleasure: masochistic behavior, risk-taking, gambling. These ways that people find to hurt or frighten themselves do not require a great deal of skill, but they do help one to achieve the sensation of direct experience. Even pain is better than the chaos that seeps into an unfocused mind. Hurting oneself, whether physically or emotionally, n. 170 flow, shows that attention can be focused on something that, although painful, is at least controllable, since we are the ones causing it. The ultimate test for the ability to control the quality of experience is what a person does in solitude, with no external demands to give structure to attention. It is relatively easy to become involved with a job, to enjoy the company of friends, to be entertained in a theater or at a concert. But what happens when we are left to our own devices? Alone, when the dark night of the soul descends, are we forced into frantic attempts to distract the mind from its coming? Or are we able to take on activities that are not only enjoyable, but make the self grow? To fill free time with activities that require concentration, that increase skills, that lead to a development of the self, is not the same as killing time by watching television or taking recreational drugs. Although both strategies might be seen as different ways of coping with the same threat of chaos, as defenses against ontological anxiety, the former leads to growth, while the latter merely serves to keep the mind from unraveling. A person who rarely gets bored, who does not constantly need a favorable external environment to enjoy the moment, has passed the test for having achieved a creative life. Learning to use time alone, instead of escaping from it, is especially important in our early years. Teenagers who can't bear solitude disqualify themselves from later carrying out adult tasks that require serious mental preparation. A typical scenario familiar to many parents involves a teenager who comes back from school, drops the books in his bedroom, and after taking a snack from the refrigerator immediately heads for the phone to get in touch with his friends. If there is nothing going on there, he will turn on the stereo or the TV. If by any chance he is tempted to open a book, the resolve is unlikely to last long. To study means to concentrate on difficult patterns of information, and sooner or later even the most disciplined mind drifts away from the relentless templates on the page to pursue more pleasant thoughts. But it is difficult to summon up pleasant thoughts at will. Instead, one's mind typically is besieged by the usual visitors, the shadowy phantoms that intrude on the unstructured mind. The teenager begins to worry about his looks, his popularity, his chances in life. To repel these intrusions, he must find something else to occupy his consciousness. Studying won't do, because it is too difficult. The adolescent is ready to do almost anything to take his mind off this situation, provided it does not take too much psychic energy. The usual solution is to turn back to the familiar routine of music, TV, or a friend with whom to while the time away. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 171. With every passing decade, our culture becomes more dependent on information technology. To survive in such an environment, a person must become familiar with abstract symbolic languages. A few generations ago, someone who did not know how to read and write would still have found a job that provided a good income and reasonable dignity. A farmer, a blacksmith, a small merchant could learn the skills required for his vocation as an apprentice to older experts and do well without mastering a symbolic system. Nowadays, even the simplest jobs rely on written instructions, and more complex occupations require specialized knowledge that one must learn the hard way, alone. Adolescents who never learn to control their consciousness grow up to be adults without a discipline. They lack the complex skills that will help them survive in a competitive, information-intensive environment. And what is even more important, they never learn how to enjoy living. They do not acquire the habit of finding challenges that bring out hidden potentials for growth. But the teenage years are not the only time when it is crucial to learn how to exploit the opportunities of solitude. Unfortunately, too many adults feel that once they have hit 20 or 30, or certainly 40, they are entitled to relax in whatever habitual grooves they have established. They have paid their dues, they have learned the tricks it takes to survive, and from now on they can proceed on cruise control. Equipped with the bare minimum of inner discipline, such people inevitably accumulate entropy with each passing year. Career disappointments, the failure of physical health, the usual slings and arrows of fate build up a mass of negative information that increasingly threatens their peace of mind. How does one keep these problems away? If a person does not know how to control attention in solitude, he will inevitably turn to the external solutions, drugs, entertainment, excitement, whatever dulls or distracts the mind. But such responses are regressive, they do not lead forward. The way to grow while enjoying life is to create a high form of order out of the entropy that is an inevitable condition of living. This means taking each new challenge not as something to be repressed or avoided, but as an opportunity for learning and for improving skills. When physical vigor fails with age, for example, it means that one will be ready to turn one's energies from the mastery of the external world to a deeper exploration of inner reality. It means that one can finally read Proust, take up chess, grow orchids, help one's neighbors, and think about God, if these are the things one has decided are worth pursuing. But it is difficult to accomplish any of them unless one has earlier acquired the habit of using solitude to good advantage. 172 Flow. It is best to develop this habit early, but it is never too late to do so. In the previous chapters, we have reviewed some of the ways the body and the mind can make flow happen. When a person is able to call upon such activities at will, regardless of what is happening externally, then one has learned how to shape the quality of life. Taming solitude. Every rule has its exceptions, and even though most people dread solitude, there are some individuals who live alone by choice. Whosoever is delighted in solitude, goes the old saying that Francis Bacon repeated, is either a wild beast or a god. One does not actually have to be a god, but it is true that to enjoy being alone a person must build his own mental routines, so that he can achieve flow without the supports of civilized life, without other people, without jobs, TV, theaters, restaurants, or libraries to help channel his attention. One interesting example of this type of person is a woman named Dorothy, who lives on a tiny island in the lonely region of lakes and forests of northern Minnesota, along the Canadian border. Originally a nurse in a large city, Dorothy moved to the wilderness after her husband died and their children grew up. During the 3 summer months, fishermen canoeing across her lake stop at the island to have a chat. But during the long winters she is completely alone for months on end. Dorothy has had to hang heavy drapes on the windows of her cabin, because it used to unnerve her to see packs of wolves, their noses flattened against the window panes, looking at her longingly when she woke up in the mornings. Like other people who live alone in the wilderness, Dorothy has tried to personalize her surroundings to an uncommon degree. There are fleur tubs, garden gnomes, discarded tools all over the grounds. Most trees have signs nailed to them, filled with doggerel rhymes, corny jokes, or hoary cartoons pointing to the sheds and outhouses. To an urban visitor, the island is the epitome of kitsch. As extensions of Dorothy's taste, this junk creates a familiar environment where her mind can be at ease. In the midst of untamed nature, she has introduced her own idiosyncratic style, her own civilization. Inside, her favorite objects recall Dorothy's goals. She has stamped her preferences on chaos. More important than structuring space, perhaps, is structuring time. Dorothy has strict routines for every day of the year. Up by 5, check the hens for eggs, milk the goat, split wood, make breakfast, wash, sew, fish, and so on. Like the colonial Englishman who shaved and mihaly csikszentmihalyi 173. Dressed impeccably every evening in their lonely outposts, Dorothy also has learned that to keep control in an alien environment one must impose one's own order on the wilderness. The long evenings taken up by reading and writing. Books on every imaginable subject line the walls of her 2 cabins. Then there are the occasional trips for supplies, and in the summer some variety is introduced by visits of fishermen passing through. Dorothy seems to like people, but she likes being in control of her own world even more. One can survive solitude, but only if one finds ways of ordering attention that will prevent entropy from destructuring the mind. Susan Butcher, the dog breeder and trainer who races sleds in the Arctic for up to 11 days on end while trying to elude the attacks of rogue moose and wolves, moved years ago from Massachusetts to live in a cabin 25 miles from the nearest village of Manly, Alaska, population 62. Before her marriage, she lived alone with her 150 huskies. She doesn't have the time to feel lonely, hunting for food and caring for her dogs, who require her attention 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, prevent that. She knows each dog by name, and the name of each dog's parents and grandparents. She knows their temperaments, preferences, eating habits, and current health. Susan claims she would rather live this way than do anything else. The routines she has built demand that her consciousness be focused on manageable tasks all of the time, thereby making life a continuous flow experience. A friend who likes to cross oceans alone on a sailboat once told an anecdote that illustrates the lengths to which solitary cruisers sometimes have to go in order to keep their minds focused. Approaching the Azores on an eastward crossing of the Atlantic, about 800 miles short of the Portuguese coast, and after many days without sighting a sail, he saw another small craft heading the opposite way. It was a welcome opportunity to visit with a fellow cruiser, and the 2 boats set course to meet in the open sea, side by side. The man in the other boat had been scrubbing his deck, which was partly covered by a foul-smelling, sticky yellow substance. "How did you get your boat so dirty?" asked my friend to break the ice. "Well, you see," shrugged the other, "it's just a mess of rotten eggs." My friend admitted that it wasn't obvious to him how so many rotten eggs happened to get smeared over a boat in the middle of the ocean. "Well," said the man, "the fridge gave out, and the eggs spoiled. There hasn't been any wine for days, and I was getting really bored. So I thought that instead of tossing the eggs overboard, I would break them over the deck, so that I would get to clean them off afterward. I let them set for a while so it would be harder to clean them off, but I didn't figure on them smelling so bad." In 174 flow. Ordinary circumstances, solo sailors have plenty to keep their minds occupied. Their survival depends on being ever alert to the conditions of the boat and of the sea. It is this constant concentration on a workable goal that makes sailing so enjoyable. But when the doldrums set in, they might have to go to heroic lengths to find any challenge at all. Is coping with loneliness by letting unnecessary yet demanding rituals give shape to the mind any different from taking drugs or watching TV constantly? It could be argued that Dorothy and the other hermits are escaping from reality, just as effectively as addicts are. In both cases, psychic entropy is avoided by taking the mind off unpleasant thoughts and feelings. Yet how one copes with solitude makes all the difference. If being alone is seen as a chance to accomplish goals that cannot be reached in the company of others, then instead of feeling lonely, a person will enjoy solitude and might be able to learn new skills in the process. On the other hand, if solitude is seen as a condition to be avoided at all costs instead of as a challenge, the person will panic and resort to distractions that cannot lead to higher levels of complexity. Breeding furry dogs and racing sleds through Arctic forests might seem like a rather primitive endeavor, compared to the glamorous antics of playboys or cocaine users. Yet in terms of psychic organization, the former is infinitely more complex than the latter. Lifestyles built on pleasure survive only in symbiosis with complex cultures based on hard work and enjoyment. But when the culture is no longer able or willing to support unproductive hedonists, those addicted to pleasure, lacking skills and discipline and therefore unable to fend for themselves, find themselves lost and helpless. This is not to imply that the only way to achieve control over consciousness is to move to Alaska and hunt moose. A person can master flow activities in almost any environment. A few will need to live in the wilderness, or to spend long periods of time alone at sea. Most people will prefer to be surrounded by the reassuring hustle and bustle of human interaction. However, solitude is a problem that must be confronted whether one lives in southern Manhattan or the northern reaches of Alaska. Unless a person learns to enjoy it, much of life will be spent desperately trying to avoid its ill effects. Flow and the family. Some of the most intense and meaningful experiences in people's lives are the result of family relationships. Many successful men and women would second Lee Iacocca's statement, "I have had a wonderful and successful career. But next to my family, it really hasn't mattered at all." Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 175. Throughout history, people have been born into and have spent their entire lives in kinship groups. Families have varied greatly in size and composition, but everywhere individuals feel a special intimacy toward relatives, with whom they interact more often than with people outside the family. Sociobiologists claim that this familial loyalty is proportional to the amount of genes that any two persons share. For instance, a brother and a sister will have half their genes in common, while two cousins only half as many again. In this scenario, siblings will, on the average, help each other out twice as much as cousins. Thus, the special feelings we have for our relatives are simply a mechanism designed to ensure that the gene's own kind will be preserved and replicated. There are certainly strong biological reasons for our having a particular attachment to relatives. No slowly maturing mammalian species could have survived without some built-in mechanism that made most adults feel responsible for their young, and the young feel dependent on the old. For that reason, the bond of the newborn human infant to its caretakers, and vice versa, is especially strong. But the actual kinds of relationships families have supported have been astonishingly diverse in various cultures, and at various times. For instance, whether marriage is polygamous or monogamous, or whether it is patrilineal or matrilineal, has a rather strong influence on the kind of daily experiences husbands, wives, and children have with one another. So do less obvious features of family structure, such as specific patterns of inheritance. The many small principalities into which Germany had been divided until about a century ago each had laws of inheritance that were based either on primogeniture, where the oldest son was left the entire family estate, or on an equal division of the estate among all sons. Which of these methods for transmitting property was adopted seems to have been due almost entirely to chance, yet the choice had profound economic implications. Primogeniture led to concentration of capital in the lands that used this method, which in turn led to industrialization, whereas equal sharing led to the fragmentation of property and industrial underdevelopment. More pertinent to our story, the relationship between siblings in a culture that had adopted primogeniture must have been substantially different from one in which equal economic benefits accrued to all children. The feelings brothers and sisters had for one another, what they expected from one another, their reciprocal rights and responsibilities, were to a large extent built into the peculiar form of the family system. As this example demonstrates, while genetic programming may predispose us to 176 flow attachment to family members, the cultural context will have a great deal to do with the strength and direction of that attachment. Because the family is our first and in many ways our most important social environment, quality of life depends to a large extent on how well a person succeeds in making the interaction with his or her relatives enjoyable. For no matter how strong the ties biology and culture have forged between family members, it is no secret that there is great variety in how people feel about their relatives. Some families are warm and supportive, some are challenging and demanding, others threaten the self of their members at every turn, still others are just insufferably boring. The frequency of murder is much higher among family members than among unrelated people. Child abuse and incestuous sexual molestation, once thought to be rare deviations from the norm, apparently occur much more often than anyone had previously suspected. In John Fletcher's words, "Those have most power to hurt us that we love." It is clear that the family can make one very happy, or be an unbearable burden. Which one it will be depend, to a great extent, on how much psychic energy family members invest in the mutual relationship, and especially in each other's goals. Every relationship requires a reorienting of attention, a repositioning of goals. When two people begin to go out together, they must accept certain constraints that each person alone did not have. Schedules have to be coordinated, plans modified. Even something as simple as a dinner date imposes compromises as to time, place, type of food, and so on. To some degree the couple will have to respond with similar emotions to the stimuli they encounter. The relationship will probably not last long if the man loves a movie that the woman hates, and vice versa. When two people choose to focus their attention on each other, both will have to change their habits. As a result, the pattern of their consciousness will also have to change. Getting married requires a radical and permanent reorientations of attentional habits. When a child is added to the pair, both parents have to readapt again to accommodate the needs of the infant. Their sleep cycle must change, they will go out less often, the wife may give up her job, they may have to start saving for the child's education. All this can be very hard work, and it can also be very frustrating. If a person is unwilling to adjust personal goals when starting a relationship, then a lot of what subsequently happens in that relationship will produce disorder in the person's consciousness, because novel patterns of interaction will conflict with old patterns of expectation. A bachelor may have, on his list of priorities, to drive a sleek sports car and to spend mihaly csikszentmihalyi 177 a few weeks each winter in the Caribbean. Later he decides to marry and have a child. As he realizes these latter goals, however, he discovers that they are incompatible with the prior ones. He can't afford a Maserati and the Bahamas are out of reach. Unless he revises goals, they will be frustrated, producing that sense of conflict known as psychic entropy. And if he changes goals, his self will change as a consequence, the self being the sum and organization of goals. In this manner, entering any relationship entails a transformation of the self. Until a few decades ago, families tended to stay together because parents and children were forced to continue the relationship for extrinsic reasons. If divorces were rare in the past, it wasn't because husbands and wives loved each other more in the old times, but because husbands needed someone to cook and keep house, wives needed someone to bring home the bacon, and children needed both parents in order to eat, sleep, and get a start in the world. The family values that the elders spent so much effort inculcating in the young were a reflection of this simple necessity, even when it was rooted in religious and moral considerations. Of course, once family values were taught as being important, People learn to take them seriously, and they helped keep families from disintegrating. All too often, however, the moral rules were seen as an outside imposition, an external constraint under which husbands, wives, and children chafed. In such cases, the family may have remained intact physically, but it was internally riven with conflicts and hatred. The current disintegration of the family is the result of the slow disappearance of external reasons for staying married. The increase in the divorce rate is probably more affected by changes in the labor market that have increased women's employment opportunities, and by the diffusion of labor-saving home appliances, than it is by a lessening of love or of moral fiber. But extrinsic reasons are not the only ones for staying married and for living together in families. There are great opportunities for joy and for growth that can only be experienced in family life, and these intrinsic rewards are no less present now than they were in the past. In fact, they are probably much more readily available today than they have been at any previous time. If the trend of traditional families keeping together mainly as a convenience is on the wane, the number of families that endure because their members enjoy each other may be increasing. Of course, because external forces are still much more powerful than internal ones, the net effect is likely to be a further fragmentation of family life for some time to come. But the families that do persevere will be in 178 flow. A better position to help their members develop a rich self that families held together against their will are able to do. There have been endless discussions about whether humans are naturally promiscuous, polygamous, or monogamous, and whether in terms of cultural evolution monogamy is the highest form of family organization. It is important to realize that these questions deal only with the extrinsic conditions shaping marriage relationships. And on that count, the bottom line seems to be that marriages will take the form that most efficiently ensures survival. Even members of the same animal species will vary their patterns of relationship so as to adapt best in a given environment. For instance, the male long-billed marsh wren, Cystothorus palustris, is polygamous in Washington, where swamps vary in quality and females are attracted to those few males who have rich territories, leaving the less lucky ones to a life of enforced bachelorhood. The same wrens are monogamous in Georgia. Not so much because that state is part of the Bible Belt, but because the marshes all have roughly the same amount of food and cover, and so each male can attract a doting spouse to an equally comfortable nesting site. The form the human family takes is a response to similar kinds of environmental pressures. In terms of extrinsic reasons, we are monogamous because in technological societies based on a money economy, time has proven this to be a more convenient arrangement. But the issue we have to confront as individuals is not whether humans are naturally monogamous or not, but whether we want to be monogamous or not. And in answering that question, we need to weigh all the consequences of our choice. It is customary to think of marriage as the end of freedom, and some refer to their spouses as old ball and chain. The notion of family life typically implies constraints, responsibilities that interfere with one's goals, and freedom of action. While this is true, especially when the marriage is one of convenience, what we tend to forget is that these rules and obligations are no different, in principle, than those rules that constrain behavior in a game. Like all rules, they exclude a wide range of possibilities so that we might concentrate fully on a selected set of options. Cicero once wrote that to be completely free one must become a slave to a set of laws. In other words, accepting limitations is liberating. For example, by making up one's mind to invest psychic energy exclusively in a monogamous marriage, regardless of any problems, obstacles, or more attractive options that may come along later, one is free of the constant pressure of trying to maximize emotional returns. Having made mihaly csikszentmihalyi 179 the commitment that an old-fashioned marriage demands, and having made it willingly instead of being compelled by tradition, a person no longer needs to worry whether she has made the right choice, or whether the grass might be greener somewhere else. As a result, a great deal of energy gets freed up for living, instead of being spent on wonder about how to live. If one decides to accept the traditional form of the family, complete with a monogamous marriage, and with a close involvement with children, with relatives, and with community, it is important to consider beforehand how family life can be turned into a flow activity. Because if it is not, boredom and frustration will inevitably set in, and then the relationship is likely to break up unless there are strong external factors keeping it together. To provide flow, a family has to have a goal for its existence. Extrinsic reasons are not sufficient. It is not enough to feel that, well, everybody else is married, it is natural to have children, or to can live as cheaply as one. These attitudes may encourage one to start a family, and may even be strong enough to keep it going, but they cannot make family life enjoyable. Positive goals are necessary to focus the psychic energies of parents and children on common tasks. Some of these goals might be very general and long-term, such as planning a particular lifestyle, to build an ideal home, to provide the best possible education for the children, or to implement a religious way of living in a modern secularized society. For such goals to result in interactions that will help increase the complexity of its members, the family must be both differentiated and integrated. Differentiation means that each person is encouraged to develop his or her unique traits, maximize personal skills, set individual goals. Integration, in contrast, guarantees that what happens to one person will affect all others. If a child is proud of what she accomplished in school, the rest of the family will pay attention and will be proud of her, too. If the mother is tired and depressed, the family will try to help and cheer her up. In an integrated family, each person's goals matter to all others. In addition to long-term goals, it is imperative to have a constant supply of short-term objectives. These may include simple tasks like buying a new sofa, going on a picnic, planning for a vacation, or playing a game of Scrabble together on Sunday afternoon. Unless there are goals that the whole family is willing to share, it is almost impossible for its members to be physically together, let alone involved in an enjoyable joint activity. Here again, differentiation and integration are important. The common goals should reflect the goals of individual members as 180 flow. Much as possible. If Eric wants to go to a motocross race, and Erica would like to go to the aquarium, it should be possible for everyone to watch the race one weekend, and then visit the aquarium the next. The beauty of such an arrangement is that Erica is likely to enjoy some of the aspects of bike racing, and Rick might actually get to appreciate looking at fish, even though neither would have discovered as much if left to his or her own prejudices. As with any other flow activity, family activities should also provide clear feedback. In this case, it is simply a matter of keeping open channels of communication. If a husband does not know what bothers his wife, and vice versa, neither has the opportunity to reduce the inevitable tensions that will arise. In this context, it is worth stressing that entropy is the basic condition of group life, just as it is of personal experience. Unless the partners invest psychic energy in the relationship, conflicts are inevitable. Simply because each individual has goals that are to a certain extent divergent from those of all other members of the family. Without good lines of communication, the distortions will become amplified, until the relationship falls apart. Feedback is also crucial to determine whether family goals are being achieved. My wife and I used to think that taking our children to the zoo on a Sunday every few months was a splendid educational activity, and one that we could all enjoy. But when our oldest child turned 10, we stopped going because he had become seriously distressed with the idea of animals being confined in restricted spaces. It is a fact of life that sooner or later all children will express the opinion that common family activities are dumb. At this point, forcing them to do things together tends to be counterproductive. So most parents just give up and abandon their teenagers to the peer culture. The more fruitful, if more difficult, strategy is to find a new set of activities that will continue to keep the family group involved. The balancing of challenges and skills is another factor as necessary in enjoying social relationships in general, and family life in particular, as it is for any other flow activity. When a man and a woman are first attracted to each other, the opportunities for action are usually clear enough. Ever since the dawn of time, the most basic challenge for the swain has been, can I make her, and for the maid, can I catch him? Usually, and depending on the partner's level of skill, a host of more complex challenges are also perceived, to find out what sort of a person the other really is, what movies she likes, what he thinks about South Africa, and whether the encounter is likely to develop into a meaningful relationship. Then there are fun things to do together, places too. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 181. Visit, parties to go to and talk about afterward, and so on. With time one gets to know the other person well, and the obvious challenges have been exhausted. All the usual gambits have been tried, the other person's reactions have become predictable. Sexual play has lost its first excitement. At this point, the relationship is in danger of becoming a boring routine that might be kept alive by mutual convenience, but is unlikely to provide further enjoyment, or spark a new growth in complexity. The only way to restore flow to the relationship is by finding new challenges in it. These might involve steps as simple as varying the routines of eating, sleeping, or shopping. They might involve making an effort to talk together about new topics of conversation, visiting new places, making new friends. More than anything else, they involve paying attention to the partner's own complexity, getting to know her at deeper levels than necessary in the earlier days of the relationship, supporting him with sympathy and compassion during the inevitable changes that the years bring. A complex relationship sooner or later faces the big question, whether the two partners are ready to make a lifelong commitment. At that point, a whole new set of challenges presents itself, raising a family together, getting involved in broader community affairs when the children have grown up, working alongside one another. Of course, these things cannot happen without extensive inputs of energy and time, but the payoff in terms of the quality of experience is usually more than worth it. The same need to constantly increase challenges and skills applies to one's relationship with children. During the course of infancy and early childhood, most parents spontaneously enjoy the unfolding of their baby's growth. The first smile, the first word, the first few steps, the first scribbles. Each of these quantum jumps in the child's skills becomes a new joyful challenge, to which parents respond by enriching the child's opportunities to act. From the cradle to the playpen to the playground to kindergarten, the parents keep adjusting the balance of challenges and skills between the child and her environment. But by early adolescence, many teenagers get to be too much to handle. What most parents do at that point is to politely ignore their children's lives, pretending that everything is all right, hoping against hope that it will be. Teenagers are physiologically mature beings, ripe for sexual reproduction, in most societies, and in ours too, a century or so ago, they are considered ready for adult responsibilities and appropriate recognition. Because our present social arrangements, however, do not provide adequate challenges for the skills teenagers have, they must discover OPA. 182 Flow. Opportunities for action outside those sanctioned by adults. The only outlets they find, all too often, are vandalism, delinquency, drugs, and recreational sex. Under existing conditions, it is very difficult for parents to compensate for the poverty of opportunities in the culture at large. In this respect, families living in the richest suburbs are barely better off than families living in the slums. What can a strong, vital, intelligent 15-year-old do in your typical suburb? If you consider that question, you will probably conclude that what is available is either too artificial, or too simple, or not exciting enough to catch a teenager's imagination. It is not surprising that athletics are so important in suburban schools. Compared to the alternatives, they provide some of the most concrete chances to exercise and display one's skills. But there are some steps that families can take to partially alleviate this. wasteland of opportunities. In older times, young men left home for a while as apprentices and traveled to distant towns to be exposed to new challenges. Today something similar exists in America for late teens, the custom of leaving home for college. The problem remains with the period of puberty, roughly the 5 years between 12 and 17. What meaningful challenges can be found for young people that age? The situation is much easier when the parents themselves are involved in understandable and complex activities at home. If the parents enjoy playing music, cooking, reading, gardening, carpentry, or fixing engines in the garage, then it is more likely that their children will find similar activities challenging, and invest enough attention in them to begin enjoy doing something that will help them grow. If parents just talked more about their ideals and dreams, even if these had been frustrated, the children may develop the ambition needed to break through the complacency of their present selves. If nothing else, discussing one's job or the thoughts and events of the day, and treating children as young adults, as friends, help to socialize them into thoughtful adults. But if the father spends all his free time at home vegetating in front of the TV set with a glass of alcohol in his hand, children will naturally assume that adults are boring people who don't know how to have fun, and will turn to the peer group for enjoyment. In poorer communities, youth gangs provide plenty of real challenges for boys. Fights, acts of bravado, and ritual displays such as motorcycle gang parades match the youth's skills with concrete opportunities. In affluent suburbs, not even this arena for action is available to teenagers. Most activities, including school, recreation, and employment, are under adult control and leave little room for the youth's initiative, lacking any meaningful outlet for their skills and creativity. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 183. They may turn to redundant partying, joyriding, malicious gossiping, or drugs and narcissistic introspection to prove to themselves that they are alive. Consciously or not, many young girls feel that becoming pregnant is the only really adult thing they can do, despite its dangers and unpleasant consequences. How to restructure such an environment so as to make it sufficiently challenging is certainly one of the most pressing tasks parents of teenagers face. And it is of no value simply to tell one's strapping adults send children to shape up and do something useful. What does help are living examples and concrete opportunities. If these are not available, one cannot blame the young for taking their own counsel. Some of the tensions of teenage life can be if the family provides a sense of acceptance, control, and self-confidence to the adolescent. A relationship that has these dimensions is one in which people trust one another, and feel totally accepted. One does not have to worry constantly about being liked, being popular, or living up to others' expectations. As the popular sayings go, love means never having to say, "I'm sorry." Home is where you are always welcome. Being assured of one's worth in the eyes of one's king gives a person the strength to take chances. Excessive conformity is usually caused by fear of disapproval. It is much easier for a person to try developing her potential if she knows that no matter what happens, she has a safe emotional base in the family. Unconditional acceptance is especially important to children. If parents threaten to withdraw their love from a child when he fails to measure up, the child's natural playfulness will be gradually replaced by chronic anxiety. However, if the child feels that his parents are unconditionally committed to his welfare, he can then relax and explore the world without fear. Otherwise, he has to allocate psychic energy to his own protection, thereby reducing the amount he can freely dispose of. Early emotional security may well be one of the conditions that helps develop an autotelic personality in children. Without this, it is difficult to let go of the self long enough to experience flow. Love without strings attached does not mean, of course, that relationships should have no standards, no punishment for breaking the rules. When there is no risk attached to transgressing rules, they become meaningless, and without meaningful rules, an activity cannot be enjoyable. Children must know that parents expect certain things from them, and that specific consequences will follow if they don't obey. But they must also recognize that no matter what happens, the parents' concern for them is not in question. 184th law. When a family has a common purpose and open channels of communication, when it provides gradually expanding opportunities for action, a setting of trust, then life in it becomes an enjoyable flow activity. Its members will spontaneously focus their attention on the group relationship, and to a certain extent forget their individual selves, their divergent goals, for the sake of experiencing the joy of belonging to a more complex system that joins separate consciousnesses in a unified goal. One of the most basic delusions of our time is that home life takes care of itself naturally, and that the best strategy for dealing with it is to relax and let it take its course. Men especially like to comfort themselves with this notion. They know how hard it is to succeed on the job, how much effort they have to put into their careers. So at home they just want to unwind, and feel that any serious demand from the family is unwarranted. They often have an almost superstitious faith in the integrity of the home. Only when it is too late, when the wife has become dependent on alcohol, when the children have turned into cold strangers, do many men wake up to the fact that the family, like any other joint enterprise, needs constant investments of psychic energy to assure its existence. To play the trumpet well, a musician cannot let more than a few days pass without practicing. An athlete who does not run regularly will soon be out of shape, and no longer enjoy running. Any manager knows that his company will start falling apart if his attention wanders. In each case, without concentration, a complex activity breaks down into chaos. Why should the family be different? Unconditional acceptance, the complete trust family members ought to have for one another, is meaningful only when it is accompanied by an unstinting investment of attention. Otherwise it is just an empty gesture, a hypocritical pretense indistinguishable from disinterest. Enjoying friends. The worst solitude, wrote Sir Francis Bacon, is to be destitute of sincere friendship. Compared to familial relationships, friendships are much easier to enjoy. We can choose our friends, and usually do so, on the basis of common interests and complementary goals. We need not change ourselves to be with friends, they reinforce our sense of self instead of trying to transform it. While at home there are many boring things we have to accept, like taking out the garbage and raking up leaves, with friends we can concentrate on things that are fun. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 185. It is not surprising that in our studies of the quality of daily experience it has been demonstrated again and again that people report a most positive moods overall when they are with friends. This is not only true of teenagers, young adults also are happier with friends than with anyone else, including their spouses. Even retirees are happier when they are with friends than when they are with their spouses or families. Because a friendship usually involves common goals and common activities, it is, naturally, enjoyable. But like any other activity, this relationship can take a variety of forms, ranging from the destructive to the highly complex. When a friendship is primarily a way of validating one's own insecure sense of self, it will give pleasure, but it will not be enjoyable in our sense, that of fostering growth. For instance, the institution of drinking buddies, so prevalent in small communities all over the world, is a pleasant way for adult males to get together with men they have known all their lives. In the congenial atmosphere of tavern, pub, osteria, beer hall, tea room, or coffee shop, they grind the day away playing cards, darts, or checkers while arguing and teasing one another. Meanwhile everyone feels his existence validated by the reciprocal attention paid to one another's ideas and idiosyncrasies. This type of interaction keeps at bay the disorganization that solitude brings to the passive mind, but without stimulating much growth. It is rather like a collective form of television watching, and although it is more complex in that it requires participation, its actions and phrases tend to be rigidly scripted and highly predictable. Socializing of this kind mimics friendship relations, but it provides few of the benefits of the real thing. Everyone takes pleasure in occasionally passing the time of day chatting, but many people become extremely dependent on a daily fix of superficial contacts. This is especially true for individuals who cannot tolerate solitude and who have little emotional support at home. Teenagers without strong family ties can become so dependent on their peer group that they will do anything to be accepted by it. About 20 years ago in Tucson, Arizona, the entire senior class of a large high school knew for several months that an older dropout from the school, who had kept up a friendship with the younger students, had been killing their classmates and burying their corpses in the desert. Yet none of them reported the crimes to the authorities, who discovered them by chance. The students, all nice middle-class suburban kids, claimed that they could not divulge the murders for fear of being cut by their friends. If those Tucson teenagers had had warm family ties, or 186 flow strong links to other adults in a community, ostracization by their peers would not have been so intolerable. But apparently only the peer group stood between them and solitude. Unfortunately, this is not an unusual story. Now and then one very much like it appears in the media. If the young person feels accepted and cared for at home, however, dependence on the group is lessened, and the teenager can learn to be in control of his relationships with peers. Christopher, who at 15 was a rather shy, quiet boy with glasses and few friends, felt close enough to his parents to explain that he was tired of being left out of the cliques in school, and had decided to become more popular. To do so, Chris outlined a carefully planned strategy. He was to buy contact lenses, wear only fashionable, i.e., funky, clothes, learn about the latest music and teenage fads, and highlight his hair with a blonde dye. I want to see if I can change my personality, he said, and spent many days in front of practicing a laid-back demeanor and a goofy smile. This methodical approach, supported by his parents' collusion, worked well. By the end of the year he was being invited into the best cliques, and the following year he won the part of Conrad Birdie in the school musical. Because he identified with the part of the rock star so well, he became the heartthrob of middle school girls, who taped his picture inside their lockers. The senior yearbook showed him involved in all sorts of successful ventures, such as winning a prize in the Sexy Legs contest. He had indeed succeeded in changing his outward personality, and achieved control of the way his peers saw him. At the same time, the inner organization of his self remained the same. He continued to be a sensitive, generous young man who did not think less of his peers because he learned to manage their opinions or think too highly of himself for having succeeded at it. One of the reasons Chris was able to become popular while many others do not is that he approached his goal with the same detached discipline that an athlete would use to make the football team, or a scientist would apply to an experiment. He was not overwhelmed by the task, but chose realistic challenges he could master on his own. In other words, he transformed the daunting, vague monster of popularity into a feasible flow activity that he ended up enjoying while it gave him a sense of pride and self-esteem. The company of peers, like every other activity, can be experienced at various levels. At the lowest level of complexity it is a pleasurable way to ward off chaos temporarily. At the highest it provides a strong sense of enjoyment and growth. It is in the context of intimate friendships, however, that the most intense experiences occur. These are the kinds of ties about which mihaly csikszentmihalyi 187. Aristotle wrote, "For without friends no one would choose to live, though he had all other goods." To enjoy such one-to-one relationships requires the same conditions that are present in other flow activities. It is necessary not only to have common goals and to provide reciprocal feedback, which even interactions in taverns or at cocktail parties provide, but also to find new challenges in each other's company. These may amount simply to learning more and more about the friend, discovering new facets of his or her unique individuality, and disclosing more of one's own individuality in the process. There are few things as enjoyable as freely sharing one's most secret feelings and thoughts with another person. Even though this sounds like a commonplace, it in fact requires concentrated attention, openness, and sensitivity. In practice, this degree of investment of psychic energy in a friendship is unfortunately rare. Few are willing to commit the energy or the time for it. Friendships allow us to express parts of our beings that we seldom have the opportunity to act out otherwise. One way to describe the skills that every man and woman has is to divide them in two classes: the instrumental and the expressive. Instrumental skills are the ones we learn so that we can cope effectively with the environment. They are basic survival tools, like the cunning of the hunter or the craft of the workman, or intellectual tools, like reading and writing and the specialized knowledge of the professional in our technological society. People who have not learned to find flow in most of the things they undertake generally experience instrumental tasks as extrinsic, because they do not reflect their own choices, but are requirements imposed from the outside. Expressive skills, on the other hand, refer to actions that attempt to externalize our subjective experiences. Singing a song that reflects how we feel, translating our moods into a dance, painting a picture that represents our feelings, telling a joke we like, and going bowling if that is what makes us feel good are forms of expression in this sense. When involved in an expressive activity, we feel in touch with our real self. A person who lives only by instrumental actions without experiencing the spontaneous flow of expressivity eventually becomes indistinguishable from a robot who has been programmed by aliens to mimic human behavior. In the course of normal life, there are few opportunities to experience the feeling fullness expressivity provides. At work, one must behave according to the expectations for one's role, and be a competent mechanic, a sober judge, a deferent waiter. At home, one has to be a caring mother or a respectful son. And in between, on the bus or the subway, one has to turn an impassive face to the world. It is only with 188 flow friends that most people feel they can let their hair down and be themselves. Because we choose friends who share our ultimate goals, these are the people with whom we can sing, dance, share jokes, or go bowling. It is in the company of friends that we can most clearly experience the freedom of the self and learn who we really are. The ideal of a modern marriage is to have one's spouse as a friend. In previous times, when marriages were arranged for the mutual convenience of families, this was considered an impossibility. But now that there are fewer extrinsic pressures to get married, many people claim that their best friend is their spouse. Friendship is not enjoyable unless we take up its expressive challenges. If a person surrounds himself with friends who simply reaffirm his public persona, who never question his dreams and desires, who never force him to try out new ways of being, he misses out on the opportunities friendship presents. A true friend is someone we can occasionally be crazy with, someone who does not expect us to be always true to form. It is someone who shares our goal of self-realization, and therefore is willing to share the risks that any increase in complexity entails. While families provide primarily emotional protection, friendships usually involve mysterious novelty. When people are asked about their warmest memories, they usually remember holidays and vacations spent with relatives. Friends are mentioned more often in contexts of excitement, discovery, and adventure. Unfortunately, few people nowadays are able to maintain friendships into adulthood. We are too mobile, too specialized and narrow in our professional interests to cultivate enduring relationships. We are lucky if we can hold a family together, let alone maintain a circle of friends. It is a constant surprise to hear successful adults, especially men, managers of large companies, brilliant lawyers and doctors, speak about how isolated and lonely their lives have become. They recall with tears in their eyes the good buddies they used to have in middle school, even in high school, sometimes in college. All those friends have been left behind, and even should they now meet again, they would probably have very little in common, other than a few bittersweet memories. Just as with the family, people believe that friendships happen naturally, and if they fail, there is nothing to be done about it but feel sorry for oneself. In adolescence, when so many interests are shared with others and one has great stretches of free time to invest in a relationship, making friends might seem like a spontaneous process. But later in life, mihaly csikszentmihalyi 189. Friendships rarely happen by chance. One must cultivate them as assiduously as one must cultivate a job or a family. The wider community. A person is part of a family or a friendship to the extent he invests psychic energy in goals shared with other people. In the same way, one can belong to larger interpersonal systems by subscribing to the aspirations of a community, an ethnic group, a political party, or a nation. Some individuals, like the Mahatma Gandhi or Mother Teresa, invest all their psychic energy in what they construe to be the goals of humanity as a whole. In the ancient Greek usage, sex referred to whatever involved people in affairs that went beyond personal and family welfare. In this broad sense, politics can be one of the most enjoyable and most complex activities available to the individual, for the larger the social arena one moves in, the greater the challenges it presents. A person can deal with very intricate problems in solitude, and family and friends can take up a lot of attention. But trying to optimize the goals of unrelated individuals involves complexities an order of magnitude higher. Unfortunately, many people who move in the public arena do not act at very high levels of complexity. Politicians tend to seek power, philanthropists fame, and would-be saints often seek to prove how righteous they are. These goals are not so hard to achieve, provided one invests enough energy in them. The greater challenge is not only to benefit oneself, but to help others in the process. It is more difficult, but much more fulfilling, for the politician to actually improve social conditions, for the philanthropist to help out the destitute, and for the saint to provide a viable model of life to others. If we consider only material consequences, we might regard selfish politicians as canny because they try to achieve wealth and power for themselves. But if we accept the fact that optimal experience is what gives real value to life, then we must conclude that politicians who strive to realize the common good are actually smarter, because they are taking on the higher challenges, and thus have a better chance to experience real enjoyment. Any involvement in the public realm can be enjoyable, provided one structures it according to the flow parameters. It does not matter whether one starts to work with the Cub Scouts or with a group exploring the great books, or trying to preserve a clean environment, or supporting the local union. What counts is to set a goal, to concentrate one's psychic energy, to pay attention to the feedback, and to make 190 flow certain that the challenge is appropriate to one's skill. Sooner or later the interaction will begin to hum, and the flow experience follows. Of course, given the fact that psychic energy is in limited supply, one cannot expect that everyone will be able to become involved in public goals. Some people who devote all their attention just to survive in a hostile environment. Others get so involved with a certain set of challenges, with art, for instance, or mathematics, that they can't bear to shift any attention away from it. But life would be harsh indeed if some people did not enjoy investing psychic energy in common concerns, thereby creating synergy in the social system. The concept of flow is useful not only in helping individuals improve the quality of their lives, but also in pointing out how public action should be directed. Perhaps the most powerful effect flow theory could have in the public sector is in providing a blueprint for how institutions may be reformed so as to make them more conducive to optimal experience. In the past few centuries, economic rationality has been so successful that we have come to take for granted that the bottom line of any human effort is to be measured in dollars and cents. But an exclusively economic approach to life is profoundly irrational. The true bottom line consists in the quality and complexity of experience. A community should be judged good not because it is technologically advanced, or swimming in material riches. It is good if it offers people a chance to enjoy as many aspects of their lives as possible, while allowing them to develop their potential in the pursuit of ever greater challenges. Similarly, the value of a school does not depend on its prestige, or its ability to train students to face up to the necessities of life, but rather on the degree of the enjoyment of lifelong learning it can transmit. A good factory is not necessarily the one that makes the most money, but the one that is most responsible for improving the quality of life for its workers and its customers. And the true function of politics is not to make people more affluent, safe, or powerful, but to let as many as possible enjoy an increasingly complex existence. But no social change can come about until the consciousness of individuals is changed first. When a young man asked Khalil how he should go about reforming the world, Khalil answered, "Reform yourself. That way there will be one less rascal in the world." The advice is still valid. Those who try to make life better for everyone without having learned to control their own lives first usually end up making things worse all around. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 191. 9. Cheating. Chaos. Despite everything that has been said so far, some people may still think that it must be easy to be happy as long as one is lucky enough to be healthy, rich, and handsome. But how can the quality of life be improved when things are not going our way, when fortune deals us an unfair hand? One can afford to ponder the difference between enjoyment and pleasure if one doesn't have to worry about running out of money before the end of the month. For most people, such distinctions are too much of a luxury to be indulged in. It is okay to think of challenges and complexity if you have an interesting, well-paying profession, but why try to improve a job that is basically dumb and dehumanizing? And how can we expect people who are ill, impoverished, or stricken by adversity to control their consciousness? Surely they would need to improve concrete material conditions before flow could add anything appreciable to the quality of existence. Optimal experience, in other words, should be regarded as the frosting on a cake. Made with solid ingredients like health and wealth, by itself it is a flimsy decoration. Only with a solid base of these more real advantages does it help make the subjective aspects of life satisfying. Needless to say, the whole thesis of this book argues against such a conclusion. Subjective experience is not just one of the dimensions of life, it is life itself. Material conditions are secondary, they only affect us indirectly, by way of experience. Flow, and even pleasure, on the other 192 hand, benefit the quality of life directly. Health, money, and other material advantages may or may not improve life. Unless a person has learned to control psychic energy, chances are such advantages will be useless. Conversely, many individuals who have suffered harshly end up not only surviving, but also thoroughly enjoying their lives. How is it possible that people are able to achieve harmony of mind, and grow in complexity, even when some of the worst things imaginable happen to them? That is the outwardly simple question this chapter will explore. In the process, we shall examine some of the strategies people use to cope with stressful events, and review how an autotelic self can manage to create order out of chaos. Tragedies transformed. It would be naively idealistic to claim that no matter what happens to him, a person in control of consciousness will be happy. There are certainly limits to how much pain, or hunger, or deprivation a body can endure. Yet it is also true, as Dr. Franz Alexander has so well stated, the fact that the mind rules the body is, in spite of its neglect by biology and medicine, the most fundamental fact which we know about the process of life. Holistic medicine and such books as Norman Cousins' account of his successful fight against terminal illness and Dr. Bernie Siegel's descriptions of self-healing are beginning to redress the abstractly materialist view of health that has become so prevalent in this century. The relevant point to be made here is that a person who knows how to find flow from life is able to enjoy even situations that seem to allow only despair. rather incredible examples of how people achieve flow despite extreme handicaps have been collected by Professor Fossu Massimini of the Psychology Department of the University of Milan. One group he and his team studied was composed of paraplegics, generally young people who, at some point in the past, usually as a result of an accident, have lost the use of their limbs. The unexpected finding of this study was that a large proportion of the victims mentioned the accident that caused paraplegia as both one of the most negative and one of the most positive events in their lives. The reason tragic events were seen as positive was that they presented the victim with very clear goals while reducing contradictory and inessential choices. The patients who learned to master the new challenges of their impaired situation felt a clarity of purpose they had lacked before. Learning to live again was in mihaly csikszentmihalyi 193. Itself a matter of enjoyment and pride, and they were able to turn the accident from a source of entropy into an occasion of inner order. Lucio, one of the members of this group, was a 20-year-old happy-go-lucky gas station attendant when a motorcycle accident paralyzed him below the waist. He had previously liked playing rugby and listening to music, but basically he remembers his life as purposeless and uneventful. After the accident, his enjoyable experiences have increased both in number and complexity. Upon recovery from the tragedy, he enrolled in college, graduated in languages, and now works as a freelance tax consultant. Both study and work are intense sources of flow, so are fishing and shooting the bow and arrow. He is currently a regional archery champion, competing from a wheelchair. These are some of the comments Lucio made in his interview. When I became paraplegic, it was like being born again. I had to learn from scratch everything I used to know, but in a different way. I had to learn to dress myself, to use my head better. I had to become part of the environment, and use it without trying to control it. It took commitment, willpower, and patience. As far as the future is concerned, I hope to keep improving, to keep breaking through the limitations of my handicap. Everybody must have a purpose. After becoming a paraplegic, these improvements have become my life goal. Franco is another person in this group. His legs were immobilized 5 years ago, and he also developed severe urological problems, requiring several surgical operations. Before his accident, he was an electrician, and he often enjoyed his work. But his most intense flow experience came from acrobatic dancing on Saturday nights, so the paralysis of his legs was an especially bitter blow. Franco now works as a counselor to other paraplegics. In this case, too, the almost inconceivable setback has led to an enrichment, rather than a diminution, of the complexity of experience. Franco sees his main challenge now as that of helping other victims avoid despair, and assisting their physical rehabilitation. He says the most important goal in his life is to feel that I can be of use to others, help recent victims accept their situation. Franco is engaged to a paraplegic girl who had been resigned to a life of passivity after her accident. On their first date together, he drove his car, adapted for the handicapped, on a trip to the nearby hills. Unfortunately, the car broke down, and the two of them were left stranded on a deserted patch of road. His fiancée panicked. Even Franco admits to having lost his nerve. But eventually they managed to get help, and as is usual after small victories of this kind, they both emerged afterward feeling much more confident of themselves. 194 Flow. Another sample studied by the Milan group was made up of several dozen individuals who were either congenitally blind or had lost their sight sometime after birth. Again, what is so remarkable about these interviews is the number of people who describe the loss of their sight as a positive event that has enriched their lives. Pilar, for instance, is a 33-year-old woman whose retinas became detached from both eyes when she was 12, and who has been unable to see ever since. Blindness freed her from a painfully violent and poor family situation, and made her life more purposeful and rewarding than it probably would have been had she stayed home with her sight intact. Like many other blind people, she now works as an operator at a manual telephone exchange. Among her current flow experiences, she mentions working, listening to music, cleaning friends' cars, and anything else I happen to be doing. At work, what she enjoys most is knowing that the calls she has to manage are clicking along smoothly, and the entire traffic of conversation meshing like the instruments of an orchestra. At such times she feels like eyeing God or something. It is very fulfilling. Among the positive influences in her life, Pillar mentions having lost her sight, because it made me mature in ways that I could never have become even with a college degree. For instance, problems no longer affect me with the pathos they used to, and the way that they affect so many of my peers. Paolo, who is now 30, lost the use of his eyes entirely 6 years ago. He does not list blindness among the positive influences, but he mentions 4 positive outcomes of this tragic event. First, although I realize and accept my limitations, I am going to keep attempting to overcome them. Second, I have decided to always try changing those situations I won't like. Third, I am very careful not to repeat any of the mistakes I make. And finally, now I have no illusions, but I try to be tolerant with myself so I can be tolerant with others also. It is astonishing how for Paolo, as for most of the people with handicaps, the control of consciousness has emerged in its stark simplicity as the foremost goal. But this does not mean that the challenges are purely intrapsychic. Paolo belongs to the National Chess Federation. He participates in athletic competitions for the blind. He makes his living by teaching music. He lists playing the guitar, playing chess, sports, and listening to music earn his current flow experiences. Recently, he finished 7th at a swim meet for the handicapped in Sweden, and he won a chess championship in Spain. His wife is also blind, and coaches a blind women's athletic team. He is presently planning to write a braille text for learning how to play the classical guitar. Yet none of this is astonishing achieve. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 195. Ments would matter much if Paolo did not feel in control his inner life. And then there is Antonio, who teaches high school and who is married to a woman who is also blind. Their current challenge is to adopt a blind child. The first time such an adoption has been considered possible in the entire country. Anita, who reports very intense flow experiences sculpting in clay, making love, and reading braille. Dino, 85 years old and blind from birth, married with 2 children, who describes his work, which consists in restoring old chairs, as an intricate and always available flow experience. When I take a broken chair, I use natural rich cane, not the synthetic fibers they use in factories. It feels so great when the pull is right, the tension elastic, especially when it happens at the first try. When I get through, the seat will last 20 years. And so many others like them. Another group Professor Massimini and his team has studied included homeless vagrants, street people, who are just as frequent in the great European cities as they are in Manhattan. We tend to feel sorry for these destitutes, and not so long ago many of them, who seem unable to adapt to normal life, would have been diagnosed as psychopaths or worse. In fact, many of them have proven to be unfortunate, helpless individuals whose strength has been exhausted by catastrophes of various kinds. Nevertheless, it is again astonishing to learn how many of them have been able to transform bleak conditions into an existence that has the characteristics of a satisfying flow experience. Of the many examples, we shall quote extensively from one interview that can stand for many others. Rayad is a 33-year-old Egyptian who currently sleeps in the parks of Milan, eats in charity kitchens, and occasionally washes dishes for restaurants whenever he needs some cash. When during the interview he was read a description of the flow experience, and was asked if this ever happened to him, he answered, "Yes. It describes my entire life from 1967 up to now. After the war of 1967 I decided to leave Egypt and start hitchhiking toward Europe. Ever since I have been living with my mind concentrated within myself. It has not been just a trip, it has been a search for identity. Every man has something to discover within himself. The people in my town were sure I was crazy when I decided to start walking to Europe. But the best thing in life is to know oneself. My idea from 1967 on has remained the same, to find myself. I had to struggle against many things. I passed through Lebanon and its war, through Syria, Jordan, Turkey, Yugo. 196 flow. Slavia, before getting here. I had to confront all sorts of natural disasters. I slept in ditches near the road in thunderstorms. I was involved in accidents. I have seen friends die next to me, but my concentration has never flagged. It has been an adventure that so far has lasted 20 years, but it will keep going on for the rest of my life. Through these experiences I have come to see that the world is not worth much. The only thing that counts for me now, first and last, is God. I am most concentrated when I pray with my prayer beads. Then I am able to put my feelings to sleep, calm myself and avoid becoming crazy. I believe that destiny rules life, and it makes no sense to struggle too hard. During my journey I have seen hunger, war, death, and poverty. Now through prayer I have begun to hear myself. I have returned toward my center. I have achieved concentration and I have understood that the world has no value. Man was born to be tested on this earth. Cars, television sets, clothes are secondary. The main thing is that we were born to praise our Lord. Everyone has his own fate, and we should be like the lion in the proverb. The lion, when he runs after a pack of gazelles, can only catch them one at a time. I try to be like that, and not like Westerners who go crazy working even though they cannot eat more than their daily bread. If I am to live 20 more years, I will try to live enjoying each moment, instead of killing myself to get more. If I am to live like a free man who does not depend on anyone, I can afford to go slowly. If I don't earn anything today, it does not matter. It means that this happens to be my fate. Next day I may earn 100 million, or get a terminal illness. Like Jesus Christ said, what does it benefit to man if he gains the entire world, but loses himself? I have tried first to conquer myself. I don't care if I lose the world. I set out on this journey like a baby bird hatching from its egg, ever since I have been walking in freedom. Every man should get to know himself and experience life in all its forms. I could have gone on sleeping soundly in my bed, and found work in my town, because a job was ready for me, but I decided to sleep with the poor, because one must suffer to become a man. One does not get to be a man by getting married, by having sex. To be a man means to be responsible, to know when it is time to speak, to know what has to be said, to know when one must stay silent. Rayard spoke at much greater length, and all his remarks were consistent with the unwavering purpose of his spiritual quest. Like the disheveled prophets who roamed the deserts in search of enlightenment 2000 years ago, this traveler has distilled everyday life into a goal of hallucinatory clarity, to control his consciousness in order to establish a connection between his self and God. What were the causes that led him to give up the good things in life, and pursue such a mihaly csikszentmihalyi 197. Chimera. Was he born with a hormonal imbalance? Did his parents traumatize him? These questions, which are the ones that usually interest psychologists, shall not concern us here. The point is not to explain what accounts for Rayard's strangeness, but to recognize that, given the fact he is who he is, Rayard has transformed living conditions most people would find unbearable into a meaningful, enjoyable existence. And that is more than many people living in comfort and luxury can claim. Coping with stress. When a man knows he is to be hanged in a fortnight, it concentrates his mind wonderfully, remarked Samuel Johnson, in a saying whose truth applies to the cases just presented. A major catastrophe that frustrates a central goal of life will either destroy the self, forcing a person to use all his psychic energy to erect a barrier around remaining goals, defending them against further onslaughts of fate, or it will provide a new, more clear, and more urgent goal, to overcome the challenges created by the defeat. If the second road is taken, the tragedy is not necessarily a detriment to the quality of life. Indeed, as in the cases of Lucio, Paolo, and innumerable others like them, what objectively seems a devastating event may come to enrich the victim's lives in new and unexpected ways. Even the loss of one of the most basic human faculties, like that of sight, does not mean that a person's consciousness need become impoverished. The opposite is often what happens. But what makes the difference? How does it come about that the same blow will destroy one person, while another will transform it into inner order? Psychologists usually study the answers to such questions under the heading of coping with stress. It is obvious that certain events cause more psychological strain than others. For example, the death of a spouse is several orders of magnitude more stressful than taking out a mortgage on a house, which in turn causes more strain than being given a traffic ticket. But it is also clear that the same stressful event might make one person utterly miserable, while another will bite the bullet and make the best of it. This difference in how a person responds to stressful events has been called coping ability, or coping style. In trying to sort out what accounts for a person's ability to cope with stress, it is useful to distinguish three different kinds of resources. The first is the external support available, and especially the network of social supports. A major illness, for instance, will be mitigated to a certain extent if one has good insurance and a loving family. The second 198 flow bulwark against stress includes a person's psychological resources, such as intelligence, education, and relevant personality factors. Moving to a new city and having to establish new friendships will be more stressful to an introvert than to an extrovert. And finally, the third type of resource refers to the coping strategies that a person uses to confront the stress. Of these three factors, the third one is the most relevant to our purposes. External supports by themselves are not that effective in mitigating stress. They tend to help only those who can help themselves. And psychological resources are largely outside our control. It is difficult to become much smarter, or much more outgoing, than one was at birth. But how we cope is both the most important factor in determining what effect stress will have and the most flexible resource, the one most under our personal control. There are two main ways people respond to stress. The positive response is called a mature defense by George Wayland, a psychiatrist who has studied the lives of successful and relatively unsuccessful Harvard graduates over a period of about 30 years. Others call it transformational coping. The negative response to stress would be a neurotic defense, or regressive coping, according to these models. To illustrate the difference between them, let us take the example of Jim, a fictitious financial analyst who has just been fired from a comfortable job at age 40. Losing one's job is reckoned to be about a point in the severity of life stresses. Its impact varies, of course, with the person's age and skills, the amount of his savings, and the conditions of the labor market. Confronted with this unpleasant event, Jim can take one of two opposite courses of action. He can withdraw into himself, sleep late, deny what has happened, and avoid thinking about it. He can also discharge his frustration by turning against his family and friends, or disguise it by starting to drink more than usual. All these would be examples of regressive coping, or immature defenses. Or Jim can keep his cool by suppressing temporarily his feelings of anger and fear, analyzing the problem logically, and reassessing his priorities. Afterward, he might redefine what the problem is, so that he can solve it more easily, for instance, by deciding to move to a place where his skills are more in demand, or by retraining himself and acquiring the skills for a new job. If he takes this course, he would be using mature defenses, or transformational coping. Few people rely on only one or the other strategy exclusively. It is more likely that Jim would get drunk the first night, have a fight with his wife, who had been telling him for years that his job was lousy, and mihaly csikszentmihalyi 199. Then the following morning, or the week after, he would simmer down and start figuring out what to do next. But people do differ in their abilities to use one or the other strategy. The paraplegic who became a champion archer, or the blind chess master, visited by misfortunes so intense that they are off the scale of stressful life events, are examples of individuals who have mastered transformational coping. Others, however, when confronted by much less intense levels of stress, might give up and respond by scaling down the complexity of their lives forever. The ability to take misfortune and make something good come of it is a very rare gift. Those who possess it are called survivors, and are said to have resilience, or courage. Whatever we call them, it is generally understood that they are exceptional people who have overcome great hardships, and have surmounted obstacles that would daunt most men and women. In fact, when average people are asked to name the individuals they admire the most, and to explain why these men and women are admired, courage and the ability to overcome hardship are the qualities most often mentioned as a reason for admiration. As Francis Bacon remarked, quoting from a speech by the Stoic philosopher Seneca, "The good things which belong to prosperity are to be wished, but the good things that belong to adversity are to be admired." In one of our studies, the list of admired persons included an old lady who, despite her paralysis, was always full and ready to listen to other people's troubles, a teenage camp counselor who, when a swimmer was missing and everybody else panicked, kept his head and organized a successful rescue effort, a female executive who, despite ridicule and sexist pressures, prevailed in a difficult working environment, and Ignaz Semmelweis, the Hungarian physician who in the last century insisted that the lives of many mothers could be saved at childbirth if obstetricians would only wash their hands, even though the rest of the doctors ignored and mocked him. These and the many hundreds of others mentioned were respected for the same reasons. They stood firm for what they believed in, and didn't let opposition daunt them. They had courage, or what earlier time was known simply as virtue, a term derived from the Latin word vir, or man. It makes sense, of course, that people should look up to this one quality more than to any other. Of all the virtues we can learn, no trait is more useful, more essential for survival, and more likely to improve the quality of life than the ability to transform adversity into an enjoyable challenge. To admire this quality means that we pay attention to those who embody it, and we thereby have a chance to emulate them if the need arises. Therefore, admiring courage is in itself positive. 200 Flow. Adaptive trait: those who do so may be better prepared to ward off the blows of misfortune. But simply calling the ability to cheat chaos transformational coping, and people who are good at it courageous, falls short of explaining this remarkable gift. Like the character in Molière who said that sleep was caused by dormitive power, we fail to illuminate matters if we say that effective coping is caused by the virtue of courage. What we need is not only names and descriptions, but an understanding of how the process works. Unfortunately, our ignorance in this matter is still very great. The power of dissipative structures. One fact that does seem clear, however, is that the ability to make order out of chaos is not unique to psychological processes. In fact, according to some views of evolution, complex life forms depend for their existence on a capacity to extract energy out of entropy, to recycle waste into structured order. The Nobel Prize-winning chemist Ilya Prigogine calls physical systems that harness energy which otherwise would be dispersed and lost in random motion, dissipative structures. For example, the entire vegetable kingdom on our planet is a huge dissipative structure because it feeds on light, which normally would be a useless byproduct of the sun's combustion. Plants have found a way to transform this wasted energy into the building blocks out of which leaves, flowers, fruit, bark, and timber are fashioned. And because without plants there would be no animals, all life on Earth is ultimately made possible by dissipative structures that capture chaos and shape it into a more complex order. Human beings have also managed to utilize waste energy to serve their goals. The first major technological invention, that of fire, is a good example. In the beginning, fires started at random. Volcanoes, lightning, and spontaneous combustion ignited fuel here and there, and the energy of the decomposing timber was dispersed without purpose. As they learned to take control over fire, people used the dissipating energy to warm their caves, cook their food, and finally to smelt and forge objects made of metal. Engines run by steam, electricity, gasoline, and nuclear fusion are also based on the same principle, to take advantage of energy that otherwise would be lost, or opposed to our goals. Unless men learned various tricks for transforming the forces of disorder into something they could use, we would not have survived as successfully as we have. The psyche, as we have seen, operates according to similar principles. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 201. Pulse. The integrity of the self depends on the ability to take neutral or destructive events and turn them into positive ones. Getting fired could be a godsend, if one took the opportunity to find something else to do that was more in tune with one's desire. In each person's life, the chances of only things happening are extremely slim. The likelihood that our desires will be always fulfilled is so minute as to be negligible. Sooner or later everyone will have to confront events that contradict his goals, disappointments, severe illness, financial reversal, and eventually the inevitability of one's death. Each event of this kind is negative feedback that produces disorder in mind. Each threatens the self and impairs its functioning. If the trauma is severe enough, a person may lose the capacity to concentrate on necessary goals. If that happens, the self is no longer in control. If the impairment is very severe, consciousness becomes random, and the person loses his mind. The various symptoms of mental disease take over. In less severe cases, a threatened self survives, but stops growing, covering under attack. It retreats behind massive defenses and vegetates in a state of continuous suspicion. It is for this reason that courage, resilience, perseverance, mature defense, or transformational coping, the dissipative structures of the mind, are so essential. Without them we would be constantly suffering through the random bombardment of stray psychological meteorites. On the other hand, if we do develop such positive strategies, most negative events can be at least neutralized, and possibly even used as challenges that will help make the self stronger and more complex. Transformational skills usually develop by late adolescence. Young children and early teens still depend to a large extent on a supportive social network to buffer them against things that go wrong. When a blow falls on a young teenager, even something as trivial as a bad grade, a pimple erupting on the chin, or a friend ignoring him at school, it seems to him as if the world is about to end, and there is no longer any purpose in life. Positive feedback from other people usually picks his mood up in a matter of minutes. A smile, a phone call, a good song captures his attention, distracting him from worries and restoring order in the mind. We have learned from the experience sampling method studies that a healthy adolescent stays depressed on the average for only half an hour. An adult takes, on the average, twice as long to recover from bad moods. In a few years, however, by the time they are 17 or 18, teenagers are generally able to place negative events in perspective, and they are no longer destroyed by things that don't work out as 202 flow desired. It is at this age that for most people the ability to control consciousness begins. Partly this ability is a product of the mere passage of time, having been disappointed before, and having survived the disappointment. The older teen knows that a situation is not as bad as it may seem at the moment. Partly is knowing that other people also have been going through the same problems, and have been able to resolve them. The knowledge that one's sufferings are shared adds an important perspective to the egocentrism of youth. The peak in the development of coping skills is reached when a young man or woman has achieved a strong enough sense of self, based on personally selected goals, that no external disappointment can entirely undermine who he or she is. For some people, the strength derives from a goal that involves identification with the family, with the country, or with a religion or an ideology. For others, it depends on mastery of a harmonious system of symbols, such as art, music, or physics. Srinivasa Ramanujan, the young mathematical genius from India, had so much of his psychic energy invested in number theory that poverty, sickness, pain, and even rapidly approaching death, although tiresome, had no chance of distracting his mind from calculations. In fact, they just spurred him on to greater creativity. On his deathbed, he kept on marveling at the beauty of the creations he was discovering, and the serenity of his mind reflected the order of the symbols he used. Why are some people weakened by stress, while others gain strength from it? Basically, the answer is simple. Those who know how to transform a hopeless situation into a new flow activity that can be controlled will be able to enjoy themselves, and emerge stronger from the ordeal. There are three main steps that seem to be involved in such transformations. 1. Unself-conscious self-assurance. As Richard Logan found in his study of individuals who survived severe physical ordeals, polar explorers wandering alone in the Arctic, concentration camp inmates, one common attitude shared by such people was the implicit belief that their destiny was in their hands. They did not doubt their own resources would be sufficient to allow them to determine their fate. In that sense, one would call them self-assured, yet at the same time, their egos seem curiously absent. They are not self-centered. Their energy is typically not bent on dominating their environment as much as finding a way to function within it harmoniously. This attitude occurs when a person no longer sees himself in opposition to the environment, as an individual who insists that his mihaly csikszentmihalyi 203 goals, his intentions take precedence over everything else. Instead, he feels a part of whatever goes on around him, and tries to do his best within the system in which he must operate. Paradoxically, this sense of humility, the recognition that one's goals may have to be subordinated to a greater entity, and that to succeed one may have to play by a different set of rules from what one would prefer, is a hallmark of strong people. To take a trivial but common example, suppose that one cold morning, when you are in a hurry to get to the office, the car engine won't start when you try the ignition. In such circumstances, many people become so increasingly obsessed with their goal, getting to the office, that they cannot formulate any other plans. They may curse the car, turn the ignition key more frantically, slam the dashboard in exasperation, usually to no avail. Their ego involvement prevents them from coping effectively with frustration and from realizing their goal. A more sensible approach would be to recognize that it makes no difference to the car that you have to be downtown in a hurry. The car follows its own laws, and the only way to get it moving is by taking them into account. If you have no idea what may be wrong with the starter, it makes more sense to call a cab or form an alternative goal, cancel the appointment and find something useful to do at home instead. Basically, to arrive at this level of self-assurance, one must trust oneself, one's environment, and one's place in it. A good pilot knows her skills, has confidence in the machine she is flying, and is aware of what actions are required in case of a hurricane, in case the wings ice over. Therefore, she is confident in her ability to cope with whatever weather conditions may arise, not because she will force the plane to obey her will, but because she will be the instrument for matching the properties of the plane to the conditions of the air. As such, she is an indispensable link for the safety of the plane, but it is only as a link, as a catalyst, as a component of the air plane person system, obeying the rules of that system, that she can achieve her goal. 2. Focusing attention on the world. It is difficult to notice the environment as long as attention is mainly focused inward, as long as most of one's psychic energy is absorbed by the concerns and desires of the ego. People who know how to transform stress into enjoyable challenge spend very little time thinking about themselves. They are not expending all their energy trying to satisfy what they believe to be their needs, or worrying about socially conditioned desires. Instead, their attention is alert, constantly processing information from their surroundings. The focus is still set by the person's goal, but it is open enough to notice and 204. Flow. Adapt to external events even if they are not directly relevant to what he wants to accomplish. An open stance makes it possible for a person, objective, to be aware of alternative possibilities, to feel a part of the surrounding world. This total involvement with the environment is well expressed by the rock climber Ivan Chouinard, describing one of his ascents on the fearsome El Capitan in Yosemite. Each individual crystal in the granite stood out in bold relief. The varied shapes of the clouds never ceased to attract our attention. For the first time, we noticed tiny bugs that were all over the walls, so tiny that they were barely noticeable. I stared at one for 15 minutes, watching him move and admiring his brilliant red color. How could one ever be bored with so many good things to see and feel? This unity with our joyous surroundings, this ultra-penetrating perception, gave us a feeling that we had not had for years. Achieving this unity with one's surroundings is not only an important component of enjoyable flow experiences but is also a central mechanism by which adversity is conquered. In the first place, when attention is focused away from the self, frustrations of one's desires have less of a chance to disrupt consciousness. To experience psychic entropy, one must concentrate on the internal disorder, but by paying attention to what is happening around oneself instead, the destructive effects of stress are lessened. Second, the person whose attention is immersed in the environment becomes part of it. She participates in the system by linking herself to it through psychic energy. This, in turn, makes it possible for her to understand the properties of the system, so that she can find a better way to adapt to a problematic situation. Returning again to the example of the car that wouldn't start, if your attention is completely absorbed by the goal of making it to the office in time, your mind might be full of images about what will happen if you are late, and of hostile thoughts about your uncooperative vehicle. Then you are less likely to notice what the car is trying to tell you, that the engine is flooded or that the battery is dead. Similarly, the pilot who spends too much energy contemplating what she wants the plane to do might miss the information that will enable her to navigate safely. A sense of complete openness to the environment is well described by Charles Lindbergh, who experienced it during his epoch-making solo crossing of the Atlantic. My cockpit is small, and its walls are thin, but inside this cocoon I feel secure, despite the speculations of my mind. I become minutely conscious of details in my cockpit, of the instruments, the levers, the mihaly csikszentmihalyi 205. Angles of construction. Each item takes on a new value. I study weld marks on the tubing, frozen ripples of steel through which pass invisible hundredweights of strain, dot of radiolite paint on the altimeter's face, the battery of fuel valves. All such things, which I never considered much before, are now obvious and important. I may be flying a complicated airplane, rushing through space, but in this cabin I'm surrounded by simplicity and thoughts set free of time. A former colleague of mine, G, used to tell a gruesome story from his Air Force years that illustrates how dangerous excessive concern with safety can be, when it demands so much attention that it makes us oblivious to the rest of reality. During the Korean War, G's unit was involved in routine parachute training. One day, as the group was preparing for a drop, it was discovered that there were not enough regular parachutes to go around, and one of the right-handed men was forced to take a left-handed chute. It is the same as the others, the ordnance sergeant assured him, but the ripcord hangs on the left side of the harness. You can release the chute with either hand, but it is easier to do it with the left. The team boarded the plane, went up to 8,000 feet, and over the target area one after the other they jumped out. Everything went well, except for one of the men. His parachute never opened, and he fell straight to his death on the desert below. G was part of the investigating team sent to determine why the chute didn't open. The dead soldier was the one who had been given the left-handed release latch. The uniform on the right side of his chest, where the ripcord for a regular parachute would have been, had been completely torn off. Even the flesh of his chest had been gouged out in long gashes by his bloody right hand. A few inches to the left was the actual ripcord, apparently untouched. There had been nothing wrong with a parachute. The problem had been that, while falling through that awful eternity, the man had become fixated on the idea that to open the chute he had to find the release in the accustomed place. His fear was so intense that it blinded him to the fact that safety was literally at his fingertips. In a threatening situation, it is natural to mobilize psychic energy, draw it inward, and use it as a defense against the threat. But this innate reaction more often than not compromises the ability to cope. It exacerbates the experience of inner turmoil, reduces the flexibility of response, and, perhaps worse than anything else, it isolates a person from the rest of the world, leaving him alone with his frustrations. On the other hand, if one continues to stay in touch with what is going on, new possibilities 206 flow are likely to emerge, which in turn might suggest new responses, and one is less likely to be entirely cut off from the stream of life. 3. The discovery of new solutions. There are basically two ways to cope with a situation that creates psychic entropy. One is to focus attention on the obstacles to achieving one's goals and then to move them out of the way, thereby restoring harmony in consciousness. This is the direct approach. The other is to focus on the entire situation, including oneself, to discover whether alternative goals may not be more appropriate, and thus different solutions possible. Let us suppose, for instance, that Phil, who is due to be promoted to a vice presidency within his company, sees that the appointment might go instead to a colleague who gets along better with the CEO. At this point he has two basic options: to find ways to change the CEO's mind about who is the better person for the job, the first approach, or to consider another set of goals, like moving to another division of the company, changing careers altogether, or scaling down his career objectives and investing his energies in the family, the community, or his own self-development. The second approach. Neither solution is better, in an absolute sense. What matters is whether it makes sense in terms of Phil's overall goals, and whether it allows him to maximize enjoyment in his life. Whatever solution he adopts, if Phil takes himself, his needs, and his desires too seriously, he is going to be in trouble as soon as things do not go his way. He will not have enough disposable attention available to seek out realistic options, and instead of finding enjoyable new challenges, he will be surrounded instead by stressful threats. Almost every situation we encounter in life presents possibilities for growth. As we have seen, even terrible disasters like blindness and paraplegia can be turned into conditions for enjoyment and greater complexity. Even the approach of death itself can serve to create harmony in consciousness, rather than despair. But these transformations require that a person be prepared to perceive unexpected opportunities. Most of us become so rigidly fixed in the ruts carved out by genetic programming and social conditioning that we ignore the options of choosing any other course of action. Living exclusively by genetic and social instructions is fine as long as everything goes well. But the moment biological or social goals are frustrated, which in the long run is inevitable, a person must formulate new goals, and create a new flow activity for himself, or else he will waste his energies in inner turmoil. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 207. But how does one go about discovering these alternative strategies? The answer is basically simple. If one operates with unself-conscious assurance, and remains open to the environment and involved in it, a solution is likely to emerge. The process of discovering new goals in life is in many respects similar to that by which an artist goes about creating an original work of art. Whereas a conventional artist starts painting a canvas knowing what she wants to paint, and holds to her original intention until the work is finished, an original artist with equal technical training commences with a deeply felt but undefined goal in mind, keeps modifying the picture in response to the unexpected colors and shapes emerging on the canvas, and ends up with a finished work that probably will not resemble anything she started out with. The artist is responsive to her inner feelings, knows what she likes and does not like, and pays attention to what is happening on the canvas. A good painting is bound to emerge. On the other hand, if she holds onto a preconceived notion of what the painting should look like, without responding to the possibilities suggested by the forms developing before her, painting is likely to be trite. We all start with preconceived notions of what we want from life. These include the basic need programmed by our genes to ensure survival, the need for food, comfort, sex, dominance over other beings. They also include the desires that our specific culture has inculcated in us, to be slim, rich, educated, and well-liked. If we embrace these goals and are lucky, we may replicate the ideal physical and social image for our historical time and place. But is this the best use of our psychic energy? And what if we cannot realize these ends? We will never become aware of other possibilities unless, like the painter who watches with care what is happening on the canvas, we pay attention to what is happening around us, and evaluate events on the basis of their direct impact on how we feel, rather than evaluating them exclusively in terms of preconceived notions. If we do so, we may discover that, contrary to what we were led to believe, it is more satisfying to help another person than to beat him down, or that it is more enjoyable to talk with one's 2-year-old than to play golf with the company president. A autotelic self, a summary. In this chapter we have seen it demonstrated repeatedly that outside forces do not determine whether adversity will be able to be turned into enjoyment. A person who is healthy, rich, strong, and powerful has no greater odds of being in control of his consciousness than one who is 208 flow. Physically poor, weak, and oppressed. The difference between someone who enjoys life and someone who is overwhelmed by it is a product of a combination of such external factors and the way a person has come to interpret them, that is, whether he sees challenges as threats or as opportunities for action. The autotelic self is one that easily translates potential threats into enjoyable challenges, and therefore maintains its inner harmony. A person who is never bored, seldom anxious, involved with what goes on, and in flow most of the time may be said to have an autotelic self. The term literally means a self that has self-contained goals, and it reflects the idea that such an individual has relatively few goals that do not originate from within the self. For most people, goals are shaped directly by biological needs and social conventions, and therefore their origin is outside the self. For an autotelic person, the primary goals emerge from experience evaluated in consciousness, and therefore self-proper. The autotelic self transforms potentially entropic experience into flow. Therefore the rules for developing such a self are simple, and they derive directly from the flow model. Briefly, they can be summarized as follows. 1. Setting goals. To be able to experience flow, one must have clear goals to strive for. A person with an autotelic self learns to make choices, ranging from lifelong commitments, such as getting married and settling on a vocation, to trivial decisions like what to do on the weekend or how to spend the time waiting in the dentist's office, without much fuss and the minimum of panic. Selecting a goal is related to the recognition of challenges. If I decide to learn tennis, it follows that I will have to learn to serve, to use my backhand and forehand, to develop my endurance and my reflexes. Or the casual sequence may be reversed. Because I enjoyed hitting the ball over the net, I may develop the goal of learning how to play tennis. In any case, goals and challenges imply each other. As soon as the goals and challenges define a system of action, they in turn suggest the skills necessary to operate within it. If I decide to quit my job and become a resort operator, it follows that I should learn about hotel management, financing, commercial locations, and so on. Of course, the sequence may also start in reverse order. What I perceive my skills to be could lead to the development of a particular goal that builds on those strengths. I may decide to become a resort operator because I see myself as having the right qualifications for it. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 209. And to develop skills, one needs to pay attention to the results of one's actions, to monitor the feedback. To become a good resort operator, I have to interpret correctly what the bankers who might lend me money think about my business proposal. I need to know what features of the operation are attractive to customers and what features they dislike. Without constant attention to feedback, I would soon become detached from the system of action, cease to develop skills, and be less effective. One of the basic differences between a person with an autotelic self and one without it is that the former knows that it is she who has chosen whatever goal she is pursuing. What she does is not random, nor is it the result of outside determining forces. This fact results in two seemingly opposite outcomes. On the one hand, having a feeling of ownership of her decisions, the person is more strongly dedicated to her goals. Her actions are reliable and internally controlled. On the other hand, knowing them to be her own, she can more easily modify her goals whenever the reasons for preserving them no longer make sense. In that respect, an autotelic person's behavior is both more consistent and more flexible. 2. Becoming immersed in the activity. After choosing a system of action, a person with an autotelic personality grows deeply involved with whatever he is doing. Whether flying a plane non-stop around the world or washing dishes after dinner, he invests attention in the task at hand. To do so successfully, one must learn to balance the opportunities for action with the skills one possesses. Some people begin with unrealistic expectations, such as trying to save the world or to become millionaires before the age of 20. When their hopes are dashed, most become despondent, and their selves wither from the loss of psychic energy expended in fruitless attempts. At the other extreme, many people stagnate because they do not trust their own potential. They choose the safety of trivial goals, and arrest the growth of complexity at the lowest level available. To achieve involvement with an action system, one must find a relatively close mesh between the demands of the environment and one's capacity to act. For instance, suppose a person walks into a room full of people and decides to join the party, that is, to get acquainted with as many people as possible while having a good time. If the person lacks an autotelic self, he might be incapable of starting an interaction by himself, and withdraw into a corner, hoping that someone will notice him. Or he may try to be boisterous and overly slick, turning people off with 210 flow. Inappropriate and superficial friendliness. Neither strategy would be very successful or likely to provide a good time. A person with an autotelic self, upon entering the room, would shift his attention away from himself to the party, the action system, he wishes to join. He would observe the guests, try to guess which of them might have matching interests and compatible temperament, and start talking to that person about topics he suspects will be mutually agreeable. If the feedback is negative, if the conversation turns out to be boring, or above one partner's head, he will try a different topic or a different partner. Only when a person's actions are appropriately matched with the opportunities of the action system does he truly become involved. Involvement is greatly facilitated by the ability to concentrate. People who suffer from attentional disorders, who cannot keep their minds from wandering, always feel left out of the flow of life. They are at the mercy of whatever stray stimulus happens to flash by. To be distracted against one's will is the surest sign that one is not in control. Yet it is amazing how little effort most people make to improve control of their attention. If reading a book seems too difficult, instead of sharpening concentration we tend to set it aside and instead turn on the television, which not only requires minimal attention, but in fact tends to diffuse what little it demands with choppy editing, commercial interruptions, and generally inane content. 3. Paying attention to what is happening. Concentration leads to involvement, which can only be maintained by constant inputs of attention. Athletes are aware that in a race even a momentary lapse can spell complete defeat. A heavyweight champion may be knocked out if he does not see his opponent's uppercut coming. The basketball player will miss the net if he allows himself to be distracted by the roaring of the crowd. The same pitfalls threaten anyone who participates in a complex system. To stay in it, he must keep investing psychic energy. The parent who does not listen closely to his child undermines the interaction. The lawyer whose attention lapses may forfeit the case, and the surgeon whose mind wanders may lose the patient. Having an autotelic self implies the ability to sustain involvement. Self-consciousness, which is the most common source of distraction, is not a problem for such a person. Instead of worrying about how he is doing, how he looks from the outside, he is wholeheartedly committed to his goals. In some cases it is the depth of involvement that pushes self-consciousness out of awareness, while sometimes it is the other way around. It is the very lack of self-consciousness that makes deep involve. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 211. Meant possible. The elements of the totalic personality are related to one another by links of mutual causation. It does not matter where one starts, whether one chooses goals first, develops skills, cultivates the ability to concentrate, or gets rid of self-consciousness. One can start anywhere, because once the flow experience is in motion the other elements will be much easier to attain. A person who pays attention to an interaction instead of worrying about the self obtains a paradoxical result. She no longer feels like a separate individual, yet herself becomes stronger. The autotelic individual grows beyond the limits of individuality by investing psychic energy in a system in which she is included. Because of this union of the person and the system, the self emerges at a higher level of complexity. This is why 'tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. The self of a person who regards everything from an egocentric perspective I may be more secure, but it is certain to be an impoverished one relative to that of a person who is willing to be committed, to be involved, and who is willing to pay attention to what is happening for the sake of the interaction rather than purely out of self-interest. During the ceremony celebrating the unveiling of Chicago's huge outdoor Picasso sculpture in the plaza across from City Hall, I happened to be standing next to a personal injury lawyer with whom I was acquainted. As the inaugural speech droned on, I noticed a look of intense concentration on his face, and that his lips were moving. Asked what he was thinking, he answered that he was trying to estimate the amount of money the city was going to have to pay to settle suits involving children who got hurt climbing the sculpture. Was this lawyer lucky, because he could transform everything he saw into a professional problem his skills could master, and thus live in constant flow? Or was he depriving himself of an opportunity to grow by paying attention only to what he was already familiar with, and ignoring the aesthetic, civic, and social dimensions of the event? Perhaps both interpretations are accurate. In the long run, however, looking at the world exclusively from the little window that one's self affords is always limiting. Even the most highly respected physicist, artist, or politician becomes a hollow bore and ceases to enjoy life if all he can interest himself in is his limited role in the universe. For learning to enjoy immediate experience, the outcome of having an autotelic self, of learning to set goals, to develop skills, to be sensitive to feedback, to know how to concentrate and get involved, is that one can enjoy life even when objective circumstances are brutish and 212 flow. Nasty. Being in control of the mind means that literally anything that happens can be a source of joy. feeling a breeze on a hot day, seeing a cloud reflected on the glass facade of a high-rise, working on a business deal, watching a child play with a puppy, drinking a glass of water can all be felt as deeply satisfying experiences that enrich one's life. To achieve this control, however, requires determination and discipline. Optimal experience is not the result of a hedonistic, lotus-eating approach to life. A relaxed, laissez-faire attitude is not a sufficient defense against chaos. As we have seen from the very beginning of this book, to be able to transform random events into flow, one must develop skills that stretch capacities, that make one become more than what one is. Flow drives individuals to creativity and outstanding achievement. The necessity to develop increasingly refined skills to sustain enjoyment is what lies behind the evolution of culture. It motivates both individuals and cultures to change to more complex entities. The rewards of creating order in experience provide the energy that propels evolution. They pave the way for those dimly imagined descendants of ours, more complex and wise than we are, who will soon take our place. But to change all existence into a flow experience, it is not sufficient to learn merely how to control moment-by-moment states of consciousness. It is also necessary to have an overall context of goals for the event of everyday life to make sense. If a person moves from one flow activity to another without a connecting order, it will be difficult at the end of one's life to look back on the years past and find meaning in what has happened. To create harmony in whatever one does is the last task that the flow theory presents to those who wish to attain optimal experience. It is a task that involves transforming the entirety of life into a single flow activity, with unified goals that provide constant purpose. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 213. 10. The making of meaning. It is not unusual for famous tennis players to be deeply committed to their game, to take pleasure in playing, but of the court to be morose and hostile. Picasso enjoyed painting, but as soon as he laid down his brushes he turned into a rather unpleasant man. Bobby Fischer, the chess genius, appeared to be helplessly inept except when his mind was on chess. These and countless similar examples are a reminder that having achieved flow in one activity does not necessarily guarantee that it will be carried over to the rest of life. If we enjoyed work and friendships, and faced every challenge as an opportunity to develop new skills, we would be getting rewards out of living that are outside the realm of ordinary life. Yet even this would not be enough to assure us of optimal experience. As long as enjoyment follows piecemeal from activities not linked to one another in a meaningful way, one is still vulnerable to the vagaries of chaos. Even the most successful career, the most rewarding family relationship eventually runs dry. Sooner or later involvement in work must be reduced. Spouses die, children grow up and move away. To approach optimal experience as closely as is humanly possible, a last step in the goal of consciousness is necessary. What this involves is turning all life into a unified flow experience. If a person sets out to achieve a difficult enough goal, from which all other goals logically follow, and if he or she invests all energy in developing skills to reach that goal, then actions and feelings will be in harmony. 214. And the separate parts of life will fit together, and each activity will make sense in the present, as well as in view of the past and of the future. In such a way, it is possible to give meaning to one's entire life. But isn't it incredibly naive to expect life to have a coherent overall meaning? After all, at least since Nietzsche concluded that God was dead, philosophers and social scientists have been busy demonstrating that existence has no purpose, that chance and impersonal forces rule our fate, and that all values are relative and hence arbitrary. It is true that life has no meaning, if by that we mean a supreme goal built into the fabric of nature and human experience, a goal that is valid for every individual. But it does not follow that life cannot be given meaning. Much of what we call culture and civilization consists in efforts people have made, generally against overwhelming odds, to create a sense of purpose for themselves and their descendants. It is one thing to recognize that life is, by itself, meaningless. It is another thing entirely to accept this with resignation. The first fact not entail the second any more than the fact that we lack wings prevents us from flying. From the point of view of an individual, it does not matter what the ultimate goal is, provided it is compelling enough to order a lifetime's worth of psychic energy. The challenge might involve the desire to have the best beer bottle collection in the neighborhood, the resolution to find a cure for cancer, or simply the biological imperative to have children who will survive and prosper. As long as it provides clear objectives, clear rules for action, and a way to concentrate and become involved, any goal can serve to give meaning to a person's life. In the past few years I have come to be quite well acquainted with several Muslim professionals, electronics engineers, pilots, businessmen, and teachers, mostly from Saudi Arabia and from the other Gulf states. In talks to them, I was struck with how relaxed most of them seemed to be. Even under strain pressure. There is nothing to it. Those I asked about it told me, in different words, but with the same message: we don't get upset because we believe that our life is in God's hands, and whatever He decides will be fine with us. Such implicit faith used to be widespread in our culture as well, but it is not easy to find it now. Many of us have to discover a goal that will give meaning to life on our own, without the help of a traditional faith. What meaning means? Meaning is a concept difficult to define, since any definition runs the risk of being circular. How do we talk about the meaning of meaning itself? There are three ways in which unpacking the sense of this word helps. Mihaly, csikszentmihalyi 215. Illuminate the last step in achieving optimal experience. Its first usage points toward the end, purpose, significance of something, as in, what is the meaning of life? This sense of the word reflects the assumption that events are linked to each other in terms of an ultimate goal, that there is a temporal order, a causal connection between them. It assumes that phenomena are not random, but fall into recognizable patterns directed by a final purpose. The second usage of the word refers to a person's intentions. She usually means well. What this sense of meaning implies is that people reveal their purposes in action, that their goals are expressed in predictable, consistent, and orderly ways. Finally, the third sense in which the word is used refers to ordering information, as when one says, otorhinolaryngology means the study of ear, nose, and throat, or red sky in the evening means good weather in the morning. This sense of meaning points to the identity of different words, the relationship between events, and thus it helps to clarify, to establish order among unrelated or conflicting information. Creating meaning involves bringing order to the contents of the mind by integrating one's actions into a unified flow experience. The three senses of the word meaning noted above make it clearer how this is accomplished. People who find their lives meaningful usually have a goal that is challenging enough to take up all their energies, a goal that can give significance to their lives. We may refer to this process as achieving purpose. To experience flow, one must set goals for one's actions, to win a game, to make friends with a person, to accomplish something in a certain way. The goal in itself is usually not important. What matters is that it focuses a person's attention, involves it in an achievable, enjoyable activity. In a similar way, some people are able to bring the same sharp focus to their psychic energy throughout the entirety of their lives. The unrelated goals of the separate flow activities merge into an all-encompassing set of challenges that gives purpose to everything a person does. There are very different ways to establish this directionality. Napoleon devoted his life, and in the process gladly led to death hundreds of thousands of French soldiers, to the single-minded pursuit of power. Mother Teresa has invested all her energies to help the helpless, because her life has been given purpose by an unconditional love based on the belief in God, in a spiritual order beyond the reach of senses. From a purely psychological point of view, Napoleon and Mother Teresa may both have achieved equal levels of inner purpose, and therefore of optimal experience. The obvious differences between them prompt a broader ethical question: what have the consequences of 216 flow? These two ways of giving meaning to life been? We might conclude that Napoleon brought chaos to thousands of lives, whereas Mother Teresa reduced the entropy in the consciousness of many. But here we will not try to pass judgment on the objective value of actions. We will be concerned instead with the more modest task of describing the subjective order that a unified purpose brings to individual consciousness. In this sense, the answer to the old riddle, what is the meaning of life, turns out to be astonishingly simple. The meaning of life is meaning, whatever it is, wherever it comes from. A unified purpose is what gives meaning to life. The second sense of the word meaning refers to the expression of intentionality. And this sense also is appropriate to the issue of how to create meaning by transforming all life into low activity. It is not enough to find a purpose that unifies one's goals. One must also carry through and meet its challenges. The purpose must result in strivings. Intent has to be translated into action. We may call this resolution in the pursuit of one's goals. What counts is not so much whether a person actually achieves what she has set out to do, rather, it matters whether effort has been expended to reach the goal, instead of being diffused or wasted. When the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, Hamlet observed, enterprises of great pith and moment lose the name of ascesion. Few things are sadder than encountering a person who knows exactly what he should do, yet cannot muster enough energy to do it. He who desires but acts not, wrote Blake with his accustomed vigor, breeds pestilence. The third and final way in which life acquires meaning is the result of the previous two steps. When an important goal is pursued with resolution, and all one's varied activities fit together into a unified flow experience, the result is that harmony is brought to consciousness. Someone who knows his desires and works with purpose to achieve them is a person whose feelings, thoughts, and actions are congruent with one another, and is therefore a person who has achieved inner harmony. In the 1960s, this process was called getting your head together, but in practically every other historical period a similar concept has been used to describe this necessary step toward living a good life. Someone who is in harmony no matter what he does, no matter what is happening to him, knows that his psychic energy is not being wasted on doubt, regret, guilt, and fear. It is always usefully employed. Inner congruence ultimately leads to that inner strength and serenity we admire in people who seem to have come to terms with themselves. Purpose, resolution, and harmony unify life and give it meaning. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 217. By transforming it into a seamless flow experience. Whoever achieves this state will never really lack anything else. A person whose consciousness is so ordered need not fear unexpected event, or even death. Every living moment will make sense, and most of it will be enjoyable. This certainly sounds desirable. So how does one attain it? Cultivating purpose. In the lives of many people it is possible to find a unifying purpose that justifies the things they do day in, day out, a goal that like a magnetic field attracts their psychic energy, a goal upon which all lesser goals depend. This goal will define the challenges that a person needs to face in order to transform his or her life into a flow activity. Without such a purpose, even the best ordered consciousness lacks meaning. Throughout human history, innumerable attempts have been made to discover ultimate goals that would give meaning to experience. These attempts have often been very different from one another. For instance, in the ancient Greek civilization, according to the social philosopher Hannah Arendt, men sought to achieve immortality through heroic deeds, whereas in the Christian world men and women hoped to reach eternal life through saintly deeds. Ultimate goals, in Arendt's opinion, must accommodate the issue of mortality. They must give men and women a purpose that extends beyond the grave. Both immortality and eternity accomplish this, but in very different ways. The Greek heroes performed noble deeds so as to attract the admiration of their peers, expecting that their highly personal acts of bravery would be passed on in songs, stories from generation to generation. Their identity, therefore, would continue to exist in the memory of their descendants. Saints, on the contrary, surrendered individuality so as to merge their thoughts and actions with the will of God, expecting to live forever after in union with Him. The hero and the saint, to the extent that they dedicated the totality of their psychic energy to an all-encompassing goal that prescribed a coherent pattern of behavior to follow until death, turned their lives into unified flow experiences. Other members of society ordered their own less exalted actions on these outstanding models, providing a less clear, but more or less adequate, meaning to their own lives. Every human culture, by definition, contains meaning systems that can serve as the encompassing purpose by which individuals can order their goals. For instance, Petrim Sorokin divided the various epochs of Western civilization into three types, which he believed have 218 flow, alternated with one another for over 25 centuries, sometimes lasting hundreds of years, sometimes just a few decades. He called these the sunset, the ideational, and the idealistic phases of culture, and he attempted to demonstrate that in each one a different set of priorities justified the goals of existence. Sunset cultures are integrated around views of reality designed to satisfy the senses. They tend to be Epicurean, utilitarian, concerned primarily with concrete needs. In such cultures, art, religion, philosophy, and everyday behavior glorify and justify goals in terms of tangible experience. According to Sorokin, sunset culture predominated in Europe from about 440 to about 200 BC, with a peak between 420 and 400 BC. It has become dominant once again in the past century or so, at least in the advanced capitalist democracies. People in a sunset culture are not necessarily more materialistic, but they organize their goals and justify their behavior with reference primarily to pleasure and practicality rather than to more abstract principles. The challenges they see are almost exclusively concerned with making life more easy, more comfortable, more pleasant. They tend to identify the good with what feels good and mistrust idealized values. Ideational cultures are organized on a principle opposite from the sunset. They look down on the tangible and strive for non-material, supernatural ends. They emphasize abstract principles, asceticism, and transcendence of material concerns. Art, religion, philosophy, and the justification of everyday behavior tend to be subordinated to the realization of this spiritual order. People turn their attention to religion or ideology, and view their challenges not in terms of making life easier, but of reaching inner clarity and conviction. Greece from 600 to 500 BC, and Western Europe from 200 BC to AD 400 are the high points of this worldview, according to Sorokin. More recent and disturbing examples might include the Nazi interlude in Germany, the communist regimes in Russia and China, and the Islamic revival in Iran. A simple example may illustrate the difference between cultures organized around sunset and ideational principles. In our own as well as in fascist societies, physical fitness is cherished and beauty of the human body worshipped. But the reasons for doing so are very different. In our sunset culture, the body is cultivated in order to achieve health and pleasure. In an ideational culture, the body is valued primarily as a symbol of some abstract principle of metaphysical perfection associated with the idea of the Aryan race, or Roman whaler. In a sunset culture, a poster of a handsome youth might produce a sexual response to be used for commercial ends. In an ideational culture, the mihaly csikszentmihalyi 219 same poster would make an ideological statement, and be used for political ends. Of course, at no time does any group of people shape its purpose through only one of these two ways of ordering experience to the exclusion of the other. At any given moment, Various subtypes and combinations of the sunset and the ideational worldview may coexist in the same culture, and even in the consciousness of the same individual. The so-called yuppie lifestyle, for instance, is based primarily on sunset principles, while Bible Belt fundamentalism rests on ideational premises. These two forms, in their many variants, coexist somewhat uneasily in our current social system. And either one, functioning as a system of goals, can help to organize life into a coherent flow activity. Not only cultures but individuals as well embody these meaning systems in their behavior. Business leaders like Lee Iacocca or H. Ross Perot, whose lives are ordered by concrete entrepreneurial challenges, often display the best features of the sunset approach to life. The more primitive aspects of the sunset worldview are represented by someone like Hugh Hefner, whose Playboy philosophy celebrates the simple-minded pursuit of pleasure. Representatives of an unreflective ideational approach include ideologues and mystics who advocate simple transcendental solutions, such as blind faith in divine providence. There are, of course, many different permutations and combinations. Televangelists like the Buckers or Jimmy Swaggart publicly exhort their audience to value ideational goals, while in private indulging in luxury and sensuality. Occasionally a culture succeeds in integrating these two dialectically opposed principles into a convincing whole that preserves the advantages of both, while neutralizing the disadvantages of each. Sorokin calls these cultures idealistic. They combine an acceptance of concrete sensory experience with a reverence for spiritual ends. In Western Europe, the late Middle Ages and the Renaissance were classified by Sorokin as being relatively most idealistic, with the highest points reached in the first 2 decades of the 14th century. Needless to say, the idealistic solution seems to be the preferable one, as it avoids the listlessness that is often the keynote of purely materialistic worldviews and the fanatical asceticism that bedevils many ideational systems. Sorokin's simple trichotomy is a debatable method of categorizing cultures, but it is useful in illustrating some of the principles by which men and women end up ordering their ultimate goals. The sunset option is always quite popular. It involves responding to concrete challenges and shaping one's life in terms of a flow activity that tends toward 220 flow material ends. Among its advantages is the fact that the rules are comprehended by everyone and that feedback tends to be clear. The desirability of health, money, power, and sexual satisfaction is seldom controversial. But the ideational option also has its advantages. Metaphysical goals may never be achieved, but then failure is almost impossible to prove. The true believer can always distort feedback to use it as a proof that he has been right, that he is among the chosen. Probably the most satisfying way to unify life into an all-embracing flow activity is through the idealistic mode. But setting challenges that involve the improvement of material condition, while at the same time pursuing spiritual ends, is not easy, especially when the culture as a whole is predominantly sunset in character. Another way to describe how individuals order their actions is to focus on the complexity of the challenges they set for themselves rather than on their content. Perhaps what matters most is not whether a person is materialist or ideational, but how differentiated and integrated are the goals he or she pursues in those areas. As was discussed in the final section of Chapter 2, complexity depends on how well a system develops its unique traits and potentialities and on how well related these traits are to each other. In that respect, a well-thought-out sunset approach to life, one that was responsive to a great variety of concrete human experiences and was internally consistent, would be preferable to an unreflective idealism, and vice versa. There is a consensus among psychologists who study such subjects that people develop their concept of who they are, and of what they want to achieve in life, according to a sequence of steps. Each man or woman starts with the need to preserve the self, to keep the body and its basic goals from disintegrating. At this point, the meaning of life is simple. It is tantamount to survival, comfort, and pleasure. When the safety of the physical self is no longer in doubt, the person may expand the horizon of his or her meaning system to embrace the values of a community, the family, the neighborhood, a religion or ethnic group. This step leads to a greater complexity of self, even though it usually implies conformity to conventional norms and standards. The next step in development involves reflective individualism. The person again turns inward, finding new grounds for authority and value within the self. He or she is no longer blindly conforming, but develops an autonomous conscience. At this point, the main goal in life becomes the desire for growth, improvement, the actualization of potential. The fourth step, which builds on all the previous ones, is a final turning away from the self, back toward an integration with other people and with universal. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 221. Values. In this final stage, the extremely individualized person, like Siddhartha letting the river take control of his boat, willingly merges his interests with those of a larger whole. In this scenario, building a complex meaning system seems to involve focusing attention alternately on the self and on the other. First, psychic energy is invested in the needs of the organism, and psychic order is equivalent to pleasure. When this level is temporarily achieved, and the person can begin to invest attention in the goals of a community, what is meaningful corresponds to group values, religion, patriotism, and the acceptance and respect of other people provide the parameters of inner order. The next movement of the dialectic brings attention back to self. Having achieved a sense of belonging to a larger human system, the person now feels the challenge of discerning the limits of personal potential. This leads to attempts at self-actualization, to experimentation with different skills, different ideas and disciplines. At this stage, enjoyment, rather than pleasure, becomes the main source of rewards. But because this phase involves becoming a seeker, the person may also encounter a midlife crisis, a career change, and an increasingly desperate straining against the limitations of individual capability. From this point on, the person is ready for the last shift in the redirection of energy, having discovered what one can and, more important, cannot do alone. The ultimate goal merges with a system larger than the person, a cause, an idea, a transcendental entity. Not everyone moves through the stages of this spiral of ascending complexity. A few never have the opportunity to go beyond the first step. When survival demands are so insistent that a person cannot devote much attention to anything else, he or she will not have enough psychic energy left to invest in the goals of the family or of the wider community. Self-interest alone will give meaning to life. The majority of people are probably ensconced comfortably in the second stage of development, where the welfare of the family, or the company, the community, or the nation are the sources of meaning. Many fewer reach the third level of reflective individualism, and only a precious few emerge once again to forge a unity with universal values. So these stages do not necessarily reflect what does happen, or what will happen. They characterize what can happen if a person is lucky and succeeds in controlling consciousness. The four stages outlined above are the simplest of the models for describing the emergence of meaning along a gradient of complexity. Other models detail 6, or even 8, stages. The number of steps is irrelevant. What counts is that most theories recognize the importance. 222 Flow of this dialectic tension, this alternation between differentiation on the one hand and integration on the other. From this point of view, individual life appears to consist of a series of different games, with different goals and challenges, that change with time as a person matures. Complexity requires that we invest energy in developing whatever skills we were born with, in becoming autonomous, self-reliant, conscious of our uniqueness and of its limitations. At the same time, we must invest energy in recognizing, understanding, and finding ways to adapt to the forces beyond the boundaries of our own individuality. Of course, we don't have to undertake any of these plans. But if we don't, chances are, sooner or later, we will regret it. Forging resolve. Purpose gives direction to one's efforts. but it does not necessarily make life easier. Goals can lead into all sorts of trouble, at which point one gets tempted to give them up and finds a less demanding script by which to order one's actions. The price one pays for changing goals whenever opposition threatens is that while one may achieve a more pleasant and comfortable life, it is likely that it will end up empty and void of meaning. The pilgrims who first settled this country decided that the freedom to worship according to their conscience was necessary to maintain the integrity of their selves. They believed that nothing mattered more than maintaining control over their relationship with the Supreme Being. Theirs was not a novel choice for an ultimate goal by which to order one's life. Many other people had done so previously. What distinguished the pilgrims was that, like the Jews of Masada, the Christian martyrs, the Cathars of southern France in the late Middle Ages who had chosen similarly, they did not allow persecution and hardship to blunt their resolve. Instead, they followed the logic of their convictions wherever it led, acting as if their values were worth giving up comfort, and even life itself, for. And because they acted thus, their goals in fact became worthwhile regardless of whether they had been originally valuable. Because their goals had become valuable through commitment, they helped give meaning to the pilgrim's existence. No goal can have much effect unless taken seriously. Each goal prescribes a set of consequences, and if one isn't prepared to reckon with them, the goal becomes meaningless. The mountaineer who decides to scale a difficult peak knows that he will be exhausted and endangered for most of the climb. But if he gives up too easily, his quest will be mihaly csikszentmihalyi 223. Revealed as having little value. The same is true of all flow experiences. There is a mutual relationship between goals and the effort they require. Goals justify the effort they demand at the outset, but later it is the effort that justifies the goal. One gets married because the spouse seems worthy of sharing one's life with, but unless one then behaves as if this is true, the partnership will appear to lose value with time. All things considered, it cannot be said that humankind has lacked the courage to back its resolutions. Billions of parents, in every age and in every culture, sacrificed themselves for their children, and thereby made life more meaningful for themselves. Probably as many have devoted all their energies to preserving their fields and their flocks. Millions more have surrendered everything for the sake of their religion, their country, or their art. For those who have done so consistently, despite pain and failure, life as a whole had a chance to become like an extended episode of flow, a focused, concentrated, internally coherent, logically ordered set of experiences, which, because of its inner order, was felt to be meaningful, enjoyable. But as the complexity of culture evolves, it becomes more difficult to achieve this degree of total resolve. There are simply too many goals competing for prominence, and who is to say which one is worth the dedication of an entire life? Just a few decades ago, a woman felt perfectly justified in placing the welfare of her family as her ultimate goal. Partly this was due to the fact that she did not have many other options. Today, now that she can be a businessperson, a scholar, an artist, or even a soldier, it is no longer obvious that being a wife and mother should be a woman's first priority. The same embarrassment of riches affects us all. Mobility has freed us from ties to our birthplaces. There is no longer any reason to become involved one's native community, to identify with one's place of birth. If the grass looks greener across the fence, we simply move to the other field. How about opening that little restaurant in Australia? Lifestyles and religions are choices that are easily switched. In the past, a hunter was a hunter until he died. A blacksmith spent his life perfecting his craft. We can now shed our occupational identities at will. No one needs to remain an accountant forever. The wealth of options we face today has extended personal freedom to an extent that would have been inconceivable even 100 years ago. But the inevitable consequence of equally attractive choices is uncertainty of purpose. Uncertainty, in turn, saps resolution, and lack of resolve ends up devaluing choice. Therefore, freedom does not necessarily help develop meaning in life. On the contrary, if the rules of a 224 flow game become too flexible, concentration flags, and it is more difficult to attain a flow experience. Commitment to a goal and to the rules it entails is much easier when the choices are few and clear. This is not to imply that a return to the rigid values and limited choices of the past would be preferable, even if that were a possibility, which it is not. The complexity and freedom that have been thrust upon us, and that our ancestors had fought so hard to achieve, are a challenge we must find ways to master. If we do, the lives of our descendants will be infinitely more enriched than anything previously experienced on this planet. If we do not, we run the risk of frittering away our energies on contradictory, meaningless goals. But in the meantime, how do we know where to invest psychic energy? There is no one out there to tell us, here is a goal worth spending your life on. Because there is no absolute certainty to turn, each person must discover ultimate purpose on his or her own. Through trial and error, through intense cultivation, we can straighten out the tangled skein of conflicting goals, and choose the one that will give purpose to action. Self-knowledge, an ancient remedy so old that its value is easily forgotten, is the process through which one may organize conflict options. Know thyself was carved over the entrance of the Delphic oracle, and ever since untold pious epigrams have extolled its virtue. The reason the advice is so often repeated is that it works. We need, however, to rediscover afresh every generation what these words mean, what the advice actually implies for each individual. And to do that, it is useful to express it in terms of current knowledge, and envision a contemporary method for its application. Inner conflict is the result of competing claims on attention. Too many desires, too many incompatible goals struggle to marshal psychic energy toward their own ends. It follows that the only way to reduce conflict is by sorting out the essential claims from those that are not, and by arbitrating priorities among those that remain. There are basically two ways to accomplish this, what the ancients called the vita activa, a life of action, and the vita contemplativa, or the path of reflection. Immersed in the vita activa, a person achieves flow through total involvement in concrete external challenges. Many great leaders like Winston Churchill or Andrew Carnegie set for themselves lifelong goals that they pursued with great resolve, without any apparent internal struggle or questioning of priorities. Successful executives, experienced professionals, and talented craftspeople learn to trust their judgment and competence so that they again begin to act with the unself-conscious. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 225. Spontaneity of children. If the arena for action is challenging enough, a person may experience flow continuously in his or her calling, thus leaving as little room as possible for noticing the entropy of normal life. In this way, harmony is restored to consciousness indirectly, not by facing up to contradictions and trying to resolve conflicting goals and desires, but by pursuing chosen goals with such intensity that all potential competition is preempted. Action helps create inner order, but it has its drawbacks. A person strongly dedicated to achieving pragmatic ends might eliminate internal conflict, but often at the price of excessively restricting options. The young engineer who aims to become plant manager at age 45 and bends all his energies to that end may sail through several years successfully and without hesitation. Sooner or later, however, postponed alternatives may reappear again as intolerable doubts and regrets. Was it worth sacrificing my health for the promotion? What happened to those lovely children who have suddenly turned into sullen adolescents? Now that I have achieved power and financial security, what do I do with it? In other words, the goals that have sustained action over a period turn out not to have enough power to give meaning to the entirety of life. This is where the presumed advantage of a contemplative life comes in. Detached reflection upon experience, a realistic weighing of options and their consequences, have long been held to be the best approach to a good life. Whether it is played out on the psychoanalyst's couch, where repressed desires are laboriously reintegrated with the rest of consciousness, or whether it is performed as methodically as the Jesuits' test of conscience, which involves reviewing one's actions one or more times each day to check whether what one has been doing in the past few hours has been consistent with long-term goals. Self-knowledge can be pursued in innumerable ways, each leading potentially to greater inner harmony. Activity and reflection should ideally complement and support each other. Action by itself is blind, reflection impotent. Before investing great amounts of energy in a goal, it pays to raise the fundamental questions: is this something I really want to do? Is it something I enjoy doing? Am I likely to enjoy it in the foreseeable future? Is the price that I, and others, will have to pay worth it? Will I be able to live with myself if I accomplish it? These seemingly easy questions are almost impossible to answer for someone who has lost touch with his own experience. If a man has not bothered to find out what he wants, if his attention is so wrapped up in external goals that he fails to notice his own feelings, then he 226 flow cannot plan action meaningfully. On the other hand, if the habit of reflection is well developed, a person need not go through a lot of soul searching to decide whether a course of action is entropic or not. He will know, almost intuitively, that this promotion will produce more stress than it is worth, or that this particular friendship, attractive as it is, would lead to unacceptable tensions in the context of marriage. It is relatively easy to bring order to the mind for short stretches of time. Any realistic goal can accomplish this. A good game, an emergency at work, a happy interlude at home will focus attention and produce the harmonious experience of flow. But it is much more difficult to extend this state of being through the entirety of life. For this it is necessary to invest energy in goals that are so persuasive that they justify effort even when our resources are exhausted and when fate is merciless in refusing us a chance at having a comfortable life. If goals are well chosen, and if we have the courage to abide by them despite opposition, we shall be so focused on the actions and events around us that we won't have the time to be unhappy. And then we shall directly feel a sense of order in the warp and the woof of life that fits every thought and emotion into a harmonious whole. Recovering harmony. The consequence of forging life by purpose and resolution is a sense of inner harmony, a dynamic order in the contents of consciousness. But, it may be argued, why should it be so difficult to achieve this inner order? Why should one strive so hard to make life into a coherent flow experience? Aren't people born at peace with themselves? Isn't human nature naturally ordered? The original condition of human beings, prior to the development of self-reflective consciousness, must have been a state of inner peace disturbed only now and again by tides of hunger, sexuality, pain, and danger. The forms of psychic entropy that currently cause us so much anguish, unfulfilled wants, dashed expectations, loneliness, frustration, anxiety, guilt, are all likely to have been recent invaders of the mind. They are byproducts of the tremendous increase in complexity of the cerebral cortex and of the symbolic enrichment of culture. They are the dark side of the emergence of consciousness. If we were to interpret the lives of animals with a human eye, we would conclude that they are in flow most of the time because their perception of what has to be done generally coincides with what they are prepared to do. When a lion feels hungry, it will start grumbling and mihaly csikszentmihalyi 227. Looking for prey until its hunger is satisfied, afterward it lies down to bask in the sun, dreaming the dreams lions dream. There is no reason to believe that it suffers from unfulfilled ambition, or that it is overwhelmed by pressing responsibilities. Animals' skills are always matched to concrete demands because their minds, such as they are, only contain information about what is actually present in the environment in relation to their bodily states, as determined by instinct. So a hungry lion only perceives what will help it to find a gazelle, while a sated lion concentrates fully on the warmth of the sun. Its mind does not weigh possibilities unavailable at the moment, it neither imagines pleasant alternatives, nor is it disturbed by fears of failure. Animals suffer just as we do when their biologically programmed goals are frustrated. They feel the pangs of hunger, pain, and unsatisfied sexual urges. Dogs bred to be friends to man grow distraught when left alone by their masters. But animals other than man are not in a position to be the cause of their own suffering. They are not evolved enough to be able to feel confusion and despair even after all their needs are satisfied. When free of externally induced conflicts, they are in harmony with themselves and experience the seamless concentration that in people we call flow. The psychic entropy peculiar to the human condition involves seeing more to do than one can actually accomplish and feeling able to accomplish more than what conditions allow. But this becomes possible only if one keeps in mind more than one goal at a time, being aware at the same time of conflicting desires. It can happen only when the mind knows not only what is but also what could be. The more complex any system, the more room it leaves open for alternatives, and the more things can go wrong with it. This is certainly applicable to the evolution of the mind, as it has increased its power to handle information. The potential for inner conflict has increased as well. When there are too many demands, options, challenges, we become anxious. When too few, we get bored. To pursue the evolutionary analogy, and to extend it from biological to social evolution, it is probably true that in less developed cultures, where number and complexity of social roles, of alternative goals and courses of action, are negligible, the chances for experiencing flow are greater. The myth of the happy savage is based on the observation that when free of external threats, prelate people often display a serenity that seems enviable to the visitor from more differentiated cultures. But the myth tells only half the story. When hungry or hurting, the savage is no more happy than we would be, and he may be in that 228 flow condition more often than we are. The inharmony of technologically less advanced people is the positive side of their limited choices and of their stable repertoire of skills, just as the confusion in our soul is the necessary consequence of unlimited opportunities and constant perfectibility. Goethe represented this dilemma in the bargain. Dr. Faustus, the archetype of modern man, made with Mephistopheles. The good doctor gained knowledge and power, but at the price of introducing disharmony in his soul. There is no need to visit far-off lands to see how flow can be a natural part of living. Every child, before self-consciousness begins to interfere, acts spontaneously with total abandon and complete involvement. Boredom is something children have to learn the hard way, in response to artificially restricted choices. Again, this does not mean that children are always happy. Cruel or neglectful parents, poverty and sickness, the inevitable accidents of living make children suffer intensely. But a child is rarely unhappy without good reason. It is understandable that people tend to be so nostalgic about their early years. Like Tolstoy's Ivan Ilyich, many feel that the wholehearted serenity of childhood, the undivided participation in the here and now, becomes increasingly difficult to recapture as the years go by. When we can imagine only few opportunities and few possibilities, it is relatively easy to achieve harmony. Desires are simple, choices clear. There is little room for conflict and no need to compromise. This is the order of simple systems, order by default, as it were. It is a fragile harmony. Step by step, with the increase of complexity, the chances of entropy generated internally by the system increase as well. We can isolate many factors to account for why consciousness gets to be more complex. At the level of the species, the biological evolution of the central nervous system is one cause. No longer ruled entirely by instincts and reflexes, the mind is endowed with the dubious blessing of choice. At the level of human history, the development of culture, of languages, belief systems, technologies, is another reason why the contents of the mind become differentiated. As social systems move from dispersed hunting tribes to crowded cities, they give rise to more specialized roles that often require conflicting thoughts and actions from the same person. No longer is every man a hunter, sharing skills and interests with every other man. The farmer and the miller, the priest and the soldier now see the world differently from one another. There is no one right way to behave, and each role requires different skills. Within the individual lifespan as well, each person becomes exposed with age to increasingly contradictory goals, to incompatible opportunities for AC. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 229. A child's options are usually few and coherent. With each year, they become less so. The earlier clarity that made spontaneous flow possible is obscured by a cacophony of disparate values, beliefs, choices, and behaviors. Few would argue that a simpler consciousness, no matter how harmonious, is preferable to a more complex one. While we might admire the serenity of the lion in repose, the tribesman's untroubled acceptance of his fate, or the child's wholehearted involvement in the present, they cannot offer a model for resolving our predicament. The order based on innocence is now beyond our grasp. Once the fruit is plucked from the tree of knowledge, the way back to Eden is barred forever. The unification of meaning in life themes. Instead of accepting a unity of purpose provided by genetic instructions or by the rules of society, the challenge for us is to create harmony based on reason and choice. Philosophers like Heidegger, Sartre, and Merleau-Ponty have recognized this task of modern man by calling it a project, which is their term for the goal-directed actions that provide shape and meaning to an individual's life. Psychologists have used terms like appropriate strivings or life themes. In each case, these concepts identify a set of goals linked to an ultimate goal that gives significance to whatever a person does. A life theme, like a game that prescribes the rules and actions one must follow to experience flow, identifies what will make existence enjoyable. With a life theme, everything that happens will have a meaning, not necessarily a positive one, but a meaning nevertheless. If a person bends all her energies to making $1 million before age 30, whatever happens is a step either toward or away from that goal. The clear feedback will keep her involved with her actions. Even if she loses all her money, her thoughts and actions are tied by a common purpose, and they will be experienced as worthwhile. Similarly, a person who decides that finding a cure for cancer is what she wants to accomplish above all else will usually know whether she is getting closer to her goal or not. In either case, what must be done is clear, and whatever she does will make sense. When a person's psychic energy coalesces into a life theme, consciousness achieves harmony. But not all life themes are equally productive. Existential philosophers distinguish between authentic and inner. 230 Flow. Kinetic projects. The first describes the theme of a person who realizes that choices are free, and makes a personal decision based on a rational evaluation of his experience. It does not matter what the choice is, as long as it is an expression of what the person genuinely feels and believes. Inauthentic projects are those a person chooses because they are what she feels ought to be done, because they are what everybody else is doing, and therefore there is no alternative. Authentic projects tend to be intrinsically motivated, chosen for what they are worth in themselves. Inauthentic ones are motivated by external forces. A similar distinction is that between discovered life themes, when a person writes the script for her actions out of personal experience and awareness of choice, and accepted life themes, when a person simply takes on a predetermined role from a script written long ago by others. Both types of life themes help give meaning to life, but each has drawbacks. The accepted life theme works well as long as the social system's sound. If it is not, it can trap the person into perverted goals. Adolf Eichmann, the Nazi who calmly shipped tens of thousands to the gas chambers, was a man for whom the rules of bureaucracy were sacred. He probably experienced flow as he shuffled the intricate schedules of trains, making certain that gas rolling stock was available where needed, and that the bodies were transported at the least expense. He never seemed to question whether what he was asked to do was right or wrong. As long as he followed orders, his consciousness was in harmony. For him, the meaning of life was to be part of a strong, organized institution, nothing else mattered. In peaceful, well-ordered times, a man like Adolf Eichmann might have been an esteemed pillar of the community. But the vulnerability of his life theme becomes apparent when unscrupulous and demented people seize control of society. Then such an upright citizen turns into an accessory to crimes without having changed his goals, and without even realizing the inhumanity of his actions. Discovered life themes are fragile for a different reason, because they are products of a personal struggle to define the purpose of life. They have less social legitimacy, because they are often novel and idiosyncratic. They may be regarded by others as crazy or destructive. Some of the most powerful life themes are based on ancient human goals, but freshly discovered and freely chosen by the individual. Malcolm X, who in his early life followed the behavioral script for young men in the slum, fighting and dealing drugs, discovered in jail, through reading and reflection, a different set of goals through which to achieve dignity and self-respect. In essence, he invented an entirely new identity, although mihaly csikszentmihalyi 231. One that was made up of bits and pieces of earlier human achievements. Instead of continuing to play the game of hustlers and pimps, he created a more complex purpose that could help order the lives of many other marginal men, black or white. A man interviewed in one of our studies, whom we shall designate as E, provides another example of how a life theme can be discovered, even though the purpose underlying it is a very ancient one. He grew up the son of a poor immigrant family in the early part of this century. His parents knew only a few words of English, and were barely able to read and write. They were intimidated by the frenetic pace of life in New York, but they worshipped and admired America and the authorities who represented it. When he was 7, his parents spent a good chunk of their savings to buy him a bicycle for his birthday. A few days later, as he was riding in the neighborhood, he was hit by a car that had ignored a stop sign. He suffered serious wounds, and his bike was wrecked. The driver of the car was a wealthy doctor. He drove E to a hospital, asking him not to report what had happened, but promising in return to pay for all expenses and to buy him a new bike. E and his parents were convinced, and they went along with the deal. Unfortunately, the doctor never showed up again, and E's father had to borrow money to pay the expensive hospital bill. The bike was never replaced. This event could have been a trauma that left its scar on E forever, turning him into a cynic who would from now on look out for his own self-interest no matter what. Instead, he drew a curious lesson from his experience. He used it to create a life theme that not only gave meaning to his own life but helped reduce entropy in the experience of many other people. For many years after the accident, he and his parents were bitter, suspicious, and confused about the intentions of strangers. E's father, feeling that he was a failure, took to drinking and became morose and withdrawn. It looked as though poverty and helplessness were having their expected effects. But when he was 14 or 15 years old, he had to read in school the US Constitution and the Bill of Rights. He connected the principles in those documents with his own experience. Gradually, he became convinced that his family's poverty and alienation were not their fault, but were the result of not being aware of their rights, of not knowing the rules of the game, of not having effective representation among those who had power. He decided to become a lawyer, not only to better his own life, but to make certain that injustices such as he had suffered would not occur so easily again to others in his position. Once he had set this goal for himself, his resolution was unwavering. He was accepted into law 232 law school, clerked for a famous justice, became a judge himself, and at the zenith of his career spent years in the cabinet helping the president develop stronger civil rights policies and legislation to help the disadvantaged. Until the end of his life, his thoughts, actions, and feelings were unified by the theme he had chosen as a teenager. Whatever he did to the end of his days was part of one great game, held together by goals and rules he had agreed to abide by. He felt his life meaning, and enjoyed confronting the challenges that came his way. This example illustrates several common characteristics of how people forge discovered life themes. In the first place, the theme is in many cases a reaction to a great personal hurt suffered in early life, to being orphaned, abandoned, or treated unjustly. But what matters is not the trauma per se. The external event never determines what the theme will be. What matters is the interpretation that one places on the suffering. If a father is a violent alcoholic, his children have several options for explaining what is wrong. They can tell themselves that the father is a bastard who deserves to die, that he is a man, all men are weak and violent, that poverty is the cause of the father's addiction, and the only way to avoid his fate is to become rich, that a large part of his behavior is due to helplessness and lack of education. Only the last of these equally likely explanations leads in the direction of a life theme such as he was able to develop. So the next question is, what kinds of explanations for one's suffering lead to negentropic life themes? If a child abused by a violent father concluded that the problem was inherent in human nature, that all men were weak and violent, there would not be much he or she could do about it. How could a child change human nature? To find purpose in suffering, one must interpret it as a possible challenge. In this case, by formulating his problem as being due to the helplessness of disenfranchised minorities, and not to his father's faults, he was able to develop appropriate skills, his legal training, to confront the challenges he saw at the root of what had been wrong in his personal life. What transforms the consequences of a traumatic event into a challenge that gives meaning to life is what in the previous chapter was called a dissipative structure, or the ability to draw order from disorder. Finally, a complex, negentropic life theme is rarely formulated as the response to just a personal problem. Instead, the challenge becomes generalized to other people, or to mankind as a whole. For example, in E.'s case, he attributed the problem of helplessness not only to himself or to his own family but to all poor immigrants in the same situation as his parents had been. Thus whatever solution he found to his own mihaly csikszentmihalyi 233 problems would benefit not only himself, but many others besides. This altruistic way of generalizing solutions is typical of negentropic life themes. It brings harmony to the lives of many. Gottfried, another one of the men interviewed by our University of Chicago team, provides a similar example. As a child, Gottfried was very close to his mother, and his memories of those early years are sunny and warm. But before he turned 10, his mother developed cancer, and died in great pain. The young boy could have felt sorry for himself and become depressed, or he could have adopted hardened cynicism as a defense. Instead, he began to think of the disease as his personal enemy, and swore to defeat it. In time, he earned a medical degree and became a research oncologist, and the results of his work have become part of the pattern of knowledge that eventually will free mankind of this scourge. In this case, again, a personal tragedy became transformed into a challenge that can be met. In developing skills to meet that challenge, the individual improves the lives of other people. Ever since Freud, psychologists have been interested in explaining how early childhood trauma leads to adult psych dysfunction. This line of causation is fairly easy to understand. More difficult to explain, and more interesting, is the opposite outcome, the instances when suffering gives a person the incentive to become a great artist, a wise statesman, or a scientist. If one assumes that external events must determine psychic outcomes, then it makes sense to see the neurotic response to suffering as normal, and the constructive response as defense, or sublimation. But if one assumes that people have a choice in how they respond to external events, in what meaning they attribute to suffering, then one can interpret the constructive response as normal and the neurotic one as a failure to rise to the challenge, as a breakdown in the ability to flow. What makes some people able to develop a coherent purpose, while others struggle through an empty or meaningless life? There is no simple answer, of course, because whether a person will discover a harmonious theme in the apparent chaos of experience is influenced by many factors, both internal and external. It is easier to doubt that life makes sense if one is born deformed, poor, and oppressed. But even here, this is not inevitably the case. Antonio Gramsci, the philosopher of humane socialism and a man who left a profound mark on recent European thought, was born a hunchback in a miserable peasant hovel. As he was growing up, his father was jailed for many years, unjustly, as it turned out, and the family could barely survive from day to day. Antonio was so sickly as a child that for years his mother is said to have dressed him in his best clothes every evening and laid him out to sleep. 234 floor. In a coffin, expecting him to be dead by morning. Altogether, it was not a very promising start. Yet despite these and many other handicaps, Gramsci struggled to survive and even succeeded in getting himself an education. And he did not stop when he achieved a modest security as a teacher, for he had decided that what he really wanted from life was to struggle against the social conditions that broke his mother's health and destroyed his father's honor. He ended up being a university professor, a deputy in parliament, and one of the most fearless leaders against fascism. Until the very end, before he finally died in one of Mussolini's prisons, he wrote beautiful essays about the wonderful world that could be ours if we stopped being fearful and greedy. There are so many examples of this type of personality that one certainly cannot assume a direct causal relation between external disorder in childhood and internal lack of meaning later in life. Thomas Edison as a child was sickly, and believed to be retarded by his teacher, Eleanor. Roosevelt was a lonely, neurotic young girl. Albert Einstein's early years were filled with anxieties and disappointments, yet they all ended up inventing powerful and useful lives for themselves. If there is a strategy shared by these and by other people who succeed in building meaning into their experience, it is one so simple and obvious that it is almost embarrassing to mention. Yet because it is so often overlooked, especially nowadays, it will be valuable to review it. The strategy consists in extracting from the order achieved by past generations patterns that will help avoid disorder in one's own mind. There is much knowledge, or well-ordered information, accumulated in culture, ready for this use. Great music, architecture, art, poetry, drama, dance, philosophy, and religion are there for anyone to see as examples of how harmony can be imposed on chaos. Yet so many people ignore them, expecting to create meaning in their lives by their own devices. To do so is like trying to build up material culture from scratch in each generation. No one in his right mind would want to start reinventing the wheel, fire, electricity, and the million objects and processes that we now take for granted as part of the human environment. Instead, we learn how to make these things by receiving ordered information from teachers, from books, from models, so as to benefit from the knowledge of the past and eventually surpass it. To discard the hard-won information on how to live accumulated by our ancestors, or to expect to discover a viable set of goals all by oneself, is misguided hubris. The chances of success are about as good as in trying to build an electron microscope without the tools and knowledge of physics. People who as adults develop coherent life themes often recall that. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 235. When they were very young, their parents told them stories and read from books. When told by a loving adult whom one trusts, fairy tales, biblical stories, heroic historical deeds, and poignant family events are often the first intimations of meaningful order a person gleans from the experience of the past. In contrast, we found in our studies that individuals who never focus on any goal, or accept one unquestioningly from the society around them, tend not to remember their parents having read or told stories to them as children. Saturday morning kiddie shows on television, with their pointless sensationalism, are unlikely to achieve the same purpose. Whatever one's background, there are still many opportunities later on in life to draw meaning from the past. Most people who discover complex life themes remember either an older person or a historical figure whom they greatly admired and who served as a model, or they recall having read a book that revealed new possibilities for action. For instance, a now famous social scientist, widely respected for his integrity, tells how when he was in his early teens he read A Tale of Two Cities, and was so impressed by the social and political chaos Dickens described, which echoed the turmoil his parents had experienced in Europe after World War I, that he decided then and there that he would spend his life trying to understand why people made life miserable for one another. Another young boy, reared in a harsh orphanage, thought to himself, after reading by chance a Horatio Alger story in which a similarly poor and lonely youth makes his way in life by dint of hard work and good luck, if he could do it, why not me? Today this person is a retired banker well known for his philanthropy. Others remember being changed forever by the rational order of the Platonic dialogues or by the courageous acts of characters in a science fiction story. At its best, literature contains ordered information about behavior, models of purpose, and examples of lives successfully patterned around meaningful goals. Many people confronted with the randomness of existence have drawn hope from the knowledge that others before them had faced similar problems, and had been able to prevail. And this is just literature. What about music, art, philosophy, and religion? Occasionally I run a seminar for business managers on the topic of how to handle the midlife crisis. Many of these successful executives, having risen as far as they are likely to advance in their organizations, and often with their family and private lives in disarray, welcome the opportunity to spend some time thinking about what they want to do next. For years I have relied on the best theories and research results. 236 Flow in developmental psychology for the lectures and discussions. I was reasonably content with how these seminars worked out, and the participants usually felt that they had learned something useful. But I was never quite satisfied that the material made enough sense. Finally it occurred to me to try something more unusual. I would begin the seminar with a quick review of Dante's Divina Commedia. After all, written over 600 years ago, this was the earliest description I knew of a midlife crisis and its resolution. In the middle of the journey of our life, writes Dante in the first line of his enormously long and rich poem, I found myself inside a dark forest, for the right way I had completely lost. What happens afterward is a gripping and in many ways still relevant account of the difficulties to be encountered in middle age. First of all, wandering in the dark forest, Dante realizes that three fears. Beasts are stalking him, licking their chops in anticipation. They are a lion, a lynx, and a she-wolf, representing, among other things, ambition, lust, and greed. As for the contemporary protagonist of one of the bestsellers of 1988, the middle-aged New York-born trader in Tom Wolfe's Bonfire of the Vanities, Dante's nemesis turns out to be the desire for power, sex, and money. To avoid being destroyed by them, Dante tries to escape by climbing a hill. But the beasts keep drawing nearer, and in desperation Dante calls for divine help. His prayer is answered by an apparition. It is the ghost of Virgil, a poet who died more than 1,000 years before Dante was born, but whose wise and majestic verse Dante admired so that he thought of the poet as his mentor. Virgil tries to reassure Dante. The good news is that there is a way out of the dark forest. The bad news is that the way leads through hell. And through hell they slowly wend their way, witnessing as they go the sufferings of those who had never chosen a goal, and the even worse fate of those whose purpose in life had been to increase entropy, the so-called sinners. I was rather concerned about how the harried business executives would take to this centuries-old parable. Chances were, I feared, that they would regard it as a waste of their precious time. I need not have hurried. We never had as open and as serious a discussion of the pitfalls of midlife, and of the options for enriching the years that would follow, as we had after talking about the Commedia. Later, several participants told me privately that starting the seminar with Dante had been a great idea. His story focused the issues so clearly that it became much easier to think and to talk about them afterward. Dante is an important model for another reason as well. Although mihaly csikszentmihalyi 237. His poem is informed by a deep religious ethic. It is very clear to anyone who reads it that Dante's Christianity is not an accepted but a discovered belief. In other words, the religious life theme he created was made up of the best insights of Christianity combined with the best of Greek philosophy and Islamic wisdom that had filtered into Europe. At the same time, his Inferno is densely populated with popes, cardinals, and clerics suffering eternal damnation. Even his first guide, Virgil, is not a Christian saint but a heathen poet. Dante recognized that every system of spiritual order, when it becomes incorporated into a worldly structure like an organized church, begins to suffer the effects of entropy. So to extract meaning from a system of beliefs, a person must first compare the information contained in it with his or her concrete experience, retain what makes sense, and then reject the rest. These days we occasionally still meet people whose lives reveal an inner order based on the spiritual insights of the great religions of the past. Despite what we read every day about the immorality of the stock market, the corruption of defense contractors, and the lack of principles in politicians, examples to the contrary do exist. Thus there are also successful businessmen who spend some of their free time in hospitals keeping company with dying patients because they believe that reaching out to people who suffer is a necessary part of a meaningful life. And many people continue to derive strength and serenity from prayer. People for whom a personally meaningful belief system provides goals and rules for intense flow experiences. But it seems clear that an increasing majority are not being helped by traditional religions and belief systems. Many are unable to separate the truth in the old doctrines from the distortions and degradations that time has added, and since they cannot accept error, they reject the truth as well. Others are so desperate for some order that they cling rigidly to whatever belief happens to be at hand, warts and all, and become fundamentalist. Christians, or Muslims, or communists. Is there any possibility that a new system of goals and means will arise to help give meaning to the lives of our children in the next century? Some people are confident that Christianity restored to its former glory will answer that need. Some still believe that communism will solve the problem of chaos in human experience and that its order will spread across the world. At present, neither of these outcomes seems likely. If a new faith is to capture our imagination, it must be one that will account rationally for the things we know, the things we feel, the things we hope for, and the ones we dread. It must be a system of beliefs. 238 Flow. That will marshal our psychic energy toward meaningful goals, a system that provides rules for a way of life that can provide flow. It is difficult to imagine that a system of beliefs such as this will not be based, at least to some degree, on what science has revealed about humanity and about the universe. Without such a foundation, our consciousness would remain split between faith and knowledge. But if science is to be of real help, it will have to transform itself. In addition to the various specialist disciplines aimed at describing and controlling isolated aspects of reality, it will have to develop an integrated interpretation of all that is known, and relate it to humankind and its destiny. One way to accomplish this is through the concept of evolution. Anything that matters most to us, such questions as, where did we come from? Where are we going? What powers shape our lives? What is good and bad? How are we related to one another, and to the rest of the universe? What are the consequences of our actions, could be discussed in a systematic way in terms of what we now know about evolution and even more in terms of what we are going to know about it in the future. The obvious critique of this scenario is that science in general, and the science of evolution in particular, deals with what is, not with what ought to be. Faiths and beliefs, on the other hand, are not limited by actuality, they deal with what is right, what is desirable. But one of the consequences of an evolutionary faith might be precisely a closer integration between the is and ought. When we understand better why we are as we are, When we appreciate more fully the origins of instinctual drives, social controls, cultural expressions, all the elements that contribute to the formation of consciousness, it will become easier to direct energies where they ought to go. And the evolutionary perspective also points to a goal worthy of our energies. There seems to be no question about the fact that over the billions of years of activity on the Earth, more and more complex life forms have made their appearance, culminating in the intricacy of the human nervous system. In turn, the cerebral cortex has evolved consciousness, which now envelopes the Earth as thoroughly as the atmosphere does. The reality of complexification is both an is and an ought. It has happened, given the conditions ruling the Earth. It was bound to happen, but it might not continue unless we wish it to go on. The future of evolution is now in our hands. In the past few thousand years, a mere split second in evolutionary time, humanity has achieved incredible advances in the differentiation of consciousness. We have developed a realization that mankind is mihaly csikszentmihalyi 239. Separate from other forms of life. We have conceived of individual human beings as separate from one another. We have invented abstraction and analysis, the ability to separate dimensions of objects and processes from each other, such as the velocity of a falling object from its weight and its mass. It is this differentiation that has produced science, technology, and the unprecedented power of mankind to build up and to destroy its environment. But complexity consists of integration as well as differentiation. The task of the next decades and centuries is to realize this underdeveloped component of the mind. Just as we have learned to separate ourselves from each other and from the environment, we now need to learn how to reunite ourselves with other entities around us without losing our hard-won individuality. The most promising faith for the future might be based on the realization that the entire universe is a system related by common laws, and that it makes no sense to impose our dreams and desires on nature without taking them into account. Recognizing the limitations of human will, accepting a cooperative rather than a ruling role in the universe, we should feel the relief of the exile who is finally returning home. The problem of meaning will then be resolved as the individual's purpose merges with the universal flow. 240 Flow Notes. Chapter 1. Happiness. Aristotle's views of happiness are clearly developed in the Nicomachean Ethics, Book 1, and Book 9, Chapters 9 and 10. Contemporary research on happiness by psychologists and other social scientists started relatively late, but has recently begun to catch up with this important topic in earnest. One of the first, and still very influential, works in this field has been Norman Bradbourne's The Structure of Psychological Well-Being, Bradbourne 1969, which pointed out that happiness and unhappiness were independent of each other. In other words, just because a person is happy it does not mean he can't also be unhappy at the same time. Dr. Ruud Veenhoven at the Erasmus University in Rotterdam, the Netherlands, has recently published a data book of happiness which summarized 245 surveys conducted in 32 countries between 1911 and 1975, Veenhoven 1984. A second volume is in preparation. The Archimedes Foundation of Toronto, Canada, has also set as its task the keeping track of investigations of human happiness and well-being. Its first directory appeared in 1988. The Psychology of Happiness, by the Oxford social psychologist Michael Argyll, was published in 1987. Another comprehensive collection of ideas and research in this area is the volume by Sirac, Argyll, and Schwartz, 1990. Undreamed of Material Luxuries. Good recent accounts of the conditions of everyday life in past centuries can be found in a series under the general editorship of Philippe Aries and Georges Duby, entitled A History of Private Life. The first volume, From Pagan Rome to Byzantium, edited by Paul Wayne, was published here in 1987. Another magisterial series on the same topic is Fernand Braudel's The Structures of Everyday Life, whose first volume appeared in English in 1981. For the changes in home furnishings, see also Le Roy Lajorie, 1979, and csikszentmihalyi and Rutberg Holton, 1981. 241. Flow. My work on optimal experience began with my doctoral dissertation, which involved a study of how young artists went about creating a painting. Some of the results were reported in the book The Creative Vision, Getzels and csikszentmihalyi 1976. Since then several dozen scholarly articles have appeared on the subject. The first book that described the flow experience directly was Beyond Boredom and Anxiety, csikszentmihalyi 1975. The latest summary of the academic research on the flow experience was collected in the edited volume Optimal Experience, Psychological Studies of Flow in Consciousness, csikszentmihalyi and csikszentmihalyi 1988. Experience Sampling Method. I first used this technique in a study of adult workers in 1976. The first publication concerned a study of adolescents, csikszentmihalyi, Larson, and Prescott 1977. Detailed descriptions of the method are available in csikszentmihalyi and Larson, 1984, 1987. Applications of the flow concept. These are described in the first chapter. Of Optimal Experience, csikszentmihalyi and csikszentmihalyi 1988. Goals. The earliest explanations of human behavior, starting with Aristotle, assumed that actions were motivated by goals. Modern psychology, however, has shown that much of what people do can be explained more parsimoniously by simpler, often unconscious, causes. As a result, the importance of goals in directing behavior has been greatly discredited. Some exceptions include Alfred Adler, 1956, who believed that people develop goal hierarchies that inform their decisions throughout life, and the American psychologists Gordon Allport, 1955, and Abraham Maslow, 1968, who believed that after more basic needs are satisfied, goals may begin to be effective in directing actions. Goals have also regained some credibility in cognitive psychology, where researchers such as Miller, Galanter, and Prebraum, 1960, Mandela, 1975, Nasser, 1976, and Mday, 1980, have used the concept to explain decision-making sequences and the regulation of behavior. I do not claim that most people most of the time act the way they do because they are trying to achieve goals, but only that when they do so, they experience a sense of control which is absent when behavior is not motivated by consciously chosen goals. See csikszentmihalyi 1989. Yes. It might seem strange that a book which deals with optimal experience should be concerned with the chaos of the universe. The reason for this is that the value of life cannot be understood except against the background of its problems and dangers. Ever since the first known work in literature, the Gilgamesh, was written 35 centuries ago, Mason 1971, it has been customary to start with a review of the fall. 242 Flow. Before venturing to suggest ways to improve the human condition, perhaps the best prototype is Dante's Divina Commedia, where the reader first has to pass through the gates of hell, permissi one the law, before he or she can contemplate a solution to the predicaments of life. In this context we are following these illustrious exemplars not because of a sense of tradition, but because it makes good sense psychologically. Hierarchy of needs. The best known formulation of the relationship between lower order needs such as survival and safety and higher goals like self-actualization is the one by Abraham Maslow, 1968, 1971. Escalating expectations. According to many authors, chronic dissatisfaction with the status quo is a feature of modernity. The quintessential modern man, Goethe Faust, was given power by the devil on condition that he never be satisfied with what he has. A good recent treatment of this theme can be found in Berman, 1982. It is more likely, however, that hankering for more than what one has is a fairly universal human trait, probably connected with the development of consciousness. That happiness and satisfaction with life depend on how small a gap one perceives between what one wishes for and what one possesses, and that expectations tend to rise, have been often observed. For instance, in a poll conducted in 1987 and reported in the Chicago Tribune, September 24, Sect. 1. P3, Americans making more than $100,000 a year, who constitute 2% of the population, believe that to live in comfort they would need $88,000 a year. Those who earn less think $30,000 would be sufficient. The affluent also said that they would need $250,000 to fulfill their dreams, while the price tag on the average American's dream was only 1/5 that sum. Of the scholars who have been studying the quality of life, many have reported similar findings, e.g., Carroll, Converse, and Rogers, 1976. Davis, 1959, Levin et al., 1944, 1962, Martin, 1981, Michelos, 1985, and Williams, 1975. These approaches, however, tend to focus on the extrinsic conditions of happiness, such as health, financial affluence, and so on. The approach of this book is concerned instead with happiness that results from a person's actions. Controlling one's life. The effort to achieve self-control is one of the oldest goals of human psychology. In a lucid summary of several hundred writings of different intellectual traditions aimed at increasing self-control, e.g., yoga, various philosophies, psychoanalysis, personality psychology, self-help, Klausner, 1965, found that the objects to which control was directed could be summarized in 4 categories. 1. Control of performance or behavior. 2. Control of underlying physiological drives. 3. Control of intellectual functions, i.e., thinking. 4. Control of emotions, i.e., feeling. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 243. Culture as defense against chaos. See, for instance, Nelson's, 1965, summary on this point. Interesting treatments of the positive integrative effects of culture are Ruth Benedict's concept of synergy, Maslow-Honigman 1970, and Laszlo's, 1970, general systems perspective. See also Redfield 1942, von Bertalanffy 1960, 1968, and Polanyi 1968, 1969. For an example of how meaning is created by individuals in a cultural context, see csikszentmihalyi and Holton, 1981. Cultures believe themselves to be at the center of the universe. Ethnocentrism tends to be one of the basic tenets of every culture. See for instance Levine and Campbell, 1972, csikszentmihalyi, 1973. Ontological anxiety. The experts on ontological, or existential, anxiety have been, at least in the past few centuries, the poets, the painters, the playwrights, and other sundry artists. Among philosophers one must mention Kierkegaard, 1944, 1954, Heidegger, 1962, Sartre, 1956, and Jaspers, 1923, 1955, among psychiatrists, Sullivan, 1953, and Lying, 1960. 1961, meaning. An experience is meaningful when it is related positively to a person's goals. Life has meaning when we have a purpose that justifies our strivings, and when experience is ordered. To achieve this order in experience it is often necessary to posit some supernatural force, or providential plan, without which life might make no sense. See also csikszentmihalyi and Holton, 1981. The problem of meaning will be discussed in more depth in Chapter 10. Religion and the loss of meaning. That religion still helps as a shield against chaos is shown by several studies that report higher satisfaction with life among adults who report themselves as being religious, B. 1987, p. 373. but there have been several claims made recently to the effect that the cultural values which sustained our society are no longer as effective as they once were. For example, see Daniel Bell, 1976, on the decline of capitalistic values, and Robert Bellah, 1975, on the decline of religion. At the same time, it is clear that even the so-called Age of Faith in Europe, during the entire Middle Ages, was beset by doubt and confusion. For the spiritual turmoil of those times, see the excellent accounts of Johanna Huizinga, 1954, and Leroy Lajoie, 1979. Trends in social pathology. For the statistics on energy use, see Statistical Abstracts of the U.S. Dept of Commerce 1985, p. 199. For those on poverty, see IID, p. 457. Violent crime trends are drawn from the U.S. Dept of Justice's Uniform Crime Reports, 25 July 1987, p. 41, the Statistical Abstracts, 1985, p. 166, and the Commerce Department's U.S. Social Indicators, 1980, pp. 235, 241. Venereal disease statistics are from the Statistical Abstracts of the U.S., 1985, p. 115, for divorce see IBID, p. 88. 244 flow. Mental health figures are from the U.S. Social Indicators, p. 93. The budget figures are from the U.S. Statistical Abstracts, 1985, p. 332. For information on the number of adolescents living in two-parent families see Brandewijn, 1977, Cooper, 1970, Glicker, 1979, and Waitman, 1978. For crime statistics, see U.S. Statistical Abstracts, 1985, p. 189. Adolescent pathology. For suicide and homicide among teenagers, see Vital Statistics of the United States, 1985, U.S. Dept of Health and Human Services, 1988, Table 8.5. Changes in SAT scores are reported in the U.S. Statistical Abstracts, 1985, p. 147. According to reliable estimates, teenage suicide increased by about 300% between 1950 and 1980, with the heaviest losses among the privileged cohorts of white, middle-class, male adolescents. Social Indicators, 1981. The same patterns are shown for crime, homicide, illegitimate pregnancies, venereal diseases, and psychosomatic complaints. Wynne 1978, Yankelovich 1981. By 1981 out of 10 high school seniors was using psychotropic drugs daily, Johnston, Buttman, and O'Malley 1981. To qualify this picture of gloom, it should be mentioned that in most cultures, as far as it is possible to ascertain, adolescents have been seen as troublesome, Fox 1977. The great internal turmoil and external disorder of adolescence are universal and only moderately affected by cultural determinants, Kiel 1969, p. 9. According to Offer, Ossoff, and Howard, 1981, only about 20% of contemporary U.S. adolescents are to be considered troubled, but even this conservative estimate represents, of course, quite a huge number of young people. Socialization. The necessity to postpone gratification in order to function in society was discussed by Freud in Civilization and its Discontents, 1930. Brown, 1959, provided a spirited rebuttal of Freud's arguments. For standard works on socialization see Clausen, 1968, and Ziegler and Child. 1973, a recent extended study of socialization in adolescence can be found in csikszentmihalyi and Larson, 1984. Social controls. Some good examples of how social controls are enforced by creating chemical dependencies are the case of the Spaniards' introduction of rum and brandy into Central America, Brodel 1981, pp. 248-49, the use of whiskey in the expropriation of American Indian territories, and the Chinese Opium Wars. Herbert Marcuse, 1955-1964, has discussed extensively how dominant social groups co-opt sexuality and pornography to enforce social controls. As Aristotle said long ago, the study of pleasure and pain belongs to the province of the political philosopher. Ethics, Book 7, Chapter 11. Genes and personal advantage. The argument that genes were programmed for their own benefit, and not to make life better for their mihaly csikszentmihalyi 245 carriers, was first formulated in a coherent way by Dawkins, 1976, although the saying, "the chicken is only an egg's way for making another egg," which encapsulates Dawkins's idea very well, is much older. For another view of this matter, see csikszentmihalyi and Massimini, 1985, and csikszentmihalyi, 1988. Paths of Liberation. The history of this quest is so rich and long that it is impossible to do it justice in a short space. For the mystical traditions, see Bahanan, 1937, and Wood, 1954, on yoga, and Skolem, 1969, on Jewish mysticism. In philosophy one might single out Haddad's, 1960, on Greek humanism, Arnold, 1911, and Murray, 1940, on the Stoics, and McWannell, 1896, on Hegel. For more contemporary philosophers see Tillich, 1952, and Sartre, 1956. A recent reinterpretation of Aristotle's notion of virtue that is very similar in some ways to the concept of autotelic activity, or flow, presented here can be found in the work of Alasdair MacIntyre, 1984. In History Crows, 1962, Toynbee, 1934, and Berdyaev, 1952, stand out. In Sociology Marx, 1844, 1956, Durkheim, 1897, 1912, Sorokin, 1956, 1967, and Goldner, 1968, in Psychology Engel, 1941, 1965, Maslow, 1968, 1970, and Rogers, 1951, in Anthropology C. Benedict, 1934, Mead, 1964, and Geertz, 1973. This is just an idiosyncratic selection among a huge array of possible choices. Control of consciousness. Control of consciousness as developed in this chapter includes all four manifestations of self-control reviewed by Klausner, 1965, and listed in the note to page 10. One of the oldest known techniques for achieving such controls are the various yogi disciplines developed in India roughly 1500 years ago. These will be discussed more amply in chapter 5. Followers of holistic medicine believe that the mental state of the patient is extremely important in determining the course of physical health. See also Cousins, 1979, and Siegel, 1986. Eugene Gendlin, 1981, a colleague at the University of Chicago, has developed a contemporary technique for controlling attention called focusing. In this volume, I am not proposing any one technique, but instead will present a conceptual analysis of what control and enjoyment involve as well as give practical examples, so that the reader can develop a method best suited to his or her inclinations and conditions. Routinization. The argument here is of course reminiscent of Weber's 1922 notion of routinization of charisma, developed in his work The Social Psychology of World Religions, and of the even earlier Hegelian idea that the world of the spirit eventually turns into the world of nature, e.g., Sorokin 1950. The same concept is developed from a sociological viewpoint by Berger and Luckman, 1967. 246 Flow. Chapter 2. Consciousness. This concept has been central to many religious and philosophical systems, e.g., those of Kant and Hegel. Early psychologists like Ark, 1905, have tried to define it in modern scientific terms, with little success. For several decades, behavioral sciences had abandoned the notion of consciousness altogether, because self-reports of internal states were held to lack scientific validity. Some recent renewal of interest in the topic can be discerned. Pope and Singer, 1978. Historical summaries of the concept can be found in Boring, 1953, and Klausner, 1965. Smith, 1969, who coined the term introspective behaviorism, gives a definition which is very close to the one used in this volume. Conscious experience is an internal event about which one does do, directly, what one wants to do. Smith, 1969, p. 108. Otherwise, however, there is little overlap between the concept as developed here and that of either Smith or any other behaviorally oriented psychologist. The main difference is that my emphasis is on the subjective dynamics of experience, and on its phenomenological primacy. A fuller definition of consciousness will be provided in the later sections of this chapter. Phenomenology. The term phenomenological is not used here to denote adherence to the tenets or methods of any particular thinker or school. It only means that the approach to the problem of studying experience is heavily influenced by the insights of Husserl, 1962, Heidegger, 1962, 1967, Sartre, 1956, Merleau-Ponty, 1962, 1964, and some of their translators into the social sciences, e.g., Nathanson, 1963, Gendlin, 1962, Fisher, 1969, Won, 1964, and Schutz, 1962. Clear, short introductions to the phenomenology of Husserl are the books by Kohak, 1978, and Kolkowski, 1987. To follow this volume, however, there is no need to keep in mind any phenomenological assumption. The argument must stand on its own merits and be understood on its own terms. The same is true for information theory, see Wiener, 1948, 1961. Dreaming. Stewart, 1972, reports that the Sino of Malaysia learned to control their dreams, and thereby achieve unusual mastery over waking consciousness as well. If this is true, which seems doubtful, it is an interesting exception that goes toward proving the general rule. In other words, it means that by training attention one can control consciousness even in sleep. See csikszentmihalyi 1982a. One recent consciousness expansion method has been trying to do just this. Lucid dreaming is an attempt to control thought processes in sleep. LaBerge, 1985. Limits of consciousness. The first general statement about the number of bits that can be processed simultaneously was by Miller, 1956. Om. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 247. 1969, on the basis of von Neuman's 1957 calculations, has figured that 1/18 of a second is the threshold of discrimination. Cognitive scientists who have treated the limitations of attention include Simon, 1969, 1978, Kahneman, 1973, Hasher and Sachs, 1979, Eysenck, 1982, and Hoffman, Nelson, and Hauke, 1983. Attentional demand made by cognitive processes are discussed by Nasser, 1967, 1976, Trisman and Gellard, 1980, and T.R. Isman and Schmidt, 1982. The attentional requirements of storing and recall ing information from memory have been dealt with by Atkinson and Schifrin, 1968, and Hasher and Sachs, 1979. But the importance of attention and its limitations was already well known to William James, 1890. Limits for processing speech. For the 40 bit per second requirement, see Lieberman, Mattingly, and Turway, 1972, and Nussbaum and Schwab, 1986. The uses of time. The first comprehensive tabulation of how people spent their time was the Cross project reported in July, 1965. The Fig. Yours reported here are based on my studies with the experience sampling method, ESM, e.g., csikszentmihalyi, Larson, and Prescott, 1977, csikszentmihalyi and Grafe, 1980, csikszentmihalyi and Larson, 1984, csikszentmihalyi and csikszentmihalyi, 1988. Television watching. The feelings people report while watching television are compared to experiences in other activities in ESM studies by csikszentmihalyi, Larson, and Prescott, 1977, csikszentmihalyi and Kube, 1981, Larson and Kube, 1983, and Kube and csikszentmihalyi, in Press. Psychic energy. The processes taking place in consciousness, thoughts, emotions, will, and memory, have been described by philosophers since the earliest times, and by some of the earliest psychologists, e.g., at 1905. For a review, see Hilgard, 1980. Energistic approaches to consciousness include 1. 1902, Lips, 1899, Ribot, 1890, Binet, 1890, and Jung, 1928, 1960. Some contemporary approaches are represented by Kahneman. 1973, csikszentmihalyi, 1978, 1987, and Hoffman, Nelson, and Hauka. 1983, Attention and Culture. The Melanesians' ability to remember precise locations by floating on the surface of the sea is described by Gladwin, 1970. Reference to the many names for snow used by Eskimos can be found in Bobby Neon, 1979. The self. Psychologists have thought of innumerable ways of describing the self, from the social psychological approaches of George Herbert Mead, 1934, 1970, and Sullivan, 1953, to the analytic psychology of Carl Gustav Jung, 1933, 1961. Currently, however, psychologists try to avoid speaking self, instead they limit themselves to describe. 248 Flow. ing the self-concept. A good account of how this concept develops is given by Damon and Hart, 1982. Another approach uses the term self-efficacy, see Bandura, 1982. The model of the self developed in these ages has been influenced by many sources, and is described in csikszentmihalyi, 1985a, and csikszentmihalyi and csikszentmihalyi, 1988. Disorder in consciousness. Psychologists have studied negative emotions, such as anger, distress, sadness, fear, shame, contempt, or disgust, very extensively. An, 1972, Frieda, 1986, Izzard, Kagan, and Zajonk, 1984, and Tompkins, 1962. But these investigators generally assume that each emotion is separately wired in the central nervous system as a response to a specific set of stimuli, instead of being an integrated response of the self system. Clinical psychologists and psychiatrists are familiar with dysphoric moods, such as anxiety and depression, which interfere with concentration and normal functioning. Beck, 1976, Blumberg and Izzard, 1985, Hamilton, 1982, Lewinson and Liebeck, 1972, Seligman et al., 1984. Order. What order, or psychic negentropy, applies will be discussed in the pages below. See also csikszentmihalyi, 1982a, and csikszentmihalyi and Larson, 1984. Basically, it refers to the lack of conflict among the bits of information present in an individual's consciousness. When the information is in harmony with the person's goals, the consciousness of that person is ordered. The same concept applies also to lack of conflict between individuals, when their goals are in harmony with each other. Flow. The original research and theoretical model of the flow experience were first fully reported in Boredom and Anxiety, csikszentmihalyi 1975. Since then, a great number of works have used the flow concept, and extensive new research has been accumulating. A few examples are Victor Turner's 1974 application of the concept to anthropology, Mitchell's 1983 to sociology, and Crook's 1980 to evolution. Eightblad 1981, Amabile 1983, and Deci and Ryan 1985 have used it in developing motivational theories. For summaries of the various research findings, see Parsimony and Inghilleri 1986, and csikszentmihalyi and csikszentmihalyi 1988. It's exhilarating. The quote is from csikszentmihalyi 1975, p. 95. Complexity. Complexity is a function of how well the information in a person's consciousness is differentiated and integrated. A complex person is one who is able to access precise, discrete information, and yet is able to relate the various pieces to each other. For example, a person whose desires, emotions, thoughts, values, and actions are strongly individuated yet do not contradict each other. See, for instance, csikszentmihalyi csikszentmihalyi 249. Mihaly, 1970, csikszentmihalyi and csikszentmihalyi, 1988, and csikszentmihalyi and Larson, 1984. The notion of complexity used here is related to the same concept as used by some evolutionary biologists, e.g., Dobzhansky 1962, 1967, and it has been influenced by the poetic insights of Teilhard de Chardin, 1965. A very promising definition of complexity in physical systems, defined as thermodynamic depth, was being worked on by Heinz Pagels, 1988, before his recent untimely death. By his definition, the complexity of a system is the difference between the amount of information needed to describe the system in its present state and the amount needed to describe all the states it might have been in at the point at which it changed from the last previous state. Applying this to the psychology of the self, one might say that a complex person was one whose behavior and ideas could not be easily explained, and whose development was not obviously predictable. There's no place. The quote is from csikszentmihalyi 1975, p. 94. Chapter 3. For research on the relationship between happiness and wealth, see Diana, Horwitz, and Emmons, 1985, Bradbourne, 1969, and Campbell, Convers, and Rogers, 1976. Pleasure and enjoyment. Aristotle's entire Nicomachean Ethics deals with this issue, especially Book 3, Chapter 11, and Book 7. See also csikszentmihalyi and csikszentmihalyi, 1988, pp. 24-25. Children's pleasure in activity. Early German psychologists posited the existence of Funktionlust, or the pleasure derived from using one's body in such activities as running, hitting, swinging, and so on. Groos 1901, Butler 1930. Later Jean Piaget, 1952, declared that one of the sensory-motor stages of an infant's physical development was characterized by the pleasure of being the cause. In the US, Murphy, 1947, posited the existence of sensory and activity drives to account for the feeling of pleasure that sight, sound, or muscle sense occasionally gives. These insights were incorporated into a theory of optimal stimulation or optimal arousal mainly through the work of Habe, 1955, and Berline, 1960, who assumed pleasure was the consequence of an optimal balance between the incoming stimulation and the nervous system's ability to assimilate it. The extension of these basically neurological explanations for why one finds pleasure in action was provided by White, 1959, Deschamps, 1968, and Deci and Ryan, 1985, who looked at the same phenomenon but from the point of view of the self, or conscious organism. Their explanations hinge on the fact that action provides pleasure because it gives the person a feeling of competence, efficacy, or autonomy. 250 Flow. Learning in adulthood. The importance of learning in later life has received much needed attention lately. For some of the basic ideas in this field, see Mortimer Adler's early statement, Adler 1956, Tuff, 1978, and Gross, 1982. Interviews. Most of the interviews mentioned here were collected in the course of studies reported in csikszentmihalyi, 1975, and csikszentmihalyi and csikszentmihalyi, 1988. Over 600 additional interviews were collected by Professor Fausto Simoni and his collaborators in Europe, Asia, and the southwestern United States. Ecstasy. Extensive case studies of ecstatic religious experiences were collected by Margarita Lusky, 1962. Abraham Maslow, 1971, who coined the term peak experience to describe such events, played a very important role in helping give legitimacy to the consideration of such phenomena by psychologists. It is fair to say, however, that Lusky and Maslow looked at ecstasy as a fortuitous epiphany that happened more or less by itself, rather than a natural process which could be controlled and cultivated. For a comparison between Maslow's concept peak experience and flow, see Privet, 1983. Ecstatic experiences are apparently more common than one might think. As of March 1989, over 30% of a national representative sample of 1,000 US respondents answered affirmatively to the item, "You felt as though you were very close to a powerful spiritual force that seemed to lift you out of yourself." A full 12% claimed that they had experienced this feeling often or on several occasions. General Social Survey 1989. Reading as a favorite flow activity. This finding is reported in Massimini, csikszentmihalyi, and Delfave, 1988. A recent book that describes in detail how reading provides enjoyment is by Nell, 1988. Socializing as a flow activity. All the studies conducted with the experience sampling method confirm the fact that simply being with other people generally improves a person's mood significantly, regardless of what else is happening. This seems to be as true of teenagers, csikszentmihalyi and Larson 1984, as of adults, Larson, csikszentmihalyi, and Grave 1980, and of older people, Larson, Mannell, and Zuzanate 1986. But to really enjoy the company of other people requires interpersonal skills. A lot of pieces. The quote is from a study of how fine art museum curators describe the aesthetic experience, csikszentmihalyi and Robinson, in Press, p. 51. Professor Melnitz described his ingenious way of keeping track of time by tapping his fingers in a personal communication, 1986. The importance of microflow activities was examined in Beyond Boredom and Anxiety, csikszentmihalyi 1975, pp 140-78. Those studies. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 251. Showed that if people were asked to do without their usual routines, such as tapping their fingers, doodling, whistling, or joking with friends, within a matter of hours they would become irritable. Frequently they would report loss of control and disruption of behavior after only a day of microflow deprivation. Few people were able or willing to do without these small routines for more than 24 hours. The balanced ratio between challenges and skills was recognized from the very beginning as one of the central conditions of the flow experience, e.g., csikszentmihalyi 1975, pp 49-54. The original model assumed that enjoyment would occur along the entire diagonal, that is, when challenges and skills were both very low, as well as when they were both very high. Empirical research findings later led to a modification of the model. People did not enjoy situations in which their skills and the outside challenges were both lower than their accustomed levels. The new model predicts flow only when challenges and skills are relatively in balance, and above the individual's mean level, and this prediction is confirmed by the studies conducted with the experience sampling method. Carli 1986, csikszentmihalyi and Nakamura 1989, Massimini, csikszentmihalyi, and Carli 1987. In addition, these studies have shown that the condition of anxiety, high challenge, low skills, is relatively rare in everyday life, and it is experienced as much more negative than the condition of boredom, low challenge, high skills. Your concentration, you are so involved, and the concentration, are from csikszentmihalyi, 1975, p39. Reading, is from Allison and Duncan, 1988, e129. The relationship between focused attention and enjoyment was clearly perceived 4 centuries ago by Montaigne, 1580, 1958, p. 853, I enjoy life twice as much as others, for the measure of enjoyment depends on the greater or lesser attention that we lend it. The Mystique of Rock Climbing, is from csikszentmihalyi, 1975, pp. 47-48. I find special satisfaction, is from Delfave and Massimini, 1988, p. 197. I experienced a sense of satisfaction, is from Hiscock, 1968, p. 45, and each time, is from Motesia, 1971, p. 159. The last two are cited in Macbeth, 1988, p. 228. Painting. The distinction between more and less original artists is that the former start painting with a general and often vague idea of what they want to accomplish, while the latter tend to start with a clearly visualized picture in mind. Thus original artists must discover as they go along what it is that they will do, using feedback from the developing work to suggest new approaches. The less original artists end up painting 252 flow. The picture in their heads, which has no chance to grow and develop. But to be successful in his open-ended process of creation, the original artist must have well internalized criteria for what is good art, so that he can choose or discard the right elements in the developing painting. Getzels and csikszentmihalyi 1976. Surgery as a flow experience is described in csikszentmihalyi, 1975, 1985b. Exceptional sensitivities. The common sense impression that different children have a facility for developing different talents, some having an affinity for physical movement, others for music, or languages, or for getting along with other people, has recently been formalized in a theory of multiple intelligences by Howard Gardner, 1983. Gardner and his collaborators at Harvard are now at work developing a comprehensive testing battery for each of the 7 major dimensions of intelligence he identified. The importance of feedback for the blind is reported in Massimini, csikszentmihalyi, and Delfave, 1988, pp. 79-80. It is as if, is from csikszentmihalyi, 1975, p. 40. The Court, and Kids My Age, are from csikszentmihalyi, 1975, pp. 40-41, When You Are Climbing, is from Ibid, p. 81, and I Get a Feel ing, from Ibid, p. 41. But No Matter How Many, is from Freelock, 1951, pp. 99-100, quoted in Macbeth, 1988, pp. 221-22. The quotation from Edwin Moses is in Johnson, 1988, p. 6. A Straw in Relaxation, and I Have a General Feeling, are from csikszentmihalyi, 1975, pp. 44, 45. The attraction of risk and danger has been extensively studied by Marvin Zuckerman, 1979, who identified the sensation-seeking personality trait. A more popular treatment of the subject is the recent book by Ralph Keyes, 1985. One of the earliest psychological studies of gambling is the one by Kusin, 1977. That games of chess have developed from the divinatory aspects of religious ceremonials has been argued by Culin, 1906, pp. 32, 37, 43, David, 1962, and Huizinga, 1939, 1970. Morphy and Fisher. The similarity between the careers of these two chess champions who lived a century apart is indeed striking. Paul Charles Morphy, 1837-84, became a chess master in his early teens. When he was 22 years old, he traveled to Europe, where he beat everyone who dared to play against him. After he returned to New York, potential competitors thought he was too good, and were afraid to play him even at favorable odds. Deprived of his only source of flow, Morphy became mihaly csikszentmihalyi 253. A recluse playing eccentric and paranoid behavior. For parallels with Bob B. Fischer's career, see Waitskin, 1988. There are two lines of explanation for such coincidences. One is that people with fragile psychic organization are disproportionately attracted to chess. The other is that chess, at highly competitive levels, requires a complete commitment of psychic energy and can become addictive. When a player becomes a champion, and exhausts all the challenges of the activity into which so much of his attention has been invested, he runs a serious risk of becoming disoriented because the goal that has given order to his consciousness is no longer meaningful. Gambling among American Indians is described by Culin, 1906, Cushing, 1896, and Cole, 1860. Carver, 1796, p. 238, describes Iroquois playing until they have lost everything they owned, including their moccasins, and then walking back to their home camp in snow 3 feet deep. An observer of the Tarahumara in Mexico reported that he may go on laying stick dice for a fortnight to a month, until he has lost everything he has in the world except his wife and children. He draws the line at that. Lumholger 1987, p. 278. Surgeons who claim that performing operations can be addictive are quoted in csikszentmihalyi, 1975, pp. 13839. It's a Zen feeling, is from Enid, p. 87. So one forgets oneself, is from Motesia, 1971, p. 52, cited in Macbeth, 1988, p. 22. I understand something, is from Sacco, 1988, p. 113. For the sense of self-transcendence while involved in rock climbing, see Robinson, 1969, while involved in chess, see Steiner, 1974. The danger of losing self as a result of transcendent experience has been extensively written about. One of the earliest treatments of this possibility is by Le Bon, 1895, 1960, whose work influenced that of McDougall, 1920, and Freud, 1921. Some recent studies dealing with the relationship of self-awareness and behavior are by Diana, 1979, Wycatland, 1979, and Scare and Carver, 1980. In terms of our model of complexity, a de-individuated person who loses his or herself in a group is integrated, but not differentiated. Such a person yields the control of consciousness to the group, and may easily engage in dangerous behavior. To benefit from transcendence, one must also have a strongly differentiated, or individuated self. Describing the dialectical relationship between the I, or the active part of the self, and the me, or the reflected self-concept, was the very influential contribution of George Herbert Mead, 1934, 1970. Two Things Happen, is from csikszentmihalyi, 1975, p. 116. 254 Flow. The essential connection between something like happiness, enjoyment, and even virtue, on the one hand, and intrinsic or autotelic rewards on the other has been generally recognized by thinkers in a variety of cultural traditions. It is essential to the Taoist concept of you, or right living, e.g., the basic writings of Chuang Tzu, translated by Watson 1964, to the Aristotelian concept of virtue, McIntyre 1984, and to the Hindu attitude toward life that infuses the Bhagavad Gita. The generalizations about people being dissatisfied with work and with leisure time are based on our studies with the experience sampling method, e.g., csikszentmihalyi and Grafe 1979, 1980, Grafe, csikszentmihalyi, and Giannin 1983, csikszentmihalyi and Lefebvre 1987, 1989, and Lefebvre 1988. The conclusions are based on the momentary responses adult workers wrote down whenever they were paged at random times on their jobs. When workers respond to large-scale surveys, however, they often tend to give much more favorable global responses. A compilation of 15 studies of job satisfaction carried out between 1972 and 1978 concluded that 3% of US workers are very satisfied with their jobs, 9% are somewhat satisfied, 36% are somewhat satisfied, and 52% are very satisfied. Argyll 1987, pp. 3163. A more recent national survey conducted by Robert Huff International and reported in the Chicago Tribune, 18 October 1987, Sect 8, arrives at much less rosy results. According to this study, 24% of the US workforce, or 1 worker in 4, is quite dissatisfied with his or her job. Our methods of measuring satisfaction be too stringent, whereas the survey methods are likely to give results that are too optimistic. It should be easy to find out whether a group of people satisfied or dissatisfied with work. In reality, because satisfaction is such a relative concept, it is very difficult to give an objective answer to this simple question. It is rather like whether one should say half full or half empty when asked to describe a glass with water. Halfway up or down the container. In a recent book by 2 outstanding German social scientists, the authors came to diametrically opposed conclusions about German workers' attitudes toward work, one claiming they loved it, the other that they hated it, even though they were both arguing from the same exhaustive and detailed survey database, Noel Neumann and Strumpel 1984. The counterintuitive finding that people tend to rate work as more satisfying than leisure has been noticed by several investigators, e.g., Andrews and Wythe 1976, Robinson 1977. For example, Weroff, Doven, and Kulka, 1981, report that 49% of employed men claim work is more satisfying for them than leisure, whereas only 19% say that leisure is more satisfying than work. The dangers of addiction to flow have been dealt with in more detail by csikszentmihalyi, 1985b. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 255. As flow. A description of how juvenile delinquency can provide flow experiences is given in csikszentmihalyi and Larson, 1978. The Oppenheimer quote is from Whedon, 1984. Water can be both good and bad. This fragment from Democritus was cited by De Chantilena, 1961, 1970, p. 157. Chapter 4. Play. After Huizinga's Homo Ludens, which first appeared in 1939, perhaps the most seminal book about play and playfulness has been Roger Kelos's Les Jeux et les Hommes, 1958. Mimicry. An excellent example of how a ritual disguise can help one to step out of ordinary experience is given by Monty, 1969, pp. 915, in his discussion of the use of West African ceremonial masks. From a psychological point of view, the origin of the mask can also be explained by the more atavistic aspiration of the human being to escape from himself in order to be enriched by the experience of different existences, a desire which obviously cannot be fulfilled on the physical level, and in order to increase its own power by identifying with universal, divine, or demonic forces, whichever they may be. It is a desire to break out of the human constriction of individuals shaped in a specific and immutable mold and closed in a birth-death cycle which leaves no possibility of consciously chosen existential adventures, italics added. Flow and discovery. When asked to rank 16 very different activities as being more or less similar to flow, the groups of highly skilled rock climbers, composers of music, chess players, and so on studied by csikszentmihalyi, 1975, p. 29, listed the item, designing or discovering something new, as being the most similar to their flow activity. Flow and growth. The issue of how flow experiences lead to growth of the self are discussed in Deci and Ryan, 1985, and csikszentmihalyi, 1982b-1985a. And Wells, 1988, has shown that women who spend more time in flow have a more positive self-concept. Flow and ritual. The anthropologist Victor Turner, 1974, saw the ubiquity of the ritual processes in preliterate societies as an indication that they were socially sanctioned opportunities to experience flow. Religious rituals in general are usually conducive to the flow experience. See Carrington 1977, csikszentmihalyi 1987, csikszentmihalyi 1988, and Wilson 1985, and in Press. A good introduction to the historical relationship between the sacred and the secular dimensions of leisure can be found in John R. Kelly's textbook Leisure, 1982, pp. 5368. Flow and art. A description of how passive visual aesthetic experiences can produce flow is given in csikszentmihalyi and Robinson, in Press. 256. Flow. The religious significance of Mayan ball games is described in Blom, 1932, and Gilpin, 1948. Poke-ta-poke, as this game similar to basketball was called, took place in a stone courtyard, and the aim was for one team to throw the ball through the opponent's stone hoop placed about 28 feet above the playing field, without touching it with their hands. Father Diego Duran, an early Spanish missionary, gives a vivid description. It was a game of much recreation to them and enjoyment, among which were some who played it with such dexterity and skill that they during 1 hour succeeded in not stopping the flight of the ball from one end to the other without missing a single hit with their buttocks, not being allowed to reach it with hands nor feet, nor with the calf of their legs, nor with their arms, quoted in Blom 1932. Apparently such games sometimes ended in human sacrifices or the killing of the members of the losing team. Pinachan 1969. Flow and society. The idea that the kind of flow activities a society made available to its people could reflect something essential about the society itself was first suggested in csikszentmihalyi, 1981-1981b. See also Argyll, 1987, p. 65. The issue of cultural relativism is too complex to be given an unbiased evaluation here. An excellent, but not impartial, review of the concept is given by the anthropologist Melford Spiro, 1987, who in a recent autobiographical account describes why he changed his mind from an uncritical acceptance of the equal value of cultural practices to a much more qualified recognition of the pathological forms that cultures can occasionally assume. Philosophers and other humanists have often accused social scientists, sometimes with justification, of debunking absolute values that are important for the survival of culture, e.g., Arendt 1958, Bloom 1987. The early Italian-Swiss sociologist Wilfredo Pareto, 1917-1919, has been one of the scholars most keenly aware of the dangers of relativity inherent in his discipline. English workers. The classic story of how the free English workers were transformed into highly regimented industrial laborers is told by the historian E.P. Thompson, 1963. The suspicious Dobuans were studied by the anthropologist Rio Fortune, 1932-1963. For the tragic plight of the Ik of Uganda C. Turnbull, 1972. Unomamo. This fierce tribe was immortalized by the writings of the anthropologist Napoleon Chugnon, 1979. The sad Nigerian tribe was described by Laura Bohnanen, under the pseudonym E.S. Bowen, 1954. Colin Turnbull, 1961, gave a loving description of the pygmies of the Itchery forest. A quote concerning the Shushwap was contained in a 1986 letter from Kool to the author. mihaly csikszentmihalyi 257. The information about the Great Ice Shrine was provided in a personal communication by Mark csikszentmihalyi. For the percentages of happy people in different nations, see George Gallup, 1976. The study that showed US respondents to be about as happy as Cubans and Egyptians was conducted by Easterlin, 1974. For a general discussion of happiness and cross-cultural differences, see Argyll, 1987, pp. 10-11. Affluence and Happiness. Both Argyll, 1987, and Weinhoven, 1984, agree, on the basis of their evaluation of practically every study in the field conducted so far, that there is conclusive evidence for a positive but very modest correlation between material well-being and happiness or satisfaction with life. The time budgets for US workers are based on RESM studies, e.g., csikszentmihalyi and Grafe 1980, Grafe, csikszentmihalyi, and Gianninon 1983, csikszentmihalyi and Lefebvre 1987, 1989. These estimates are very similar. Those obtained with much more extensive surveys, e.g., Robinson 1977. Stimulus overinfusion in schizophrenia. The concept of anhedonia was originally developed by the psychiatrist Roy Grinker. Overinfusion and the symptomatology of attentional disorders have been studied by, among others, Harrow, Grinker, Holtzman, and Caton, 1977, and Harrow, Tucker, Hanover, and Shield, 1972. The quotations are from Gay and Chapman, 1961, pp. 109, 114. I have argued the continuity between lack of flow experiences due to severe psychopathologies and milder attentional disorders often caused by social deprivation in csikszentmihalyi, 1978, 1982a. Among the studies of the Eskimo that are worth reading are those of Carpenter, 1970, 1973. The destruction of Caribbean cultures is described by Mintz, 1985. The concept of anomie was originally developed by Isle Durkheim in his work Suicide, 1897, 1951. The best introduction to the concept of alienation is in the early manuscripts of Karl Marx, especially his economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, see Tucker 1972. The sociologist Richard Mitchell, 1983-1988, has argued that anomie and alienation are the societal counterparts of anxiety and boredom, respectively, and that they occur when people cannot find flow. The conditions of everyday life are either too chaotic or too predictable. The neurophysiological hypothesis concerning attention and flow is based on the following research: Hamilton, 1976, 1981, Hamilton, Holcomb, and de la Pena, 1977, and Hamilton, Hare, and Buchsbaum, 1984. This line of research now continuing with the use of more sophisticated brain scanning equipment. 258 Flow. Cortical activation is the amount of electrical activity in the cerebral cortex at a given moment in time. Its amplitude, in microvolts, has been used to indicate the general effort taking place in the brain at that time. When people concentrate their attention, their cortical activation is generally found to increase, indicating an increase in mental effort. The study of autotelic families is reported in Ruthund, 1988. His findings are in line with many previous investigations, for instance that securely attached infants engage more in exploratory behavior, Ainsworth, Bell, and Staten 1971, Matas, Arendt, and Srouth 1978, or that an optimal balance between love and discipline is the best child-rearing context, Bronfenbren 1970, Evriux 1970, Bondrin 1977. The system's approach to family studies, which is very congenial with the one developed here, was pioneered in clinical settings by Bowen, 1978. The people of flow. This is the term Richard Logan, 1985, 1988, used to describe individuals who are able to transform trying ordeals into flow experiences. The quote, "If the reach of experience," is from Burney, 1952, pp 16-18. Eva Zizel's imprisonment is described in a New York profile, Lezard 1987. How a Chinese lady survived the brutalities of the Cultural Revolution is the subject of Life and Death in Shanghai, Cheng 1987. Solzhenitsyn's accounts of prison are from the Gulag Archipelago, 1976. The account by Tola Stiba is reconstructed from personal conversations we had in the summer of 1957, when he was released from jail after the Hungarian Revolution. The quote from Solzhenitsyn is cited in Logan, 1985. Bettelheim presents his generalizations about imprisonment based on his concentration camp experiences in the article, Individual and Mass Behavior in Extreme Situations, 1943, for Frankl Seaman's Search for Meaning and the Unheard Cry for Meaning, 1963, 1978. The quotation from Russell was cited in an article in Self magazine, Mercer. 1987, p. 147. Chapter 5. The Tarahumara fables that include ritual fortresses up and down the mountains of northern Mexico for hundreds of miles are described in Lumholtzer, 1902, 1987, and Nabokov, 1981. An account of the ritual elements involved in modern sports is given by McAloon's, 1981, Study of the Modern Olympics. The Icarus complex was explored by Henry A. Murray, 1955. At this point it might be appropriate to confront squarely the mihaly csikszentmihalyi 259. Freudian concept of sublimation, a topic that, if bypassed, might leave us with the nagging feeling of an unresolved problem. Superficial applications of Freud's thought have led many people to interpret any action that is not directed to the satisfaction of basic sexual desires either as a defense, when it aims to hold back an unacceptable wish that otherwise might be expressed, or as a sublimation, when an acceptable goal is substituted for a desire that could not be safely expressed in its oral form. At best, sublimation is a poor substitute for the unsatisfied pleasure it helps to disguise. For example, Butler, 1970, has argued that games involving risk provide a release from guilt about sexuality and aggression. According to the Icarus complex, a high jumper is trying to escape from the ties of an Oedipal tangle in a socially acceptable way, but without really resolving the basic conflict that motivates his actions. Similarly, Jones, 1931, and Fine, 1956, have explained chess as a way of coping with castration anxiety, to mate the opponent's king with the help of one's queen is a sublimated enactment of the father's castration with the collusion of the mother, and mountain climbing has been explained as sublimated penis envy. Nobody seems to do anything, according to this point of view, except to resolve a festering childhood anxiety. The logical consequence of reducing motivation to a search for pleasure that is instigated by a few basic genetically programmed desires, however, is a failure to account for much of the behavior that differentiates humans from other animal species. To illustrate this, it is useful to examine the role of enjoyment in an evolutionary perspective. Life is shaped as much by the future as it is by the past. The first fish to leave the sea for dry land were not programmed to do so, but exploited unused potentials in their makeup to take advantage of the opportunities of an entirely new environment. The monkeys who use sticks to fish for ants at the mouth of ant hills are not following a destiny carved in their genes, but are experimenting with possibilities that in the future may lead to the conscious use of tools, and hence to what we call progress. And certainly human history can only be understood as the action of people striving to realize indistinct dreams. It is not a question of teleology, the belief that our actions are the unfolding of a preordained destiny, because teleology is also a mechanistic concept. The goals we pursue are not determined in advance or built into our makeup. They are discovered in the process of enjoying the extension of our skills in novel settings, in new environments. Enjoyment seems to be the mechanism that natural selection has provided to ensure that we will evolve and become more complex. This argument has been made in csikszentmihalyi and Massimini, 1985, csikszentmihalyi, 1988, and csikszentmihalyi, 1988. The evolutionary implications of flow were also perceived by Crook, 1980. Just as pleasure from eating makes us want to eat more, and pleasure from 260 flow. Physical love makes us want to have sex, both of which we need to do in order to survive and reproduce. Enjoyment motivates us to do things that push us beyond the present and into the future. It makes no sense to assume that only the pursuit of pleasure is the source of natural desires, and any other motivation must be its male derivative. The rewards of reaching new goals are just as genuine as the rewards of satisfying old needs. The study of the relationship between happiness and energy consumption was reported in Grave, Giannin and csikszentmihalyi, 1981. The US dancer's quotations are from csikszentmihalyi, 1975, p. 104. The Italian dancers is from Del Fave and Massimini, 1988, p. 212. The cultivation of sexuality. An excellent historical review of Western ideas about love, and of the behaviors that accompany it, is given in the 3 volumes of The Nature of Love by Irving Singer, 1981. A compendium of contemporary psychologists' views on love was collected by Kenneth Hope, 1980. A very recent statement on the subject is by the Yale psychologist Robert Sternberg, 1988, who expands the classical description of love as eros or as agape to 3 components: intimacy, passion, and commitment. Lita Dalby, 1980, an American anthropologist who spent a few years training as a geisha in Kyoto, gives a good description of the refinements involved in the Far Eastern approach to sexuality. For the lack of romance in antiquity, see Wayne, 1987, SPP 2025. The way in which the rules of the Jesuit order developed by Saint Ignatius of Loyola helped organize life as a unified activity, potentially suited to provide flow experience for those who followed them, is described in I. csikszentmihalyi, 1986, 1988, and Toscano, 1986. A brief introduction to Patanjali's yoga can be found in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1985, Vol 12, p. 846. Elliday, 1969, provides a more thorough immersion in the subject. Some of the most powerful contemporary insights on the psychology of aesthetics are in the works of Arnim, 1954, 1971, 1982, and Gombrich, 1954, 1979, who stress the role of order, or negative entropy, in art. For more psychoanalytically oriented approaches, see the 3 volumes edited by Mary Jadot, Psychoanalytic Perspectives on Art, 1986, 1987, 1988. There is that wonderful, is from csikszentmihalyi and Robinson, in press. When I See Works, and On a Day Like This, are from csikszentmihalyi and Robinson, in press. The use of music by the Pygmies is described in Turnbull, 1961. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 261. The importance of music in the lives of Americans is mentioned in The Meaning of Things, csikszentmihalyi and Rutberg Holton 1981, where it was found that for teenagers the most important object in the home tended to be the stereo set. The Policeman's Interview is also from the same source. How music helps teenagers recover their good moods and its role in providing a matrix of peer solidarity are discussed in csikszentmihalyi and Larson, 1984, and Larson and Kube, 1983. Recorded music makes life richer. I heard this argument propounded most forcefully, but, I think, quite erroneously, by the aesthetic philosopher Eliseo Vivas at a public lecture in Lake Forest College, Illinois, sometime in the late 1960s. Durkheim developed his concept of collective effervescence as a precursor of religiosity in his Elementary Forms of Religious Life, 1912, 1967. Victor Turner's Communitas provides a contemporary perspective on the importance of spontaneous social interaction, 1969, 1974. The writings of Carlos Castaneda, e.g., 1971, 1974, so influential even a decade ago, now barely produce ripple on the collective consciousness. Much has been said to discredit the authenticity of his accounts. The last few volumes of the enduring saga of his sorcerer's apprenticeship seem indeed confused and pointless. But the first 4 volumes contained many important ideas, intriguingly presented. For these the old Italian saying applies, se non è vero, è ben trovato, or, it may not be true, but it is well conceived. The stages of musical listening were described in an unpublished empirical study by Michael Heffetz at the University of Chicago. A similar developmental trajectory was postulated earlier by the musicologist Leonard Meyer, 1956. Plato expresses his views on music in The Republic, Book 3, in the dialogue between Glaucon and Socrates about the aims of education. The idea is that children should not be exposed to either plaintive or relaxed music, because both will undermine their character, thus Ionian and Elvae. Disharmonies should be eliminated from the curriculum. The only acceptable harmonies are the Dorian and the Phrygian, because these are the strains of necessity and the strains of freedom, inculcating courage and temperance in the young. Whatever one may think of Plato's taste, it is clear that he took music very seriously. Here is what Socrates says, Book 3, p. 401, Therefore I said, Glaucon, musical training is a more potent instrument than any other, because rhythm and harmony find their way into the inward place of the soul, on which they mightily fasten, imparting grace, and making the soul of him who is rightly educated graceful. 262 Flow. Alan Bloom, 1987, SPP 6881, provides a spirited defense of Plato and an indictment of modern music, presumably because it has an affinity for Ionian and Lydian harmonies. Lauren Hollander's story is based on conversations we had in 1985. Eating. For instance, ESM studies show that of the main things adult Americans do during an average day, eating is the most intrinsically motivated. Grave, csikszentmihalyi, and Giannino 1983. Teenagers report second highest levels of positive affect when eating, after socializing with peers, which is the most positive, and very high levels of intrinsic motivation, lower only than listening to music, being involved in sports and games, and resting. csikszentmihalyi and Larson 1984, p. 300. Cyrus the Great. The information comes from Xenophanes, 431 BC 350 BC. Cyropedia, a fictional account of Cyrus' life. But Xenophon is the only contemporary who had actually served in Cyrus' army, and who has left a written record of the man and his exploits. See also his Anabasis, translated as the Persian Expedition, Honor 1965. Puritans and Enjoyment. On this topic see the extensive history by Foster Riadels, 1965, Jane Carson's account of recreation in colonial Virginia, 1965, and Chapter 5 in Kelly, 1982. Chapter X. Reading. In the interviews conducted by Professor Massimini around the world, reading books was the most often mentioned flow activity, especially in traditional groups undergoing modernization. Massimini, csikszentmihalyi, and Del Fave 1988, pp 74-75. See also the study by Nell of how reading provides enjoyment, 1988. Mental puzzles. The Dutch historian Johanna Huizinga, 1939-1970, argued that science and scholarship in general originated in riddling games. Works of art, from csikszentmihalyi and Robinson, in press. The normal state of the mind is chaos. This conclusion is based on various lines of evidence collected with the ESM. For example, of all the things teenagers do, thinking is the least intrinsically motivating activity, and one of the highest on negative effect and on passivity. csikszentmihalyi and Larson 1984, p. 300. This is because people say they are thinking only when they are not doing anything else, when there are no external demands on their mind. The same pattern holds for adults, who are least happy and motivated when their mind is not engaged by an externally structured activity. Kube and csikszentmihalyi in press. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 263. The various sensory deprivation experiments also show that without patterned input of information, the organization of consciousness tends to break down. For instance, George Miller writes, "The mind survives by ingesting information," Miller 1983, p. 111. A more general claim is that organisms survive by ingesting negentropy, Schrödinger 1947. The negative quality of the television viewing experience has been documented by several ESM studies, e.g., csikszentmihalyi and Kube, 1981, csikszentmihalyi and Larson, 1984, csikszentmihalyi, Larson, and Prescott, 1977, Kube and csikszentmihalyi, in press, and Larson and Kube, 1983. Mental imagery. For some of Singer's work on daydreaming, see Singer, 1966, 1973, 1981, and Singer and Switzer, 1980. In the last decade, a widespread mental imagery movement has developed in the US. The Buñuel reference is from Sachs, 1970, 1987, p. 23. Reciting name of ancestors. Generally, the task of remembering belongs to the elder members of the tribe, and sometimes it is assigned to the chief. For example, the Melanesian chief has no administrative work, he has no function, properly speaking. But in him are enclosed the clan's myth, tradition, alliances, and strengths. When he delivers from his own lips the clan names and the marvelous phrases which have moved generations, he enlarges time for each one. The chief's authority rests on a simple quality which is his alone. He himself is the word of the clan. Linhart 1947, 1979, pp. 1718. One example of how complex kinship reckoning can be is illustrated by Evans Pritchard's work on the Lua of the Sudan, who divide their ancestors in maximal, major, minor, and minimal lineages, all connecting to each other for 5 or 6 ascending generations. Evans Pritchard 1940, 1978. Riddles. The rhyme translated by Charlotte Guest, as well as the material on the following page, come from the famous account Robert Graves, 1960, gives of the origins of poetry and literacy in the White Goddess. Graves B. belonged to that wonderful period of British academic life when serious scholarship coexisted with unfettered flights of the imagination, the period when C.S. Lewis and R.R. Tolkien taught classics and wrote science fiction at Oxford. Graves's mythopoetic reconstructions are controversial, but they provide the layperson with a feeling for what the quality of thought and experience might have been in the distant past, to an extent that one cannot get from works of more cautious scholarship. Rote learning. H.E. Garrett, 1941, has reviewed the experimental evidence that contributed to the demise of rote learning in schools. See 264 Flow. Also Suppies, 1978. This evidence showed that learning nonsense syllables did not improve a generalized aptitude for remembering. It is difficult to understand why educators would have thought such results relevant to making students stop memorizing meaningful texts. The control of memory. Remembering, like dreaming, seems not to be a process under volitional control of the self. We cannot bring into consciousness information that refuses to be called up. But just as with dreaming, except even more so, if one is willing to invest energy in it, memory can be greatly improved. With a little method and discipline, it is possible to build a whole set of mnemonic devices to help remember material that otherwise would be forgotten. For a recent review of how some of these methods were used in antiquity and the Renaissance, see Spence, 1984. The reference to Archytas and his thought experiment is from De Chantilena, 1961, 1970, p. 63. The Evolution of Arithmetic and Geometry. Wittfogel, 1957, gives a brilliant materialist account of the development of the sciences, as well as political forms, on the basis of the prior development of irrigational techniques. That new cultural products are developed more for the sake of enjoyment than out of necessity is argued in csikszentmihalyi, 1988. Seems to be true even in the introduction of such basic techniques as the use of metals. In several areas of the world it has been noted, in the case of metallurgical innovation in particular, that the development of bronze and other metals as useful commodities was a much later phenomenon and their first utilization as new and attractive materials, employed in contexts of display. In most cases early metallurgy appears to have been practiced primarily because products have novel properties that made them attractive to use as symbols and as personal adornments and ornaments, in a manner that, by focusing attention, could attract or enhance prestige. Renfrew 1986, pp 144, 146. Huizinga, 1939, 1970, argued that institutions such as religion, law, government, and the armed forces originally started as playforms, or games, and only gradually did they become rigid and serious. Similarly, Max Weber, 1930, 1958, pointed out that capitalism started as an adventurous game of entrepreneurs, and only later, when its practices became rigidified in laws and conventions, did it become an iron cage. For the anecdotes concerning Democritus, see De Chantilena, 1961, 1970, pp 142ff. For an introduction to the sagas of Iceland, see Scully Johnson's, 1930, Collection. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 265. The argument about how conversation helps maintain the symbolic universe is in Berger and Luckman, 1967. How poetry can be taught to ghetto children and to old people in retirement homes without formal education is beautifully told by Koch, 1970, 1977. Writing and depression. At least since the Romantic era, artists of all types have been held to be tortured or demonically impaired. There is reasonably good evidence that many modern artists and writers in fact show a variety of depressive and obsessive symptoms. See, e.g., Alvarez 1973, Berman 1988, csikszentmihalyi 1988, and Matson 1980. Recently much has been written also about the relationship of manic depression and literary creativity. Andresen 1987, Richards et al. 1988. It is very likely, however, that this relationship between psychic entropy and artistic creativity is the result of specific cultural expectations, and of the awkward structure of the artistic role, rather than anything necessarily inherent in art or in creation. activity. Other words, if to survive as an artist in a given social environment a person has to put up with insecurity, neglect, ridicule, and a lack of commonly shared expressive symbols, he or she is likely to show the psychic effects of these adverse conditions. Vasari in 1550 was one of the first to express concern that the personality of the young Italian artists of the time, already influenced by mannerism, a precursor of Baroque and Romantic styles, displayed a certain element of savagery and madness, which made them appear strange and eccentric, in a way that previous artists were not. Vasari 1550, 1959, p. 232. In earlier periods, such as the thousands of years of Egyptian civilization, or the Middle Ages, artists were apparently quite pleasant and well-adjusted. Hauser 1951. And of course there are several more recent examples of great artists, like J.S. Bach, Goethe, Dickens, or Verdi, that disprove the existence of a necessary link between creativity and neurosis. Remembering the personal past. In part under the influence of Erickson's psychobiographical accounts of the lives of Hitler, Gorky, Luther, and Gandhi, 1950, 1958, 1969, a concern for personal narrative has become prominent in lifespan developmental psychology. See Kohler 1982, Freeman 1989, Jurgen and Jurgen 1983, 1984, McAdams 1985, Robinson 1988, Serbin 1986, and Schaeffer 1980. This perspective claims that knowing how a person sees his or her own past is one of the best ways to predict what he or she will do in the future. Every home a museum. Csikszentmihalyi and Rutberg Holton, 1981, studied over 300 members of three-generational families around Chicago, who were asked in their homes to show interviewers their favorite objects, and to explain the reasons for cherishing them. 266 Flow. The four quotations from Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, 1962, are from pages 24, 38, 38, and 36, respectively. One of the most exciting promises of flow theory is that it may help explain why certain ideas, practices, and products are adopted, while others are ignored or forgotten, since at this point the histories of ideas, institutions, and cultures were almost exclusively within a paradigm informed by economic determinism. In addition, it might be revealing to consider how history is directed by the enjoyment people derive or anticipate from different courses of acquisition. A beginning in that direction is Isabella Csikszentmihalyi's analysis of the reasons for the success of the Jesuit order in the 16th and 17th centuries, 1988. Breakthroughs. It would go against the central message of this book to claim that the flow experience is good for you, in the sense that it helps people achieve scientific or any other kind of success. It needs to be stressed again and again that what counts is the quality of experience flow provides, and that this is more important for achieving happiness than riches or fame. At the same time, it would be disingenuous to ignore the fact that successful people tend to enjoy what they do to an unusual extent. This may indicate that people who enjoy what they are doing will do a good job of it, although, as we know, correlation does not imply causation. A long time ago, Maurice Schaech, 1934, pointed out how important enjoyment was in sustaining scientific creativity. In an interesting recent study, B. Eugene Griezmann interviewed a potpourri of high achievers ranging from Francis H.C. Crick, the co-discoverer of the double helix, to Hank Aaron, Julie Andrews, and Ted Turner. 15 of these celebrities completed a questionnaire in which they rated the importance of 33 personal characteristics, such as creativity, competence, and breadth of knowledge, in terms of helping them achieve success. The item most strongly endorsed, for an average of 9.86 on a 10-point scale, was enjoyment work. Griezmann 1987, pp. 294-95. Another indication of how low may be linked to success is suggested by the work of Larson, 1985-1988. In a study of high school juniors writing a month-long assignment, he found that the students who were bored wrote essays expert English teachers found boring. Students who were anxious wrote disconnected essays that were confusing to read, whereas students who enjoyed the writing task created essays that were enjoyable to read. This controlling for differences in intelligence or ability among the students. The obvious suggestion is that a person who experiences flow in an activity will end up with a product that others will find more valuable. The interview with the wife of Susumoto Negawa appeared in USA Today, 13th October 1987, p2a. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 267. The amazing variety of things adults learn in their free time is described in the Investigations of Alan Tuff, 1978, see also Gross, 1982. One of the areas of knowledge to which laypersons continue to contribute is that concerning health. One keeps hearing how people, often mothers, will notice some peculiarities in the health patterns of members of their family, which when communicated to health experts turned out to have beneficial consequences. For example, Burton Ruach, 1988, reports how a woman in New England, struck by the fact that her son and many of his friends were suffering from arthritic pains in the knee, alerted doctors of this suspicious coincidence, and as a result of her information researchers discovered limb disease, a potentially serious affliction transmitted by ticks. It may be presumptuous to present a reading list of the great philosophers, but to simply name them without a reference would also offend professional scruples. So here goes. A few of the most seminal works in each area might include the following. As to ontology, there are Christian von Wolff's Ernentige Gedanken, Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, Husserl's Ideas, General Introduction to Pure Phenomenology, and Heidegger's Being and Time, 1962. For these last two, it might be a good idea to start with the introductions to Husserl by Koch, 1978, and by Kolkowski, 1987, and to Heidegger by George Steiner, 1978, 1987. In terms of ethics, one would certainly wish to tackle Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, Aquinas's treatises on human acts, on habits, and on the active and contemplative life in the Summa Theologica, Benedict Spinoza's Ethics, and from Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil and Genealogy of Morals. In aesthetics, Alexander Baumgarten's Reflections on Poetry, Benedetto Croce's Aesthetics, Santayana's The Sense of Beauty, and Collingwood's The Principles of Art. The 54-volume series of the Great Books of the Western World, now edited by Mortimer Adler and published by the Encyclopaedia Britannica, is a good introduction to the most influential thinkers of our culture. The first two Syntopicon volumes, which contain a summary of the main ideas of the books that follow, could be especially useful to the amateur philosopher. Medvedev, 1971, provides an informed account of how the agricultural policies of Lysenko, based on Leninist dogma, resulted in food shortages in Soviet Russia. See also Lecourt, 1977. Chapter 7. For the time budget allocated to work by preliterate people, see the Excel-Lent volume by Marshall Sohlins, 1972, and the Estimates of Lee, 1975. Some glimpses of the working turns of medieval Europe are to be found in Le Goff, 1980, and Le Roy Lejouri, 1979. The pattern. 268 Flow. Working day of typical English workers before and after the advent of the Industrial Revolution is reconstructed by E.P. Thompson, 1963. The changing role of women as workers in the public sector is discussed by, among others, Clark, 1919, and Howell, 1986. Serafina Winan is one of the respondents in the groups studied by Fave and Massimini, 1988. Her quote, "It gives me great satisfaction," is from p. 203. The quote, "I am free," is from Ibid. development and complexity. While most developmental psychology has remained determinedly value-free, at least in its rhetoric, if not in its substance, the psychology department at Clark University has maintained a relatively strong value orientation in its approach to human development, based on the notion that complexity is the goal of human growth, e.g., Kaplan 1983, Werner 1957, Werner and Kaplan 1956. For recent attempts in the same direction see Robinson, 1988, and Freeman and Robinson, in Press. Ting was cutting up, is in Watson, 1964, p. 46, who translated Chuang Tzu's inner chapters. Some critics. The criticism that flow describes an exclusively Western state of mind was one of the first to be leveled at the flow concept. The specific contrast between flow and you was brought out by Sun, 1987. It is to be hoped that the ample cross-cultural evidence presented in csikszentmihalyi and csikszentmihalyi, 1988, will reassure skeptics that the flow experience is reported in almost exactly the same terms in vastly different non-Western cultures. However, is from Watson, 1964, p. 97. Will, 1939, p. 39, is the scholar who thinks the quotation does not describe you, but its opposite, whereas Graham, cited in Crundle 1983, and Watson, 1964, believe it describes Ting's own way of butchering, and therefore that it refers to you. Navazos. Interviews with Navajo shepherds were conducted by Professor Massimini's group in the summers of 1984 and 1985. The life of 17th and 18th century English weavers is described by E.P. Thompson, 1963. The flow interviews of surgeons were conducted by Dr. Jean Hamilton and written up by her and I. csikszentmihalyi, M. csikszentmihalyi 1975. pp. 12339. The first two quotations are from csikszentmihalyi, 1975, p. 129, the next two from Ibid, p. 136. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 269. The ESM study that looks at how much flow American workers report on their job and in leisure was reported in csikszentmihalyi and Lefebvre, 1987, 1989, and Lefebvre, 1988. Dissatisfaction. The low percentages of dissatisfied workers were computed by a meta-analysis performed in 1980 on 15 national surveys between 1972 and 1978, see Argyll, 1987, p. 32. Are studies of American workers. In addition to the ESM studies, here I am drawing on data I have collected over a period of 5 years, 1984-88, on about 400 managers, from different companies and all parts of the country, who have attended the whale management seminars organized by the Office of Continuing Education of the University of Chicago. Jobs are easier to enjoy. That leisure can be a problem for many people has been recognized for a long time by psychologists and psychiatrists. For example, the Group for the Advancement of Psychiatry ended one of its reports in 1950 with the bold statement, "For many Americans, leisure is dangerous." The same conclusion was reached by Gusson, 1967, who reviewed some of the psychological ills that people who cannot adapt to leisure manifest. The role of television as a way of masking the perils of free time has also been often remarked upon. For instance, Conrad, 1982, p. 108, writes, "The original technological revolution was about saving time, shortcutting labor. The consumerism which is the latest installment of that revolution is about wasting the time we have saved, and the institution it deputes to serve that purpose is television." The leisure industry. It is difficult to estimate the economic value of leisure, because the worth of federal land used for recreation and the cost of the space devoted to leisure at home and in public buildings are truly incalculable. Direct spending on leisure in the United States has been estimated at $160 billion for 1980, double the amount for 1970 when adjusted for inflation. interaction. The average household spends about 5% of its income directly on leisure. Kelly 1982, p. 9. Chapter 8. The importance of human interaction. All the ESM studies show that the quality of experience improves when there are other people around, and deteriorates whenever the person is alone, even if by his or her own choice. Larson and csikszentmihalyi 1978, 1980, Larson, csikszentmihalyi, and Griff 1980. A vivid description of how and why people depend on public opinion for their own beliefs is given by Elizabeth Noel Neumann, 1984. From a philosophical perspective, Martin Heidegger, 1962, has analyzed our continuous dependence on 270 flow. The they, or the intrapsychic representation of other people we carry in our minds. Related concepts are Charles Cooley's, 1902, generalized other, and Freud's, superego. To be among men. This section is indebted to Hannah Arendt's brilliant treatment of the public and private realms in The Human Condition, 1958. The company of others. Here again we refer to the findings of the ESM studies mentioned in the last note. That interactions with other people improve the mood for the entire day has been reported by Lewinson and Graf, 1973, Lewinson and Libet, 1972, McPhillamy and Lewinson, 1974, and Lewinson et al., 1982. Lewinson and his group have developed the clinical applications of a psychotherapy based on maximizing pleasant activities and interactions. If one were to develop a therapy based on flow, and steps in that direction have already been taken at the medical school of the University of Milan, Italy, this would also be the route to flow. That is, one would endeavor to increase the frequency and intensity of optimal experiences, rather than, or in addition to, decreasing the incidence of negative ones. Baboons. Stuart Altman, 1970, and Gene Altman, 1970, 1980, know more about social relations among these primates than possibly anyone else. Their work indicates that the role of sociability for ensuring survival in such primates gives a good clue as to how and why human social instincts evolved. People are flexible. It was Patrick Mayer's doctoral dissertation, 1978, which utilized the experience sampling method for gathering data, that first alerted us to the fact that teenagers listed interactions with their friends as both the most enjoyable and also the most anxiety-producing and boring experiences in their day. This usually did not happen with other categories of activities, which were, in general, either always boring or always enjoyable. Since then the finding has been replicated with adults also. The realization of how important communication skills are for effective management was suggested by the data collected in the Whale program, see note to P160. For middle managers especially, better communication is the #1 strength they wish to develop. Books on etiquette. For a particularly mind-boggling example of such, see Letitia Baldridge's Complete Guide to a Great Social Life, whose advice includes such perfectly true but rather fulsome pearls of wisdom as, flattery is an immensely useful device, and, any host is proud to have well-dressed guests at his or her party. They convey a sweet smell of success. Compare this last quote with Samuel Johnson's remark in Boswell's Life, 27th March 1776, fine clothes are good only. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 271. As they supply the want of other means of procuring respect. See review in Newsweek, 5th October 1987, p. 90. Human relations are malleable. This has been one of the basic tenets of symbolic interactionism in sociology and anthropology, see Goffman 1969, 1974, Suttles 1972. It also underlies the system's approach to family theory, e.g., Jackson, 1957, Bateson, 1978, Bowen, 1978, and Hoffman, 1981. Intolerable solitude. See notes to p. 165. Sunday morning. That people tended to have an unusual number of nervous breakdowns on Sunday mornings was already noted by psychoanalysts in turn of the century Vienna. See Ferenczi 1950. They, however, attributed the fact to more complicated causes than the ones we are postulating here. The literature on television viewing is so enormous that even a short summary would probably be too long. A reasonably complete review is given in Kubé and csikszentmihalyi in Press. Given the scale of the phenomenon and its social and economic implications, very difficult to maintain scientific objectivity when dealing with television. Some researchers stoutly defend it, claiming that viewers are perfectly able to use television for their own purposes and turn viewing to their advantage, while others interpret the data to show that it makes the viewers passive and discontented. Needless to say, this writer belongs to the second faction. The conclusion that drugs are not consciousness expanding is based on interviews with about 200 artists whom our team has been studying for the past 25 years. See Getzels and csikszentmihalyi 1965, 1976, csikszentmihalyi, Getzels, and Cut 1984. Although artists have a tendency to glorify drug-induced experiences, I have yet to hear of a creative work, or at least one that the artists themselves thought was a good one, produced entirely under the influence of drugs. Coleridge and Kubla Khan. One of the most often quoted examples of how drugs help creativity is Coleridge's claim that he wrote Kubla Khan in a flash of inspiration caused by the ingestion of laudanum, or opium. But Schneider, 1953, has cast serious doubts on this story, presenting documentary evidence that Coleridge wrote several drafts of the poem, and made up the opium story to appeal to the romantic tastes of 19th century readers. Presumably if he had lived now, he would have done the same. Our current research with talented teenagers shows that many fail to develop their skills not because they have cognitive deficits, but because they cannot stand being alone, and are left behind by their peers who 272 flow. Can tolerate the difficult learning and practicing required to perfect a talent. For a first report on this topic, see Nakamura 1988 and Robinson 1986. In the latter study, equally talented high school mathematics students were divided into those who by objective and subjective criteria were still involved in math by senior year, and those who were not. It was found that the involved students spent 15% of their waking time outside of school studying, 6% in structured leisure activities, e.g., playing musical instrument, doing sports, and 14% in unstructured activities, like hanging out with buddies and socializing. For those no longer involved, the respective percentages were 5% and 26%. Since each percentage point corresponds to about 1 hour spent in the activity each week, the figures mean that students still involved in math spend 1 hour a week more studying than in unstructured socializing, whereas those no longer involved spend 21 more hours a week socializing than studying. When a teenager becomes exclusively dependent on the company of peers, there is little chance to develop a complex skill. The description of Dorothy's lifestyle is based on personal experience. For Susan Butcher, see The New Yorker, 5th October 1987, pp 34-35. Kinship Groups. One of the most eloquent essays on the civilizing effects of the family on humankind is Levi Strauss's Les Structures Élémentaires de la Parent, 1947-1969. The sociobiological claim was first articulated by Hamilton, 1964, Thrivers, 1972, Alexander, 1974, and E.O. Wilson, 1975. For later contributions to this topic see Sohlins, 1976, Alexander, 1979, Lundsen and Wilson, 1983, and Boyd and Richardson, 1985. The attachment literature is now very large. The classics in the area include work by John Bowlby, 1969, and Mary D. Ainsworth et al., 1978. Primogeniture. For the effects of inheritance laws in Europe, Habakkuk, 1955, in France, see Pitts, 1964, in Austria and Germany, see Mitterauer and Cedar, 1983. Monogamy. According to some sociobiologists, however, monogamy does have an absolute advantage over other mating combinations. If we assume that siblings help each other more in proportion to the genes they share, then children of monogamous marriages will help each other more because they share more genes than children whose parents are not the same. Thus, under selective pressures, children of monogamous couples will get more help, and thus might survive more easily, and reproduce proportionately more, than children of polygamous couples growing up in a similar environment. Moving from the biological to the cultural level of explanation, it seems clear that, other things being mihaly csikszentmihalyi 273. Equal, stable monogamous couples are able to provide best psychological as well as financial resources for their children. Just from a strictly economic point of view, serial monogamy, or the frequency of divorce, ceases to be an inefficient way of redistributing income and property. For the plight of one-parent families, economic and otherwise, see, for instance, Heather Carrington, 1979, McClanahan, 1988, and Tessman, 1978. Citothoras palustris. The marital practices of the marsh wren are described in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1985, Vol 14, p. 701. Cicero's quote about freedom was printed in my 7th grade school as assignment diary, but despite several attempts I have been unable to find its source. I sincerely hope it is not apocryphal. Family complexity. Following the lead of Pagels's 1988 definition of complexity, we could also say that a family whose interactions are more difficult to describe, and whose future interactions are more difficult to predict on the basis of present knowledge, is more complex than a family that is easier to describe and predict. Such a measure would presumably give very similar results to a measure of complexity based on differentiation and integration. Suburban teenagers. The anthropologist Jules Henry, 1965, gave a profoundly insightful description of what growing up in suburban communities entailed a generation ago. More recently, Schwartz, 1987, compared 6 Midwestern communities in terms of what opportunities they gave adults sense for experiencing freedom and self-respect, and found striking difference from one community to the next, which suggests that sweeping generalizations about what is involved in being a teenager in our society might not be very accurate. If parents talked more. In one study of adolescents at a very good suburban high school, we found that although teenagers spent 12.7% of their waking time with parents, time alone with fathers amounted to an average of only 5 minutes a day, half of which was spent watching television. Together, csikszentmihalyi and Larson 1984, p. 73. It is difficult to imagine how any deep communication of values can occur in such short periods. It might be true that it is quality time that counts, but after a certain point quantity has a bearing on quality. Teenage pregnancy. The United States now leads other developed countries in teenage pregnancies, abortions, and childbearing. For every 1,000 girls between the ages of 15 and 19, 96 get pregnant in the United States each year. Next is France, with 43 pregnancies per 1,000, Mole 1985. The number of out-of-wedlock births to teenagers has doubled between 1960 and 1980, Qamar 1988, p. 718. At present rates, it has been estimated that 40% of today's 14-year-old 274 flow Girls will become pregnant at least once before they turn 20, Wallace et al. 1985. Families that provide flow. The characteristics of families that facilitate the development of autotelic personalities in children are being studied by Rathund, 1988. Positive moods with friends. When teenagers are with friends, they report very significantly higher levels of happiness, self-esteem, strength, and motivation, but lower levels of concentration and cognitive efficiency than they report in any other social context. csikszentmihalyi and Larson, 1984. The same pattern is true for older people studied with the ESM. For example, married adults and retired couples report more intense positive moods when they are with friends than when they are with their spouses or children, or anyone else. Drinking patterns. The different patterns of public drinking, and the resultant patterns of social interaction that they make possible, have been described in csikszentmihalyi, 1968. Instrumental versus expressive. The distinction between these two functions was introduced into the sociological literature by Talcott Parsons, 1942. For a contemporary application, see Schwartz, 1987, who argues that one of the main problems with teenagers is that there are too few opportunities for expressive behavior within the boundaries of society, and thus they have to resort to deviance. Politics. Hannah Arendt, 1958, defines politics as the mode of interaction that allows individuals to get objective feedback about their strengths and weaknesses. In a political situation, where a person is given a chance to argue a point of view and to convince peers of its worth, the hidden capabilities of an individual are allowed to surface. But this kind of impartial feedback can only occur in a public realm, where each person is willing to listen and evaluate others on their merit. According to Arendt, the public realm is the best medium for personal growth, creativity, and self-revelation. Irrationality of economic approaches. Max Weber, 1930-1958, in his famous essay on the Protestant ethic, argued that the apparent rationality of economic calculation was deceptive. Hard work, saving, investment, the entire science of production and consumption are justified because of the belief that they make life happier. But, Weber claimed, after this science was perfected, it developed its own goals, based on the logic of production and consumption and not that of human happiness. At that point, economic behavior ceases to be rational, because it is no longer guided by the goal that originally justified it. Weber's argument applied to many other activities that after developing clear. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 275. Goals and rules become autonomous from their original purposes, and begin to be pursued for intrinsic reasons, because they are fun to do. This was recognized by Weber himself, who complained that capitalism, which originated as a religious vocation, had in time become a mere sport for entrepreneurs, and an iron cage for everyone else. See also csikszentmihalyi and Rutberg Houghton, 1981, Chapter 9. Chapter 9. This entire section to p. 198 draws heavily on interview transcripts made available to me by Professor Massimini. I translated the Italian answers into English. The quote by Franz Alexander was cited in Siegel, 1986, p. 1. Norman Collins's strategy for controlling his illness is described in his Anatomy of an Illness, 1979. When a Man Knows, is from Johnson's Letters to Boswell, 19th September 1777. Stress. Hans Selye, who began studying the physiology of stress in 1934, defined it as the generalized result, whether mental or physical, of any demand on the body, 1956. 1978. An important breakthrough in the investigation of psychological effects of such demands was the development of a scale that attempts to measure their severity, Holmes and Rahe, 1967. On this scale, the highest stress is caused by death of spouse, with a value of 100, marriage has a value of 50, and Christmas, a value of 12. In other words, the impact of 4 Christmas is almost equal to the stress of getting married. It is to be noted that both negative and positive events can cause stress, since they both present demands one must adapt to. Supports of the various resources that mitigate the effects of stressful events, social supports, or social networks, have been studied the most extensively. Lieberman et al. 1979. Family and friends often provide material help, emotional support, and needed information. Schaefer, Goin, and Lazarus 1981. But even interest in other people seems to alleviate stress. Those who have a concern for other people and concerns beyond the self have fewer stressful experiences, and stress has less effect on anxiety, depression, and hostility. They make more active attempts to cope with their problems. Crundle 1984, p. 172. Coping styles. The experience of stress is mediated by a person's coping style. The same event might have positive or negative psychological outcomes, depending on the person's inner resources. Hardiness is a term coined by Salvatore Maddi and Susan Kobasa to describe the tendency of certain people to respond to threats by transforming them into manageable challenges. The 3 main components of hardiness. 276 Flow are commitment to one's goals, a sense of being in control, and enjoyment of challenges. Kobasa, Maddi, and Ka 1982. A similar term is Wayland's 1977 concept of mature defense, Lazarus' concept of coping, Lazarus and Folkman 1984, and the concept of personality strength, measured in German surveys by Elisabeth Noel Neumann, 1983, 1985. All of these coping styles, hardiness, mature defenses, and transformational cop-ing, share many characteristics with the autotelic personality trait described in this volume. Courage. That people consider courage the foremost reason for admiring others emerged from the data of my 3-generation family study when Bert Lyons analyzed it for his PhD dissertation, 1988. Dissipative structures. For the meaning of this term in the natural sciences, see Prigogine, 1980. Transformational skills in adolescence. One longitudinal study conducted with the ESM, Freeman, Larson, and csikszentmihalyi 1986, suggests that older teenagers have just as many negative experiences with family, with friends, and alone as younger teenagers do, but that they interpret them more leniently. That is, the conflicts that at 13 years of age seem tragic at 17 are seen to be perfectly manageable. Unself-conscious self-assurance. For the development of this concept, see Logan, 1985, 1988. Each individual crystal. This quote from Chou Uinard was reported in Robinson, 1969, p6. My cockpit is small, is from Lindbergh, 1953, pp. 22728. Discovering new goals. That a complex self emerges out of various experiences in the world, just as a creative painting emerges out of the interaction between the artist and his materials, has been argued in csikszentmihalyi, 1985a, and csikszentmihalyi and Beatty, 1979. Artist's discovery. The process of problem finding, or discovery, in art is described in a variety of papers starting with csikszentmihalyi, 1965, and ending with csikszentmihalyi and Getzels, 1989. See also Getzels and csikszentmihalyi, 1976. Very briefly, our findings show that art students who in 1964 painted in the manner described here, a. who approached the canvas without a clearly worked out image of the finished painting, were 18 years later significantly more successful, by the standards of the artistic community, than their peers who worked out the finished product in their minds beforehand. Other characteristics, such as technical competence, did not differentiate the two groups. Setting realistic goals. It has been reported that adults who commit themselves to very long-term goals, with few short-term rewards, are less satisfied with their lives than people who have easier, short-term goals. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 277. B 1967, p. 373. On the other hand, the flow model suggests that having too easy goals would be equally dissatisfying. Neither extreme allows a person to enjoy life fully. Chapter 10. Hannah Arendt describes the difference between meaning systems built on eternity and immortality in her The Human Condition, 1958. Sorokin worked out his classification of cultures in the 4 volumes of his Social and Cultural Dynamics, which appeared in 1937. An abridged single volume with the same title was published in 1962. Sorokin's work has been forgotten almost completely by sociologists, perhaps because of his old-fashioned idealism, perhaps because in the crucial decades of the 1950s and 1960s it was overshadowed by that of his much more theoretically astute colleague at Harvard, Talcott Parsons. It is likely that with time this enormously wide-ranging and methodologically innovative scholar will receive the recognition he deserves. Sequences in the development of the self. Very similar theories of stages of development that alternate between attention focused on the self and attention focused primarily on the social environment were developed by Erikson, 1950, who believed that adults had to develop a sense of identity, then intimacy, then generativity, and finally reach a stage of integrity, by Maslow, 1954, whose hierarchy of needs led from physiological safety needs to self-actualization through love and belongingness, by Kohlberg, 1984, who claimed that moral development started from a sense of right and wrong based on self-interest and ended with ethics based on universal principles, and by Loevinger, 1976, who saw ego development proceed from impulsive self-protective action to a sense of integration with the environment. Helen B., 1987, especially chapters 10 and 13, gives a good summary of these and other spiraling models of development. Vita activa and vita contemplative. These Aristotelian terms are extensively used by Thomas Aquinas in his analysis of the good life, and by Hannah Arendt, 1958. A description of how the Jesuit rules helped create order in the consciousness of those who followed them is given in Isabella csikszentmihalyi, 1986, 1988, and Marco Toscano, 1986. Emergence of consciousness. A stab in the direction of speculating about how consciousness emerged in human beings was made by Janes, 1977, who ascribes it to the connection between the left and right cerebral hemispheres, which he speculates occurred only about 3,000 years ago. See also Alexander, 1987, and Calvin, 1986. Of course this 278 flow. Fascinating question is likely to remain forever beyond the reach of certainty. The inner life of animals. To what extent animals other than humans have feelings that approach ours has been extensively debated. See von Uekel, 1921. Recent studies of primates who communicate with people seem to suggest that some of them do have emotions even in the absence of concrete stimuli, e.g., that they can feel sad at the memory of a departed companion, but the evidence on this issue does not yet appear conclusive. The consciousness of preliterate people. Among many others, the anthropologist Robert Redfield, 1955, argued that tribal societies were too simple and homogeneous for their members to be able to take a self-reflective stance toward their beliefs and actions. Before the first urban revolution made cities possible about 5,000 years ago, people tended to accept the reality their culture presented to them without much question, and had no alternatives to conformity. Others, such as the anthropologist Paul Radin, 1927, have claimed to find great philosophical sophistication and freedom of conscience among primitive people. It is doubtful that this ancient debate will be resolved soon. Leo Tolstoy's novella has been often reprinted. See Tolstoy, 1886, 1985. That the complexification of social roles has resulted in the complexification of consciousness has been argued by De Roberti, 1878, and by Draghisescu, 1906, who developed elaborate theoretical models of social evolution based on the assumption that intelligence is a function of the frequency and intensity of human interactions, and by many others ever since, including the Russian psychologists Vygotsky, 1978, and Luria, 1976. Sartre's concept of the project is described in Being and Nothingness, 1956. The concept of appropriate strivings was introduced by Allport, 1955. For the concept of life theme, defined as a set of problems which a person wishes to solve above everything else and the means the person finds to achieve solution, see csikszentmihalyi and Beatty, 1979. Hannah Arendt, 1963, wrote an authoritative analysis of the life of Adolf Eichmann. The autobiography of Malcolm X, 1977, is a classic description of the development of a life theme. Blueprint of negentropic life themes. The counterintuitive notion that transference of attention from personal problems to the problems of others helps personal growth underlies the work of the developmental. Mihaly csikszentmihalyi 279. Psychologists mentioned in the note to page 221, see also Crundle, 1984, and note to p. 198. The best English language biography of Antonio Gramsci is by Giuseppe Fio, 1973. Edison, Roosevelt, and Einstein. Goetzel and Goetzel, 1962, detail the early lives of 300 eminent men and women, and show how little predictability there is between the conditions in which children grow up and their later achievements. Cultural evolution is another concept prematurely discarded by social scientists in the last few decades. Among the attempts to show that the concept is still viable, see, for instance, Berho, 1982, csikszentmihalyi and Massimini, 1985, Lundsen and Wilson, 1981, 1983, Massimini, 1982, and White, 1975. Books as socializing agents. For studies on the effect of books and stories told in childhood on the subsequent life themes of individuals, see csikszentmihalyi and Beatty, 1979, and Beatty and csikszentmihalyi, 1981. Religion and entropy. See, for instance, Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's early essay, written in 1798 but not published until 110 years later, There gazed their chrysanthemums unseen Schicksal, the spirit of Christianity and its fate, in which he reflects on the materialization that Christ's teachings underwent after they were embedded into a church. Evolution. A great many scholars and scientists, from a diverse variety of backgrounds, have expressed the belief that a scientific understanding of evolution, taking into account the goals of human beings and the laws of the universe, will provide the basis for a new system of meanings. See, for instance, Berho, 1976, Campbell, 1965, 1975, 1976, csikszentmihalyi and Massimini, 1985, csikszentmihalyi and Rutland, 1989, Teilhard de Chardin, 1965, Huxley, 1942, Mead, 1964, Madeva, 1960, and Waddington, 1970. It is on this faith that a new civilization may be built. But evolution does not guarantee progress. Nitecki, 1988. Humankind may be left out of the evolutionary process altogether. Whether it will or not depends to a large extent on the choices we are about to make. And these choices are likely to be more intelligent if we understand how evolution works.